what we do here is go back.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the second day of the QA Global Summit 2021 by Geekle. My name is Victoria, and I am super excited to be here with you today and to welcome all of you again. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's talks because today we prepared for you some more amazing speakers and awesome talks. Also, I would like to say that we are really grateful for all of your comments and all of your mentions in the social media. So please continue doing it as we really value and appreciate your feedback. Right now, we're going to have a short break just for a couple of minutes so you can just grab a cup of coffee or tea. And we'll get back here soon with our amazing moderators, Lavlesh in junior track and Chrissy on senior track. See you soon!
Hello, everyone. Thank you for connecting with us today for another amazing session on QA topics. So it's very amazing actually to see people all around the globe connected with us. So comments are jumping in. We have people from Turkey, Mauritius, Egypt, Trinidad, Hungary that are connected. So it's great to see all the people that are eager to see our topics and our speakers today. All right. So yesterday we had multiple great live sessions, and we are planning to continue in the same trend today. Right. So by the way, I'm Lovelish. I'm streaming live from Mauritius, and I'm very happy to be here with you guys. So a brief introduction about myself. I've been in the software testing field for the last 11 years. And my field of specialization is still automation testing and performance testing. And I'm currently working as a lead automation test engineer at Ikera Indian Ocean. And I'm also the founder and the president of MS2QB, which is the local chapter for IS2QB in Mauritius. And we are trying as a group to grow the testing community here in Mauritius. So for the next 2 hours or so, I will be your moderator and a host for 3 interesting topics centered around software testing. Indeed, software testing is a vast field that has various aspects, I would say, some of which are accessibility testing and security testing. Our speakers today will be giving us an in-depth insight of these 2 aspects of software testing. So please feel free to ask your questions on the platform, and we will be taking them up right after the talks. So this brings me to announce the first speaker for this block. And I'm happy to announce our first speaker, Lena Konstantynova, live from Germany. So hello, Lena.
Hello, am I audible?
Hi.
Well?
Yes, we can hear you well. We can see you as well. So how is it going on?
Hello, nice to meet you, everyone. A strange feeling to be the first one, you know.
I'm sure it will go on well. And the topic that you will be talking about is everything that we need to know about accessibility testing. Right. So, Lena, you are a quality analyst consultant at ThoughtWorks Germany. You have experience in consulting, coaching, as well as creation and integration of software in various domains, including retail, tourism, e-commerce, and warehouse management. You are focused on various testing activities, driving higher team productivity using agile methodology and knowledge sharing. And you are well acquainted with both startup environment, corporate, and distributed team. So that's an amazing skill. And your topic today will be everything that you need to know about accessibility testing. Right, so I guess we can get started. All set on your side?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm adding your screen to the stage.
Do you see my slides? Everything is right?
Yes, I can see your screen. So, all right. So you can get started.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. So again, good morning, good evening. I'm not sure from where are you watching this. First of all, I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy to present. And yesterday was an awesome day. And I hope today would be the same. But to start my topic first, I want to with a small confession, because actually this title is a scam a little bit. It's not possible to know everything. And of course, after 30 minutes, you will not know everything. After 1 hour, you will not know everything. After, 5 hours, it's still not possible. But what I want you to know is the basics. We will look just at the glance, just what is it? Why do you need it? And I think the part, why do you need it, personally, is the most important. So you are not blindly testing something. You have the basic understanding, why do you need it? And this topic might be a little bit sensitive for some people. Yesterday on other talks, people were speaking about testing, but the testing was on the border with development, on the border with design, maybe artificial intelligence. And this topic is on the border with the humanity and being a kind person and try to be empathic to everyone. So I believe this is really important topic. That's why I am trying to do this speech today. And before we dive deep into that, I just have a briefly introduction about myself. I'm from Germany, as we said already. I live in Stuttgart, working for the great consultancy called ThoughtWorks. And when I was looking at the other speakers, they were telling how long they're working, their interest in tech, their interest in testing. And I don't know why, but my first thought when I was creating this presentation was to put the fact that I really love Hello Kitty. And in my house, I have everything with Hello Kitty, like a lot of stuff there. I don't know why, I think it's really important. Before we start speaking about testing, I want to make like a shared agreement with you what the accessibility in general is. This is just the quote from the Wikipedia, but in general, when we're speaking like about the accessibility, it means basically we're developing, we're designing products, services in a way to be used with the people with disabilities, right? And here we're speaking about direct and indirect access. So direct access means that people are using without any assistive technology, without unassisted, basically. But when we are talking about indirect access, meaning that some other technology is used to access your service or your product. The example is the screen reader. But later I will show you that, or I will tell you that it's not 100% true. Because whenever we are building something, we are building like here for the people with disabilities, actually we're building for everyone. So the better user experience you have, the better it would be for your product, the broader audience you can get to access your service or your product or your website. Just a little bit of numbers here. 1 of the 5 people have some sort of disabilities. It usually not visible. It could be visible, it could be not. It could be learning disabilities. It could be other kinds of disabilities. When we're looking at women and men, and here we're not speaking about other genders because I didn't find much statistic on that, and we're speaking about women who were born as a woman and men who were born as a man. So about 56% of women have some sort of disabilities and 44% of men. And whenever we're speaking about employment, you can see that only half of the people with disabilities are employed compared to almost 75% without are employed. And when I say the word accessibility and when I speak about this word, I don't mean accessible elevators and I don't mean developing the accessible elevators. We would be speak only about web accessibility. And in practice, it's developing for people with disabilities. But if you look broader philosophically, as we talked already, it's way, way more about this. Usually it's making the product available for everyone. And you might hear the term universability. This is exactly about it, actually. This is making everyone, giving access to everyone, regardless of their ability, regardless of the situation, regardless of context, regardless of where this person is, what age this person have. So it's called universability. But of course, you maybe don't need it. It's okay. Not everyone needs it. And here I decided to put just a couple of points when you don't need it. If you don't want to support the social inclusion, for example, of course you don't need it. If you want to exclude sort of people from your from your service or from your product. You say, no, people with disabilities would never access my product. I don't want this. It's okay. Who we are to judge? You can do this, sure. If you like breaking law and if you like receiving lawsuits, it's interesting here because in some countries, for example, UK, in US, there are certain requirements how your product should be, and there are certain requirements for accessibility of your product. Basically means it's a must for you to do this. And if you don't do this, you will receive lawsuits. Of course, if you want to go to prison, if you want to lose money, go ahead, do this. It's okay. Another thing is about losing money, right? So it has a strong business case here because the accessibility and the accessible design, accessible development, it improves the overall user experience and the overall satisfaction of the users. So it could be also overall satisfaction across different browsers, for example. It's the same, everything is here. So it means that it can extend your market. It can enhance your brand, for example, meaning you will get more money. But if you don't want this, sure, no problem. This slide is a little bit tricky. I was thinking if I should put this or not, because it's not 100% related to testing. It's not related to development at all. But I believe to understand later, why are you testing? Why are you doing this? It's really important to know these things. So whenever we're speaking about disabilities, what the first thing coming to your mind? Usually it's some sort of physical disability, something that you can see. But of course, it's not true. There are way, way more. There is something that you can't see. There is something that you will never even guess until the person tells you this. So, of course, physical is a one thing. Usually it's like weakness or some limitation of the muscular control. And the barriers that this person can have is no full keyboard control, for example, or insufficient time limits on your website, missing maybe some sort of visual and non-visual orientation. Auditory, what do you see here? The first one, it's basically the mild or moderate hearing loss. Also, people who are using the hearing aids, you can also call this here. And the barriers you can get easily, it's all audio content that you have in your product, on your website. It's different videos, it's different voice multimedia without the captions, without transcriptions. Some sort of services that rely only on voice interaction, also no go here. Players with no voice control, for example. Another one is the cognitive learning disability. So the barriers that people might have is complex navigation on the website. Even some text, if it's written in a really complex way with difficult, unusual words, it's also a no-go. For the speech disabilities, again, it's all the voice content. It's also websites or some services that require your phone number to call you later on and to talk to you. Also, not a really good thing to implement and to do. And the last one is visual. Here we are talking about blindness, we're talking about color blindness, we're talking about maybe mild blindness or some sensitivity to light or whatever. Like there are a lot of things. And of course, the main barrier here is the text and images with the insufficient contrast. Images and text that cannot be resized, for example. And I decided to do a challenge for myself for one day. So I really like shopping, and I thought maybe, okay, I will try to do shopping only with a screen reader. So I just turned off my screen. It was just black. I opened the like super famous website for shopping, and I was looking for a specific brand. This you can see on the picture, it's Vans. And I just wanted to buy it, the white Vans. That's it. So my challenge was to open this website, to click on this kind of Vans, the white one, and to put them in my basket. That's it. At the end, what happened is that I get the black one. It's not a joke. I'm not kidding. I get Vans, yeah, but they was black. And I saw it, I mean, because I turned on my screen later on, and of course I saw it with my own eyes. But the problem was that in the code itself, there were no colors. There were just numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I assumed that black could be 1 because it's like the basic color. And white would be the last one. So I choose 5. But actually, white was the first one. And yeah, it was a bit confusing, and the screen reader, it cannot tell you what is on the picture. It can only tell you what is in the code or what is written on the website. Unfortunately, the colors were not written. There was just pictures. And I have a challenge for you as well. Right now, you can do it. So maybe some of you saw this test already. It's the test for color blindness. To understand, do you have some sensitivity to colors? Maybe which colors you're sensitive to. And there are a lot of pictures with you can see it in the circle with the numbers in it. And you need to try to see what number is there. The test consists with lots of different numbers. There are different colors. Some are really easy to guess, some are really easy to see, and some are super complex, even for the person with no color blindness. So I decided to choose just one for you, and to my mind, was the most complex because it's the contrast between light orange and dark orange. You can see it here. So try to see what numbers there, and you can just quickly write in the chat or something. Just maybe 10-15 seconds for this. But it's really complex, this one. And you know what numbers there? No, there is no number actually. It's exactly how the person with a color blindness would see your website, your text, your titles, if you don't have enough color contrast. You're trying so hard to see what the number is there, but there is no number. You just can't, physically, you can't see anything because there is nothing. Yeah. So let's move on. I was not the first one who came with this idea, let's make web accessible. Right? Whenever I think of something, it's always there. You just need to Google this. And when I Google, of course, I opened the W3C. Some of you may heard of this. This is a World Wide Web Consortium. And in general, so what they are doing, they are creating, like it's a community, and they are creating different standards, they're developing standards to ensure the long life of web. And they have accessibility initiative there. And this initiative, they are coming up, they are developing different requirements, techniques, guidelines. They're writing some supportive resources that describe different accessibility solutions. And they also came up with the level of compliance. So there are a lot of guidelines, there are a lot of standards, and it's really hard to get everything, and to when you're testing your website, to go through all of the standards. and you don't need it, to be honest. So this level of compliance is quite easy to differentiate. There is level A, level 2A, and level AAA. And each level, it gives clarity on the minimum, on acceptable, and on the optional accessibility development. From the tester perspective, you can see these levels as bug priorities. And the thing here is, if you see the level A, it would be really high priority. Why? Because when you don't even have the level A, it means that your product is not acceptable at all. It's really complex to understand what's going on there, even for the person without disabilities. And with the level AAA, it would have really low priority. It would be hanging somewhere in the backlog for a really long time, because if your product has requirements of a AAA level, it means that your product is acceptable 99.9%. So the priority would be quite low here, because the most important is to fill at least the level A. Some countries like UK, I think US as well, level 2A is a must. So it's the government requirements to fill the level 2A in your product. And there are also different principles of how you can, what are of the requirements, how you can understand what to develop, how you can get this. And the first one is perceivability. It's really hard to pronounce these words. I don't know why, but it always gives me nightmares to do this. And whenever we are speaking about this, the easiest thing to do to remember that it's all text alternatives to a non-text context. And if you are into HTML, CSS development and stuff, you might know the alt text. So basically what it's about all this alt text. And alt text meaning the same, text alternative to a non-text content. Here also, all of the captions, for example, for different multimedia, also we're speaking here about this. The operability, really easy to remember. It's making all functionality available through your keyboard. And it's about everything. It's also about enough time to read and to use some sort of functionality on your website, your service, your product. The third one is understandability, to make the content understandable, to make the text readable. So from the maybe design perspective, usability should be really high. The content should be really easy to navigate. Your website should be really easy to navigate. And the last one is robustness. And here, whenever we're speaking about cross-browsing testing, whenever we're speaking about responsive design, it's all about robustness. It's all about this thing. And once you know the principles, okay, the website should be, I should use the website with my keyboard, right? Or, I will use the level, I don't know, AAA. Let's do testing. Let's start. No rush, please. First of all, of course, it's really important to test as early as possible. Don't wait until the feature is done. Try to implement the accessibility, try to test as soon as possible, even maybe on just writing the ticket. Maybe you can pair with BA together and just add some accessibility, the accessibility checklist I will show you later as acceptance criteria, or try to pair with the developers and try to write code in a way that it would be accessible later on. Don't wait until the feature is done. And the most important here is to understand your requirements, because there are lots of requirements for the accessibility, but you don't need all of them. And it's really important because requirements could be coming from government, like in the UK, 2A level is important, or requirements could be coming from your clients. In my project, I can give you some examples. On my project, we had a really big client who has certain colors. It's like a branded colors, and we couldn't do anything with that, even though sometimes the colors were not really accessible, and the color contrast between the branded colors and the simple white was not enough. But unfortunately, it's the requirement, and we just need to go with it. We cannot do anything. Accessibility testing is also about agile. You don't need to write long scenarios. You don't need a lot of documentation. Everything is already written for you. There are certain checklists exist. So your only job is basically to go to this website, to see all this checklist, to understand what's your requirements, and try to test at the beginning. That's it, really simple. But of course, maybe it's not that simple, because there are lots of things. You saw the 4 principles, but within these principles, there are a lot of stuff. So to help you do this, there are a lot of plugins, there are a lot of extensions exist. Here I put just the most popular ones, I would say, like Site Improve, Wave. What they can do, basically, they can identify web content accessibility errors. And they will tell you exactly what's wrong, and they will also tell you how to improve it. It's done kind of manually. I will show you the example in the next slide, but you can see on the right-hand side, this is also the screen readers. For those who have Mac, it's a built-in screen reader. For those who are using Windows, there is JAWS. I'm not using Windows, so I never tried it, but I think it's the most famous one. So going back to extensions and plugins, I went to the website for the cutecats.com, and I tried different Wave and Site Improve plugins, and you can see how it looks. So basically, it captures where the bugs are, where the errors are. It tells you which level are they. You can see on the right-hand side and the right corner, it will says A or AAA or 2A, and it will tell you what's wrong exactly. So non-text content, or the color contrast is not good enough, or insufficient time. And it's done not really manually, but of course you need to write it down with your hands. But what I want to show you, that you can automate this process, and it's not really hard to do, because there are a lot of frameworks that exist. There are a lot of open source tools exist. On my project, currently we're using Pelly. It's the second one. So in general, Pelly, it's like a set of free and open source tools. And within this Pelly, they have a library. It's called Pelly CI. So whenever we make a commit, whenever we push some code, our code just go quickly through all of the guidelines, and it automatically checks everything. It's really easy to implement. If you go to Pelly CI, it tells you there is tutorials how to implement it. If you are using AngularJS, there is Protractor. I personally have never used it, but I know it's a pretty good one. And there is also Galen framework. You can also try it. Of course, it will not capture everything, but it's the thing that's super easy to implement, but it also tells you a lot of things at once. Like you just need to click install and you will see all of the errors and all of the requirements that are there. You will see the bugs and the errors, and you will not push anything that is not accessible at the end. This is basically what we want. And I have another task for you. I love giving tasks, yes. It says once you come home, but probably you're already home. So once the conference is over, let's say, you can just do a super quick check. So if you are interested into this topic, if you really like it, if you want to try something, but you don't want to invest like a lot of time, you can do a quick check. So try to zoom your favorite website, or let's say the website you're working on, try to zoom it to 200 degrees. Try to check the alt text for images and other non-text content. Or maybe try to make sure that your site is keyboard friendly. Just put your mouse away and use only your keyboard. Or maybe check the color contrast. Just try to look for some titles, for some text, and you can do it even manually with your own eyes. If you don't see it clearly, it's already not a good sign. Basically, that's it. I know that for the question, we have the dedicated Q&A session. But overall, just to like sum up, thank you so much for listening. I know that it's not enough, and I know that it might be like a chaos here. Here we're testing, here we're doing automation, here are the principles, what's going on. But I think that in general, it is really important to understand that this topic exists, and it's really important to be empathic and to be really kind people and try and give people the access to your product and give the access to everyone, not to selected users, but to as many users as possible. And this is basically my last word. Stay safe, of course. And yeah, I think I'm done.
Great. That was a great presentation. Indeed, actually, I do feel that accessibility testing is quite neglected in the test process. I do remember one situation where there was a cartoon that was broadcasted, and there were not checks for colors actually. And that cartoon, when broadcasted to public, it goes epileptic fit in many children. So yeah, indeed, accessibility testing is something that should be involved in test process for products that are for the general public. Indeed, I agree. We do have some questions, but we'll, as you said, we'll take it in an hour after our two speakers. So Lena, stay tuned. We'll connect again in an hour.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
great. Bye. All right. So now it's time for me to announce our second speaker for the event. That's George Luis Castro Toribio from Peru. George is an Agilist, DevOps program manager, test manager, agile coach, and global speaker who feels passion for testing automation, agile, DevOps, and business agility. He enjoys research and learning about business agility and working with cutting-edge technology. George is a continuous learner and has worked in several roles, which helped him see the bigger picture within an organization. He encourages focus on people, productivity, continuous improvement, innovation, and enjoys success in agile journeys. George is an international speaker in agile and DevOps and has been delivering conferences in numerous countries. So today, George will be enlightening us on building continuous security ways of working, overcoming the challenges of security testing, adoption of the process through lean canvas design. So let's get started.
Hi everybody. My name is Jorge Castro. I'm from Lima, Peru. I work as a QA manager, DevOps program manager, and Agile coach. Today, I'm really happy to be here in this great event. Thank you very much for the organizers to let me be part of this event and share with you some experiences. So thank you very much for this awesome event. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I hope you enjoy this conversation, this talk. Please, if you listen something interesting in this talk, you can contact me by LinkedIn if you like, so we can chat, and it would be awesome to keep in touch with you, share experiences. Okay, so thank you very much for your time in this talk. I'm going to share my screen right now, so I'm going to share with you my presentation. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I think it's okay. Okay. Well, my talk is about building continuous security ways of working, overcoming the challenge of security testing adoption through lean canvas design. Okay, so basically today I'm going to share with you some experiences about how we faced the challenge to build continuous ways of working for an enterprise. As I said, I work as an Agile coach and also DevOps program manager. So as part of my job, I work with different companies in terms of enabling or building ways of working, new ways of working, like Agile ways of working and DevOps ways of working. So as part of those challenges, I'm going to share with you this experience, how we worked with different teams in an enterprise to build these continuous security ways of working as part of DevOps transformation. Okay, so in this experience, I'm going to share with you how we use some lean tools for that purpose, like lean canvas design and also another tools. Okay, so that is my talk, is my presentation. Here you can see my contact information. As I said, please feel free to contact me if you like. I really enjoy to share knowledge. I really enjoy to have conversation with different people from different countries all over the world, because I think each time you have a great chance to learn from somebody and also share what you know. So you can add me to my LinkedIn, and I will be very happy to keep in touch with you and help you if you like in some point, right? About this talk, about the thing that you are going to listen about in this talk, or maybe another topics like DevOps or Agile, data transformation, OKRs, and so forth. I will be very happy to help. Okay, let's start with the story, right? So once upon a time, a group of brave developers and testers who survived data transformation. That was the situation, right? In the company that we were working, we faced the data transformation program, right? So we needed to work with DevOps ways of working adoption. So we implemented some pipelines, we implemented continuous deployment, continuous delivery, and so forth, right? We did a lot of testing automation, and of course we also changed our ways of working in terms of Agile, right? We took some Agile practices, like Scrum, like Kanban, and so forth. And also at the enterprise level, right? We did some activities with SAFe, for example, right? So that happened. That happened in our company. We survived that changes because we were a kind of traditional team, right? Developer, testers. We had a lot of manual testing. We had a lot of manual deployments and so forth. So after this, after the DevOps transformation, this new ways of this adoption of new ways of working, we were really happy about it because we survived. We implemented Agile in our teams, the mindset and the practices. We had some we had a pipeline in place. We had automated tests running in the pipeline. So we thought that we were great, right? But unfortunately, as you know, something happened. An unknown and not prioritized challenge came up. So one day our manager came, right, and he told us, okay, guys, now that you already implemented all these Agile, DevOps things and so forth, there is a problem, right? And the problem is this. 0%, that was our percentage of applications that are part of the security development lifecycle. Yes, it was real. We focused on testing automation, in performance testing, in automated regression test. We focused on unit testing and so forth, and also in the other enablers for DevOps and Agile. But security was not part of that initiative. At least at that moment, security was not part of the pipeline. So that was something missing, right? That was something pending. So that is why that was a challenge, that we need to improve that number, because currently 0% of applications that are part of security development lifecycle. So we had apps, we have webs. Despite of we had some kind of security, that security was not part of the pipeline. That testing was not part of the continuous testing in the pipeline. So it was a problem, and that was something that we need to solve, right? We needed to change the number, which is terrible, right? This is very bad. Okay, so our challenge is we had to be running security testing in our continuous delivery pipeline. That was the challenge, right? So in the same way, right? In the same way that I told you, right? Before the DevOps transformation, Agile transformation, we had manual testing. So the challenge was, okay, you need to automate your testing, unit testing, integration, security, and so forth. And you need to put those testing in the pipeline to run it continuously as part of DevOps and as part of continuous testing, right? So now the challenge is, okay, what about security? You know, you have some SQL injection tests. You have some data test security. We had some security testing, but it was not part of the pipeline. So that was a challenge in our case, right? A new challenge. We thought that we were doing great, but you know, each time you can do it better. So that was the challenge. Okay, for that purpose, something that is quite important is we were a traditional team, right? We had developers, Java developers, .NET developers. We had testers, some of them manual and some of them with technical skills. They work with Selenium, with SubUI, and some load runner, HP load runner, and so forth, with some tools and languages, Cucumber, and so forth, that allow us to do automation, right? We had our product manager, we had our Scrum Master, and so forth, right? That was our reality. But now the question is, okay, what is this security testing, right? Because we were not experts about security. We knew something, but we were not experts. And the challenge was also bigger because, okay, now you need to implement this security testing as part of continuous testing in the pipeline. So it was a bigger challenge. Fortunately, we did some research. We tried to get into the communities, right? In different countries, we get a lot of information. We took part of different link office and so forth, and we decided to use this very useful tool, right? Which I recommend you to use if you want to set up your strategy. And basically, that is the purpose of this security testing link canvas design. These tools, as any other canvas, is a way to visualize, you know, a kind of problem or a situation or a goal, right? And try to organize it in terms of some kind of flow, right? Some kind of sequence. So you can organize your ideas, and you can define an initial strategy, right? At least that was the first use that we implement with this security testing link canvas design. Okay, so as you can see here, we have some different sections, right? The number one is about, of course, we run this exercise. We complete this canvas with the entire team, with all the team members, with our architects, with our DevOps engineers, and so forth. So we did this exercise together, team by team, because we had more than 10 teams working on this. And we did the same exercise with all the teams, right? To try to generate a kind of standard strategy for the security testing challenge. Okay, number one is security main scenarios, right? I think that is something simple, really. You need to analyze your product. You have an app, you have a web or whatever, or something, maybe a COBOL thing. No matter what you have, right? You need to analyze your product, and in terms of that, you need to analyze. Okay, what are my main scenarios, right? What are my critical scenarios? The regression ones or the functional ones, the end-to-end ones, and so forth. So you need to define them, right? Fortunately, in our case, we already defined them. we already had them. But if you don't have it, you need to define what are those scenarios, and you need to prioritize them, right? Because as you know, in Agile, we work in iterations, little by little, focusing the most important thing at the beginning, right? The thing or the product that is more valuable for the business, for the team, for the client. So that is what we did, right? First, we defined our security main scenarios, okay? Depending of our product features and capabilities and characteristics, okay? So then, number two, we focus on, we analyze our current defects. Okay, we check our production environments, and we analyze, okay, what we have here. Okay, and we identified a lot of problems there, a lot of attacks, minor attacks, but attacks anyway, and some kind of risk in terms of security. We use some scans for that. From HP, for example, we use some scans to try to analyze and get that information about our security characteristics in our application. Okay, so that is number two. Analyze your current defects. That is quite important, right? What you have, what are your open doors, to attacks. So you need to analyze that also in number two. Number three is the external threats. Okay. Again, if you have, and focus on your product, right? You need to analyze your product and analyze, okay, what are the integrations or what are the communication that my product has with different third parties application or so forth. And you need to analyze them, right? What are those external threats that can attack me? That is something important, right? It's about your product, yes, but also it's about your environment, your ecosystem. So that is quite important. Number four is, okay, now that you have your main scenarios, right? Now that you have your current effects in production about security, and also you have what is happening around you, around your product, you need to analyze, okay, what I'm going to do. Okay, so number four is my purpose and my objectives. Later, I'm going to share with you some examples of that. Okay, and number five is testing scope. Okay, now that I have what I'm going to do, or what is my goal, right? What is my objective in terms of security? I need to analyze my scope, right? Because maybe I am going to have a lot of things to work, so I need to analyze what is my testing scope. I'm going to focus only on a layer in the architecture. I'm going to focus only in the web end. I'm going to focus maybe in some kind of special attacks and so forth. You need to analyze them, right? In terms of what is more important for your business, for your product, for your clients. Number six is testing levels, right? Your test plans, okay? We are going to do a framework for this kind of testing, for this kind of security testing, okay? We are going to create this framework, right? These libraries. We are going to, our pipeline, we are going to create some pipelines to run some specific security testing, right? The security tests. So that is part of the test plan, right? How you are going to start with this type of security test, how you're going to run it in the pipeline, and when I say that, I'm talking about the scheduling, the number of tests, the quality gates, etc. Okay, that is part of your test plan. And of course, it's also how you're going to implement those tests in your sprints, right? You need to also negotiate with your product owner about the capacity that you need to invest for that. That is part of your plan, right? Number seven, your deliverables. Okay, if you're going to do this initiative, right, this security testing in the pipeline, if you're going to build this as part of this initiative in your team and your company, you need to analyze, okay, what are going to be my test deliverables, right? I'm going to share a framework. I'm going to share some reports time to time. I'm going to share some good practices. I'm going to prepare some kind of courses to share knowledge, some libraries, and so forth, right? And some pipelines as well that can be reused. I don't know. That is the idea, right? In our case, for example, basically it was the pipeline, the configurations in the pipeline, the strategy, the test levels of security, and so forth. That was our test deliverables, right? For the company and for our teams. Number 8 is roles and responsibilities. Again, right? You need to analyze. Okay, in my team, I need someone with a hat that is going to be the security testing champion, for example, right? So this guy maybe is the guy that has more experience in security testing, so he's going to move this forward, right? And also he's going to be in charge to share this knowledge in the team. You need to create some roles in terms of your team, right? And your constraints and your capabilities and your skills. Okay, I think that was okay. Number 9 is test environment. You need to define your test environments. Production, pre-production, you need to analyze that depending on your resources, of course. Number 10, your tools. At the end, remember, tool is at the end. Please, Lean is quite important, it's quite useful because first you need to think in the problem and in the solution. At the end, you can work, okay, the tools, right? And that is why it's in number 10, tools, right? Open source or not. You can use different tools for that. For that purpose. Number 11, metrics. Now that you have all this in place, you need a way to measure your success or your progress in terms of quality, in terms of security gates, in terms of security constraints, in terms of how you are dealing with your problems in production and so forth. So that is your metrics, your KPIs, okay? Okay, and finally, risk is also important. What are the risks of this implementation? In our case, we had a huge risk, which was we didn't have, in our teams, we didn't have an expert. We didn't have an expert. So we had to create our experts in security. So these tools that Lean Canvas Design help us a lot to try to understand the problem, and try to understand our scope, what was our focus, and so forth. So after that, it was not simple, but our work has a specific goal, has a north. Okay, that is something important. Okay, as I said, I'm going to share with you some examples about that. I'm going to share with you some examples of the results of this exercise. Okay. In our purpose, we had create and integrate automated security mechanisms into the daily work of development and operations as part of our development pipelines. So we can make security be part of everyone's job every day and make clients' journey secure. That was our purpose. And that was something really powerful because it was it wasn't only a purpose of one team, it was the purpose of the entire company. Okay, so each team that has some DevOps in place need to follow this purpose. And that is something really powerful. Okay, goals, right? Some goals that we defined for after this exercise. For example, making security be ways of working for developers. We needed that developers understand this and make security testing as part of their daily work. Integrating security with our pipeline, that was something critical to enable continuous testing and security continuous testing. Integrating security with our feedback and measurements to better enable detection and recovery, that was something really important for us. Fast feedback, right, in terms of recovery, if something bad happened, and enable detection and recovery. That was something really important. And also, as part of this strategy of some part of chaos engineering, some part of agile testing, and so forth, we simulate common attacks, right? We did some gamification for this part to try to simulate some attacks to our applications and try to use gamification to simulate two teams, right? The team that attack the application and the team that defends the application. So we use some techniques in using gamification, using cost engineering, and so forth. I'm going to share with you later some examples. Okay, our scope, right? Something right important. In our case, that was our scope. First, passive scanning, static analysis, basically, static analysis. Dynamic scanning, testing the running application. dependency scanning, as I said, right? These dependencies, these external things, inventory your dependencies and be sure that they are free of vulnerabilities. It's like quite important. And also, as part of our scope, is source code integrating code signing, right? Write code to prevent abuse, right? That is something really, really important as part of our scope. Okay, here you can see an example of a pipeline, right? And how you can configure your pipeline in terms of running your security tests. We call this pipeline the Hello World More Security Pipeline because it was our first MVP. It was our first, playing with this security testing stuff. So we decided to call it Hello World, the basic thing, more secure, not totally secure, but more secure pipeline, and that is why we add this static analysis, as I said, this virus scanning, these vulnerabilities and vulnerabilities in dependencies scanning as well. So we ran it and part of this pipeline. Also, as I said, we had some web applications, so also we wrapped some scan with OWASP as well. So, and unit testing, of course, as part of continuous testing, right? Okay, so some techniques, right? Some developed security tactics that we did is games design, including XP and mob programming. We identified that XP practices and mob programming practices are really powerful if we want to share knowledge, if you want to mature a practice in our development teams, and that was something that we were looking for, mature security testing practices in our team. So it was very nice to use it. Okay, I recommend you to use it. For the first one, as I said, gamification. We create a kind of game, right? The game was called Batman and Robin game, and basically this game is about we identified that there were some guys in our teams, that the Batmans, who are guys that had more skills maybe than others, right? We had guys that have a specific skill, for example, in OWASP testing, or some kind of vulnerabilities testing, or SQL injection testing, and so forth, right? So we call them Batman, and those Batman has the mission to pick up some Robins, which the Robin was a kind of developer who needed that skill, and the Batman was in charge to teach them, right? To teach them, to mentoring, to coach them in terms of that skill. So the goal of the Batman was to share this knowledge and become the Robin into a Batman, and the goal of the Robin was to become into a Batman. So that was the Batman and Robin game. Basically, it's a game about sharing knowledge, about sharing experiences, about helping each other, because at the end we were in the same company, so we had the same purpose. Do you remember the purpose that I shared with you? That purpose was shared with the entire team. So that was the Batman and Robin game. It was very useful and worked very well. Here you can see an example of this game, and also this, we also create another game which we call Extreme Heroes game, and basically the game was a game to try to make work together the Batman and Robins and so forth from different teams, and try to work in an extreme programming environment using pair programming. So for that case, we use security testing programming for that purpose. So basically, they work together, creating the automated tests for security, and also put it in the pipeline and so forth in different levels: static, running, OWASP, SQL injection, and so forth. So they work together using pair programming, right? In this case, and that was very useful. I recommend you to use it. Also, we had another game which was called the Mob Security League game, which basically we use some mob programming principles, and we create some groups of superheroes, as you can see here, and for each group we share a challenge, right? A challenge about security. So, for example, we use some chaos engineering situation. We simulate some attacks to our applications, to our apps, to our webs. And these Avengers, right, this league of superheroes need to fix the problem. So they work together to try to fix the problem. For that purpose, as mob programming said, we have a driver, we have the team, and so forth. So we use this kind of game for improve these new ways of working. Also, another game that we used for that was the Chaos in the Jungle game. And this game was quite simple, right? In this game, we use chaos engineering practices. So we had two teams, right, in our company. The one team was the attack team, the George Foreman team, which was a team who attacks the application, who create chaos in the application, right? Different kind of attacks in the servers, in the codes, in the UI, and so forth. And we had the other team, the Muhammad Ali team, which was a team that resists the change, right? Who resist or who make the system resist the chaos, right? So that was the chaos in Django game. It was great because we involved the entire team, the entire organization. We created the teams, we put the challenges. We had those two roles: the people who creates the chaos and the people who resist the chaos. So we test our application very well on those exercises to simulate those attacks. And finally, guys, just to recommend you some really books that we use as part of this strategy. All of this was part of our creation, but also we get some information about it. We get really nice information in those books. I recommend you this book, DevOps Handbook. It's a great book about DevOps, and also it has part of continuous testing as well. So I recommend you to read it. This book is quite awesome. It's about security testing in your application, so I recommend you to use it. It has a lot of examples and good practices that you can apply if you want to run security testing in your pipeline, right? Finally, guys, I just first again, thank you very much for this invitation. I hope you enjoyed the talk. Remember that Lean, in our case, we were not experts. It was something new for us, despite of, as I said, we had experiences with DevOps ways of working adoption and agile ways of working adoption, and we survived that stage in our company. In this story, it was for us totally something new challenge, right? Security testing. We didn't have experts, so Lean Canvas design and this gamification stuff helped us a lot to enable this capability, enable this new practice in our team, share knowledge, experiment with this continuous testing stuff in a fun way, right? The eDjango game, the mob league programming, it was a really nice way to foster this knowledge, these practices that you can see in our purpose, you can see in our Lean Canvas, security canvas in design, and so forth. It was a really nice way to practice it on hands, right? Well, code on hands, okay? So finally, just to finish my talk, please remember that we all have dreams. We all have dreams, so help and share more. That is what I'm doing right now. I think sharing is something important, so please share if you have the chance in those events, which are awesome on our events. And thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the talk. Thank you very much, guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.
That was an interesting talk as well on how we can use Lean Canvas for security testing. So this brings me to present our last speaker for this block, who is Karen Amaro, okay, from Uruguay. So Karen is a computer engineering student at Universidad de la República, Uruguay. She has more than 7 years of experience in IT testing and quality, and she's currently leading different testing teams. And today, Karen will be teaching us about accessibility testing. So let's welcome Karen. Karen?
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Karen. I'm doing fine. How about you?
Fine, thanks. Just
All
waking
right.
up. It's 6 a.m. here.
Yeah, different time zone. All right, so I see that your slides are ready. Okay, so we can get started if you're ready.
Okay, well, first of all, thanks to join on this conference and for inviting us. My name is Karen Amaro, and I have been working in testing for more than 6 years at the Software Testing Center from Uruguay. As you can see, English is not my first language, so sorry for now. And if it's anything that you don't understand, feel free to ask. Now, I'm here to show you our experience teaching accessibility testing, as I'm convinced that if the whole community share our ideas and our experiences, we will help a lot of people to really feel included. That is the approach of this. We will share what we did, the benefit we found, and the improvement we might introduce to the course. But now our main objective is to hear your experience and comments on this important topic, and to be aware of the contribution and value to bring to our effort teaching this. Well, as I said, I work from Software Testing Center from Uruguay, that is also called CEST, as you can see on the slide. And CEST is a joint venture between the industry and the academy, because in 2004, it provides testing services, consulting in Uruguay, the region, and in the USA too. But simultaneously, CEST has dedicated a great research effort to teach software testing at universities and the industries and to general public. Yeah. What was the motivation for this, for teaching accessibility? Well, as I told you, our company has been teaching software for more than 16 years, I think. The experience of working on different projects and clients has shown us some emerging trends on the local and abroad IT industry. One of those was the concern about accessibility. On the journey, we look for more information, took various courses, and developed into the subject, and realized there were different paths to follow for teaching this. The first was teaching accessibility testing within our courses, introduce this course to our career. And the other one was to teach testing to persons in situation of disability. Yeah, in the second path, we collaborate with a Benzadon Program Foundation, that is a foundation that supports young people in situation of disability. FBL organizes different courses and helps graduates to find quality jobs that achieve their labor and social inclusion. We give 2 different instances of functional testing software course with them, which were amazing experience of teaching in situation of disability and help us a lot from learning from each other. One thing that I want to highlight is the difference between the expression person in situation of disability instead of saying person with disability, because it explains by itself the importance of teaching accessibility testing. Because if the society builds instruments for these people to overcome their situation of disability, they are no longer people just with disability, but people. Yeah. It's not just a tongue twister, but I think that is a great opportunity for the inclusion. Well, the web is for many people an essential part of the daily life. Nowadays, with this situation and before this too, we just cannot imagine our daily routine without it. So web accessibility means that people in situation of disability can use the web equally. That is the keyword, I think. Our goal teaching accessibility testing was to contribute with the inclusion of persons in this situation. Following this path, the path of inclusion, in 2020, we thought of first web accessibility testing course. Well, thinking about this course, we found that there are some elements that are really needed for them. So, for example, this I show you, the expertise in accessibility standards, understand about the assistive technology and how people in situation of disability really use the web, learn about accessible design and development, and of course, learn about the tools and evaluation tools for being more efficient. Around this topic, we organize the course. Well, the course by itself. At the beginning, we found that when thinking about disabilities, our students include only the physical ones. So the first thing was to explain to them that there is a large spectrum of situations of disability, from blindness to low vision, deafness and hearing loss, limit movement, speech disability, photosensibility, psychological disability, and a combination of all of these. So in order to contribute to the social inclusion, we need to recognize all of them, because if we don't see, we cannot help. Our approach was to present the problem that people in situation of disability has, and the value of the standard with the objective of establishing principles, guidelines, and criteria to solve this problem. In order to build a more accessible digital world, software testers need not only to learn about the definitions about accessibility, but they must know how to test the web accessibility. Independently of the technology or tool they might use, they must be able to determine the level of conformance that I hear Lena talking about those of the WCAG 2.1 guidelines when testing a website. So the goal of the course is to familiarize the student with automatic accessibility testing, the heuristic evaluation, some filtering techniques, and testing with users, all of these in harmony with the website accessibility conformance evaluation methodology for the WCAG 2.1 standard. In this course, we have a strong emphasis on learning by doing. For example, the exercise first steps with WCAG EM consists of trying to apply the methodology to a government website that is used to start retirement or pension process. So it's a web that we think a lot of people with some disabilities do. Another thing that the course includes, there are some questionnaires that are posed about each topic. In addition to finally pass the course, the students have a final project that consists in a fully testing the accessibility of the website and stabilizing this level of conformance. Well, when thinking about the course, first of all, we put an introduction. This introduction is where we teach our students about the wider range of situations of disabilities and to sensibilize them. When they get a larger idea of this topic, we introduce them to the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. First of all, we teach them the four core principles that are perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. What this means? Well, perceivable means that the user must be able to perceive all the information that is presented. It cannot be anything that is invisible for their senses. When we talk about operable, this means that the interface cannot require an interaction that the user cannot perform, for example, with the toolbar or with the mouse, because some people can use a mouse. And the understandable means that the users must be able to understand information as well as the operation of the user interface. And finally, robust means that the contents must be robust enough that can be interpreted by a wide variety of user agents, including the assistive technology. If it's not fulfilled, user in situation of disability will not be able to use the web. Yeah, and in order to achieve these principles, we need to consider the guidelines. When we talk about the guidelines, there are 15 guidelines provided to basic goals the author should work toward in order to make content more accessible to users with different situations of disability. The guidelines by itself are not testable, but provide the framework and the overall objective to help the author to understand the success criteria and better implement the techniques. For each guideline, there is a testable success criteria that is provided to allow the WCAG 2.1 to be used where requirements and conformance testing are necessary, such as, for example, in the testing itself, designing the specification, purchasing, the regulations, or with the contractual agreement. In order to meet the different groups, in order to the needs of those different groups and different situations, there are 3 levels of conformance that are A, the lowest, AA, and AAA. Here, as an example, I show you the concept for the robust principle. Here, you can see that the principle got the guidelines, and the guideline got different criteria. And with that criteria, if any of these didn't get the conformance level, for example, the last one, we cannot get the AA or AAA because are needed. Well, following about this course, in order to follow the common procedure of auditing an accessibility website, we teach our students the website accessibility conformance evaluation methodology, that we call them the WCAG-EM, as it said there, which provide a guidance on using the methodology and consider some specific situations. The conformance evaluation procedure got 5 main steps. The first one is this: define the scope of the evaluation. That means that we have to define what is included in the evaluation, what is the goal that we have. And of course, define what is the WCAG conformance level we want to get. Yeah. Then we explore the website, identifying the key pages, the key functionalities, the type of content, the design, the functionality, what is the technology it has, what is the technology we require. Then we select the representative sample, because some pages, some web pages are so big that we have to randomly select web pages because it's not feasible to evaluate every page on that website. When we got that, then we evaluate the select sample, determining the success and failures in meeting the WCAG principle. The accessibility support of the website, and we record the evaluation steps. Finally, we report that evaluation findings. We are aggregating and reporting that evaluation findings, making the evaluation statements, and calculating the overall score. Once the students know about the standards and about this evaluation methodology, they learn different ways to make the sample evaluation effective. For that, we teach them how to use today's main tool for testing web accessibility. For example, as I show you, AXC, TOE, Web Developer Toolbar, MBDA. But as we know, in this industry, tools change several times of the years. So we teach our students how to select the best accessibility tool to match their project particular need, because not everyone needs the same. Depending on the user, the web could have, they could need different things. Of course, the selection should be following the W3C tool list of recommendations. Another thing is that we show them different techniques that help them to place themselves in the situation of a person with disabilities. We refer to this as filtering techniques. Yeah? As an example of a filtering technique, we propose to our students to shut down their monitors and to navigate only using the screen reader from MBDA. These techniques help us to filter most of the errors that the automation tools do not report. And they are really useful before the testing with the user, as it becomes less expensive and more effective that instance of the testing. Well, through it, we discover some benefits. Yeah, through all the courses, through all the exercise of the course, sorry. As we mentioned, a student places themselves in the situation of these persons, place themselves in the shoes of the person in situation of disability. This particular experience has awake the different feelings in them. The first feel is the empathy. They feel the necessary amount of empathy with the situation, and that empathy leads to awareness the importance of accessibility. With the knowledge, we give them the tools to be proactive in their context. They become spokesmen of the standard and let small changes such as, I don't know, ensuring that the image has textual description or the contrast, showing that the contrast ratio is acceptable, produce a significant improvement on the accessibility. In a country like ours, Uruguay, where the web accessibility is not demanded by law yet, there are steps towards improving the accessibility and therefore the equality of the web and promoting legal advances. We are convinced that training testers with different tools and filtering techniques reduce the cost of the testing with user, increasing the efficiency. Lowering the cost, the project as a whole, of course. Another thing that, last but not least, following these guidelines will also make the web content more usable to general public because improve the user experience. For example, captions not only benefit someone who cannot hear well, but also benefits anyone in a loud or a quiet environment. The good color contrast benefits anyone who has a glare on his device screen. So we are glad to say that the knowledge we provide, the awareness and proactivity we awake are the engine and energy that allow our students to take part and impulse this journey toward making a more accessible digital world. When doing this, we find that not everything are benefits. We also detect some opportunities for improvement in that course. First, we realize that in the satisfaction survey suggests the students find some improvements, particularly in two of the elements raised by the evaluation methodology. First, how people in situation of disability use the web, which we plan to introduce some live interviews of people in situation of disability using the web and showing them to the students. Another thing was accessible web design and development. As we noticed that not all of the students know about HTML5, we decided that the course will include an introduction to this topic, teaching them the principal characteristic of this standard and how to work with it, because it's really important to find some things. Yeah? And another thing is that our course in general are not yet accessible, even the accessibility testing in particular. Yeah. Therefore, 1 week ago, we kicked off a project founded by the National Research and Innovation Agency, that is ANI in Uruguay, to build a full accessible testing course. Another thing is the number of students of this course. The number is still incipient, so in order to train a critical mass in Uruguay and the region, of course, in accessibility testing, we need to disseminate the course more and better, probably in partnership with other interest associations. Thanks.
Great. So that was a great presentation about how we can get people involved in accessibility testing. So I guess now we can take some questions. We do have some questions related to accessibility testing. I'm not sure if Lena is joining us. No, I can't see her backstage. So, okay. I guess I will target those questions to you then, Karen. So, the first one is from Mary. Okay. Questions. Are there situations where the accommodation people with different abilities need contradict? I guess need contradiction. And if so, what do we do then?
Well, as we said, there is a principle that is called understandable. That means that all the senses, when we show something on a website, all the senses can reach to that information. So if we take care and find the different disabilities, I don't think where is the contradict. because if you can hear, maybe you can see, or if you have some problem, but a cognitive problem, depends on the way you write on the screen that shows something like that.
Okay. Thanks, Karen. Lena just joined us as well. So would you like to pick up this question, Lena?
I don't see any.
Okay, so the question that is being asked is, are there situations where the accommodation of people with different abilities need contradiction? And if so, what do we do then?
Can you rephrase it? Because I cannot get it.
Yeah. If we are implementing in some way that in a system where people with different abilities, actually the requirements contradict with each other, so how do we handle that in terms of accessibility testing?
Oh, about the requirements of the contradiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real interesting, and I think it could happen actually, but because I'm usually working for the client, so for me the most important is the client requirements, I would say, and the requirements from the government, unfortunately, and only after that we will take into consideration the requirements for the people. It's business, and I'm really sorry to say that, but it's true.
So it's the client requirement that goes on first.
It's the client requirements first, yes.
Yeah. All right, so we'll take another question about CI/CD pipelining and accessibility testing tools. So the question is, are there any accessibility tools that can be implemented in an Azure CI/CD pipeline?
I think the one I showed, the Pali, you should use it. You can use it. I'm not sure for Azure because I never worked with it myself, but for the normal CI/CD, Ali would work perfectly, and that's exactly what we are using. And also, I have a really good practice pairing, and where usually, as a tester, I'm pairing with devs. So, like, all of the team knows about this.
Yeah, I never worked with that technology.
Okay. Karen, would you like to add something?
No, I didn't work with that technology yet. So there's no tool that I can recommend.
Okay. So we'll take another question then. All right. So which tool for accessibility testing would you recommend for mobile app testing for iOS and Android?
If we're speaking about the screen readers in Android, I know there is one, the built-in, but if we're speaking about like the real tools that you can use for Android testing, I know it's called immerse, and they have some sort of a checker, and this checker is for iOS and Android. It's free. But it's not really for automation. It's something more like a wave or more like a site improve. It's just checking what's wrong. It gives you the answers. It gives you the information how to improve it. There is also a library. If you Google, you need to search for accessibility test framework for Android Google. And like basically the first link will link you to the GitHub page, and you can check the README there. I never tried myself, but it's there. It's open source. People are using it, so you can try to implement it probably. Also, I remember on my slide there was X. It's the accessibility engine, and there is one for Android as well.
Yeah, IXC can be used for Android. And I don't know, NVDA it's for Linux, so could be work if you use something to not for the cell phone itself, but if you use something for the web to emulate, that could be useful.
Okay, that makes things clearer as well. And another question about accessibility testing. Is accessibility testing actually part of usability testing? Maybe we should explore a bit on the difference, if there is any.
Yeah,
Right. So
I can consider it as part of usability testing because helps people to really use the web or the apps or everything. But it's like included, but it's not the same. Yeah, because we can, as I said, we can, with accessibility, we can improve the usability, not just for people in situation of disability, just for everyone. When we get a gadget or something that shows, for example, as I say, the captions that improve the usability, but we cannot say that a web page is not usable to general public if it's not usable, if it's not totally accessibility. I don't know if it's understandable.
Yeah, I think it's the same. It's like a part of that.
all right, that makes sense as well. So we have another question from our viewers. Could you please recommend a screen reader for Linux machine? Lena, would you like to pick that up?
I never worked with Linux. I don't even know. In Mac, there is a built-in one. And if we are talking about mobile, there's also on Android, on iOS, there are also the built-in ones. For the Microsoft, it JAWS, JAWS. But for Linux, maybe JAWS as well.
Or NVDA could also work. It's another option. But if you search in Google, you can.
I'm sorry, I lost you. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Yes, you were saying, Karen?
I say that NVDA works from Linux. That is the one that we use. But if you Google it, there is a large spectrum. NVDA is one of the recommended by the W3C tool list. So now it's the one we use.
Got you. All right, that makes sense. We've got a few more questions coming in. So one question for the UI UX designer. For a team with UI UX designer developer, should they initially see through the requirements for accessibility design and development and maybe dev follow through its development? So we're placing I guess the question is about placing the accessibility design first and then going through the development process. So yeah, what are your views on that?
It's exactly, I can maybe start and then Karen can follow up. It's exactly the test early, test often. So I would say they should do this. In my team, it's a must. It's not even should. So you need to start as early as possible. So whenever UI UX designers, they're doing something, there already should be the requirements for the accessibility, and you can pair with them to help them, for example, if they don't have enough knowledge, or whenever BAs are writing tickets, you can also pair with them and implement the requirements or some standards that you know exist, and then pair with developers to write the code that would be then later on accessible, or the HTML code to see that it's correct. And yeah, so never wait for the end, never wait for the feature to be there and only after that start testing. It's a no-go for sure. Try to be involved as early as possible.
Yes, as in testing in general, in accessibility, if you start at the end of the project, like a waterfall testing for accessibility, it's very expensive for the project to change something that could be really easy to do if when we're thinking about the product, we really think about the people that we use and the requirements of accessibility. So yeah, we agree with Lena.
Got you. Right. So another one that just came in. So do you prefer testing with real device or emulator or simulator? This is for accessibility testing, I guess.
Yeah.
If it's a personal preference or in general, maybe as a personal preference, I like real one because sometimes from the emulators, you can't see everything. And even the emulators, there could be bugs in the emulator itself, like that happens. But sometimes if we're talking about the cross-browsing testing or like responsive testing, it wouldn't be possible. You cannot have 1,000 computers and opening different browsers there. So sometimes you need to use some sort of emulation.
Yes, I think that depends on the project needs, but it's cheaper to have emulators because, of course, the feelings about the real device are how the people use, but as Lena said, we cannot have thousands of devices for this. So the emulation are the thing that the project and the manager and the cost make us use.
Great. We have few questions coming from Pine as well. I will just print it out on the screen. So question is, when developing a plugin for a CMS, content management system, we don't have full control of the website, the theme, the layout, etc., and the content entered by the admin user. What do you recommend for accessibility testing here?
The person don't have control for the themes, but they develop this, so they have access to the code, right? As I understand.
Yeah, you can have the full control of the website, but there are some small changes. Sorry, maybe you don't have the full control of the website, but when developing, you can do small changes that helps with accessibility. So maybe you can reach the AAA level, but with that changes, you can control, you can improve a lot of people.
But also, if you have access to the code, you can implement some sort of restriction within the code. So let's say if we are talking about the contrast or the colors, yes, maybe for the CMS, the person would choose the colors by themselves, but within the code, you can implement some sort of restriction. So if the background is white, the person will not be able to use the white text, for example. It will be forbidden. So it's like, it's up to you.
So it's like some kind of overriding the template then.
Yes, the user control it, but you can make that you can get assured that some rules are right. I mean, as Lena said about the contrast, for example, or you can post an image without the text below that the description or something like that.
I'm not sure how can we share the links, because I know there is a really great article on that, and if I can share somehow maybe with this person or in general.
Yes, you can post it on the private chat, and we will share it with on Pine and on our YouTube channel. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, Karen. I think that was it. That's the question I can see so far. So that was a great talk about accessibility testing. Actually, I learned a few things from you too. Actually, from an industry perspective, I'm mostly on automation side and performance side. Accessibility is something that we really do actually to really invest time and effort in testing in terms of contrast, in terms of different accessibility parameters, I would say, in our test. So that was really very interesting to learn, and definitely that would it's the same for our audience as well. It seems that our audience are appreciating. There are quite some kudos actually to you too. So great, that was a great talk, and that brings me to the end of this block. I thank you both for your time and your presentation.
Thank
Great,
you.
see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you.
Bye. All right, so before ending this block, I have some exciting news to announce for our next big event about Python for machine learning and artificial intelligence Global Summit 2021, which will be in just 2 days from now. The topics and our speakers are amazing. Join us for the powerful insight on latest trend in one of the most innovative niche in information technology right now. The world is being obsessed with artificial intelligence and machine learning for some time already. There is a significant reason for that. The volume of information we gather every day is overwhelming. Analyzing and properly using these information can make our life better and easier. But can we tell that we are up to date with it? Do we use our Python knowledge for machine learning and artificial intelligence to the full to supercharge your machine learning and AI experience and expertise? Join us for this event with an amazing discount. For only 2 days, for our QA community, we offer a special flash discount for our events. So the price for the Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence Global Summit 2021 drops to $99. But the number of tickets is limited to only 20. So I guess you guys need to hurry up a bit to get those amazing deals. So don't miss out your chance to get these best price, and stay tuned for more flash price announcement for React, Angular, Vue.js, and cybersecurity summits. So this brings me to the end of this block. The next talk will be around in some 15 minutes. So thank you everyone for your questions and connecting to this session for the last 2 hours, and being so amazing on our social network and on YouTube. So I will catch up with you later, and enjoy the rest of the talk. That's me from Mauritius. Bye for now. Stay safe.
Okay, hello everyone again in Global Summit. So hope you are enjoying in the event and get ready for the next block of speakers. So we're gonna have 3 speakers. I'll be your moderator. My name is Pavel Strunkin. I'm from Ukraine, Kiev. In my free time, I do an open source project for visual testing called Visual Regression Tracker. So feel free to find it on the GitHub. And we're gonna have our speakers soon. The first one will be Goddard, straight from the UK. He's gonna tell us about how to test video playback at scale. The next one gonna be Tzur. Please let me know if I mispronounce the name. With the title of the talk, how to achieve parallel test execution with robot framework. And the last one at the conclusion will be Sofia Palamarchuk with the talk, how to enhance mobile user experience through performance testing. So we are waiting for our first speaker. And Jan, let me know if you are connected and ready to share the screen. Also, I would like you as an audience to ask your questions, to prepare them and drop them directly in chat. So after the talk, we'll have a few minutes to directly speak with the speaker, to directly ask him questions, as well as at the end of the block, we will have the Q&A session. It's like going to be a half an hour Q&A. As well, you will have a chance to ask your questions. So let me know, Jan, if you are there. Hey, I can see Jan, so I'm adding you to the stage. Say hello.
Hello.
Hey, nice to meet you, Jan. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm cool. We have a great weather today, and we are ready to get some knowledge about QA.
Super.
Okay, so how you would like to do this? Are you sharing the screen?
Yes, I will be sharing the screen. I can do that now.
And before you start, let me introduce you to the public. And Jan is a dedicated and enthusiastic quality advocate with over 10 years of testing experience, mostly in broadcast and video streaming worlds. Currently working for Melody VR live music streaming in the 360 and VR space, and hammering in the need of quality to any team as well as the wider company given the chance. So
that's me.
So Jan, I see you are already sharing the screen, so the stage is yours, and good luck. I'll join before like 3 minutes till the end of our time, so no more time to spend on me. Good luck.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Pavel. Well, so thank you very much for everybody who's here. As Pavel said, I'm going to be giving you an introduction to testing video playback at scale. Now, the reason that I think this talk is important is we get a lot of our entertainment these days and a lot of our information through video. There's a platform for everything that you might want. And that means that as QA, we need to make sure the video playback works more and more. Now, unfortunately, a lot of the time that's just sort of cursory checks to make sure, is it playing? Now, that's obviously very important. It's your key demographic, right? You've got to make sure that it is actually playing. The problem is that there's also a lot more that goes into video playback. Now, the video world can often be fairly closed off, I find, and sometimes you get companies where it's only really the video teams who know anything about what's to be tested in any detail. So the aim here is that I'm going to hope that you leave the talk with a bit of an understanding of some of the moving parts and the architecture of video testing, as well as you can see that it's kind of a deep and interesting field. It's the same as any other QA area. We'll be keeping it fairly high level. We won't be diving into any code, so it should be fairly accessible, and I hope that you guys appreciate that. So the agenda for this is that we're going to cover a bit what's called glass-to-glass overview. That's from camera to television or mobile device or web browser. And we're going to look at that from what the old broadcast world looked at, and a brief overview of the OTT, or the over-the-top world, which is what we exist in now, or the internet delivery. We'll be looking at some of the acronyms, just the same as every other aspect of testing. There's acronyms everywhere in this, so we'll be looking at some of the main acronyms there and kind of why they're important. Then we'll look at some of the challenging areas that come along with everything that we can look at, and then we'll look at some of the future and what kind of things might come about. So broadcast, fairly traditional, very linear display of information. You'll see that we've got, you do all your filming in the field, maybe you do some editing in the field, you then push that to a production studio where it gets edited and made to look quite shiny and nice. It gets compressed and what's called multiplexed, and then it gets distributed through that infrastructure. In the case of this image, it's through a satellite network. Now, that could be the same for a terrestrial network or a cable network, but then that comes down to your television or your set-top box in the kind of traditional way that we used to watch television. And as I say, that's very linear. You had a limited amount of what information that you could get through there, and it would just, that's it. You got it in the flow of information as it came. That's kind of all you got. When we moved to the OTT world, that changed a little bit. So we had our events, which got encoded, but then it got pushed up into the cloud. So now we had a lot of different ways that we could go with things. Often they get pushed to transcoding, adding DRM, which we'll talk about a bit later, and any branding that you may want. And then you get the recording from the live event to VOD or video on demand, which gets pushed into a variety of cloud storage options and pushed out to syndication. So you can have a live video such as the one you're watching now, or something on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, or any of the systems that do that live. So that's out to syndication. But at the same time, that's also getting stored in a VOD asset somewhere. So you could go back and watch this on YouTube later. Maybe it goes to Netflix or it goes to any of the big providers there. And at the same time that's happening, we get pushed through our CDN network. Now, again, we'll talk about CDNs in a little bit and why they're important. But through there, it gets pushed out to your browser, your tablets, smart connected televisions, consoles, you name it. There's any devices around the world these days. And so this is there's a lot more information we can pass in here. There's a lot of stuff we can store. We can access it when we want to. That linear aspect of broadcast has kind of disappeared a bit. Now, that's great. How do we achieve good viewing in that sense? So what are the things that we actually look at in this? So one of the first acronyms that I listed there was ABS, and that's adaptive bitrate streaming. Now, adaptive bitrate streaming, many of you have probably come across this in your day-to-day lives, maybe without even knowing it. It's simply a streaming protocol over HTTP, and what it does is it detects the bandwidth that you have in real time in your house, or you're out and about, or wherever you are, and what device you're looking at. It detects what bandwidth you have access to. And what it will give you is the content that you're watching at a variety of qualities so that you can watch it regardless of what bandwidth that you're having. Now, that's a huge difference from what we used to have, where if you had just one quality, and if you couldn't get hold of that quality, you didn't have enough bandwidth, then that was that. You couldn't get it. But now, crucially, what happens with adaptive bitrate streaming is it's encoded at multiple qualities, so you can have low bandwidth getting good quality. How it achieves this is it chops your content into small segments, typically between 2 and 10 seconds. And they are listed in what's called a manifest file and served to your client, telephone, smart TV, as requested by the client. Now, these manifest files, they're essentially an address book as to where do I get these tiny segments. So before you can do anything, you have to provide that to the video player that you're using on your website or wherever. So it has to consume the manifest in order to know what to request. Now, this manifest has got a lot of information in it. It contains things like the codec, so the audio that you're using, is it DTS or Dolby, what video encoding you're using, the H.264 or ADC, or any of the kind of ways that you can encode audio and video. That's all specified in the manifest. Then you define your encoding ladder. So that's the qualities we were talking about earlier, is how many of those qualities are available. You also indicate your DRM technology. Now, DRM is very important. We'll talk about that in a slide slightly later on. But you also, at this point, provide any information about the DRM key IDs, which are very, very important. These manifests come in a lot of different flavors. There's more than I've listed here, but just for the sake of these are the most popular ones that you use the most. You have Microsoft Smooth Streaming, which is just simple XML in a .ism format. MPEG-Dash, very commonly used. It's a little bit more complex XML, but it's still very simple. It's a .mpd. And you get the Apple HLS, which is slightly more complicated with some unique tags, but it's in the M3 U8 format that they provide that in. So you can see there are different kinds of manifests, and nothing too complicated. It's just providing information to the client. Now, that can be a bit complicated. There's a lot of things there that I've just said. Now, the way to visualize this is with this diagram. I think it helps. We have our two different bits of content, which are encoded at 1 megabit and 512 at the top here, you can see. These get chopped into the little segments, pushed to our web server, as you can see from this middle panel here. And you can see we've got 1 megabits at the top and our 512 on the bottom. And they just sit in the manifest file as to the locations. Then we get our client, our mobile phone or our smart TV, and it consumes our manifest file in simple GET request. It's just a nice and simple, hey, I want this particular segment. and it pulls down that segment depending on the bandwidth you have available. So in this instance, we can look at this bottom box. We can see that this person's got pretty good bandwidth at the beginning when they open up their video player to watch whatever they want to watch, and they get served a 1 megabit bit of content. Then after that, let's say these are 10-second segments, just for ease, but that's not the ideal time, but just for ease. After 10 seconds, they've got less bandwidth. So now they get served the lower quality one. So what will happen here is you'll see the quality of the video you're watching just dip a little bit. And it'll, instead of being crystal clear, lovely picture, it'll just be a little bit mushy, a little bit less high quality. And then it'll do that for a couple of segments. And then when you get the bandwidth back, it'll go back to being the good quality that you want. So like I say, many of you have probably seen this. This happen to you whilst watching something on YouTube or anything like that. The next big thing that I mentioned was DRM. Now, DRM is digital rights management. It's basically copywriting. It's PlayReady, HLS Fairplay, and Widevine. Again, others are available, but these are the kind of the main ones that people use. They're made by Apple, Google, Microsoft. And it's content protection. That simply, it prevents redistribution. And this is really useful for providers of content because you don't want your stuff being rebroadcast out and around. Now, one of the ways it does this is it has what's called a secure clock. In the old days, you used to be able to rent movies from things like the iTunes Store, and it would say you have 24 hours to watch this. And one thing you could do is change the clock on your local machine to just be somewhere way in the past, and it would just never run out because it would never reach the time it thought would be the expiration date. Now, having a secure clock means that goes away. So it's a really good way of stopping that. It also stops redistribution through screen capture, which is also very useful. And you can check this if you find, for instance, a DRM encrypted content and you use Safari browser. If you try and take a snapshot or screenshot of it, you'll notice that the video just blacks out. And that's DRM at work. DRM is fundamentally very simple. You have your unencrypted content, which gets transcoded. It gets put into what's called the DRM packager. And the DRM packager just encrypts your content. That gets uploaded to your CDN, which we'll cover in the next slide. And then that through secure delivery to your device or your browser, whatever. And when you get your manifest file that says, hey, I am using Widevine, let's say, or whatever DRM technology you're using, it will specify where that server is. And the device will contact that server and simply say, am I allowed to watch this? Now, it's nice and simple. You get a yes, no Boolean back. And it's if you get a yes, everything's fine. You watch your content, no, everybody wins. But if you get a no, then it says, hey, you can't do this, and it won't de-encrypt the content. And you tend to get that. After about 8 to 10 seconds, the screen will go black. And so this is a really useful thing, but it's also something that you need to be aware of if testing the video playback, that you may have this bundled in. Now, I spoke about CDNs. Now, CDNs, I'm sure many of you are aware of what they are. But for those of you who don't, I've stolen this quote from Wikipedia because they said it much better than I did. It's a global distribution network of web servers. And the idea is that you provide content to people closer to them, as opposed to serving it all from the same center. Now, this diagram on the right, you can see the strain that would be under for your content cloud if you were providing it just straight through the internet to every single person who requested it. That's a huge amount of strain to put on your source. And that means that you get bogged down, you get latency issues, you get real problems serving up that content. If we use the CDN, we can upload our content straight to a different cloud and they can handle the load. And now that means that they distribute it, we don't. So our source remains fairly untapped, which is good. Now, this is a good way of visualizing that. Is if we've got here, we've got a little red blob here is our origin server. So that's where we upload it from, somewhere in the West Coast of the United States. And we want to serve content to our user in India. It'll take a long time for that person to get the content from our West Coast to the US hub on our server. So we serve it from one of our edge servers, which could be from Australia or Malaysia or China or any of the ones around it, because it's closer to the user. And same thing for this person in Spain or a person in South America down there, where it's going to be much easier for them to pick up that from the edge server. Now, one of the problems that you might get there is that each of these edge servers, if you're the first person to get to it, you might come up against it being a little cold, and therefore it takes a little time for your content to come through. But really, once you've come, 1-2 people have used that. So if you suddenly everybody comes to a live event, then the content is served much quicker from that area as opposed to coming all the way back from New York or wherever that is. So this is much, much easier for us to do that. So let's just have a little look now at a diagram of, this is Hulu, live OTT service on Hulu from a few years ago. And you can see the architecture of how this works now that we've covered a few of these things. You can see they've got all their network feeds that come in, and then they get their HLS and dash packager, so their DRM packaging gets put that up, and all of those segments get split up into, I think it's 2 to 4 second segments, but that gets pushed to all of their CDN edge servers all around the States. And then that gets pushed to the device that's requesting the content. At the same time as doing that, we get the in-program queues, which comes from the metadata services, including EPG data, subtitle data, closed captions, all that kind of stuff that you might want to have in addition to your content itself and all the metadata. That gets served to the devices. You then get the manifest generation. Obviously, we need that address book, otherwise we won't know which CDN to get those variants from. So that's a real problem. Variants or segments, I should say. Their variants and segments are interchangeable. Hulu also have an ad server for their free tier, so they also bundle in some ad serving stuff into their manifest. So that's another sort of a miniature address book inside the address book. And that gets pushed to the manifest cache, which every 4 to 10 seconds gets pushed to the devices, as well as what we just described, the DRM digital rights management. So there's a lot of complicated things there going on. And as a QA, we need to be on top of a lot of these things. These are all very interesting segments that we need to make sure work. Another thing to consider is the live versus VOD or video on demand idea. Now, video on demand is completely stored content. It's pre-edited. You don't have to worry about it. As long as somebody hits a CDN, they're very low customer pressure there. They have one manifest. They just get their content. They can watch it whenever they like, which usually means people end up fairly relaxed when they're watching that. Now, the problem comes with a live event, because live events tend to have multiple manifests. They could be new per segment. You might have to switch between whichever the best CDN edge is. It introduces latency, a huge amount of latency, which leads to high customer pressure because people really care about live events. It's not the same as a video on demand event where you can sit and relax. Live, people want to be right on the edge. They want to know everything. Now, there's a lot of challenges involved in latency. One of the things that people don't realize is that in the broadcast world, there existed something called the broadcast delay. And that was about 6 to 8 seconds, and it was bundled into every single live event that was ever broadcast. And the reason for this was that at the beginning, it would push that live edge so that if something happened, if something untoward happened, or there was somebody was naked on the pitch or something like that happened, they could switch away. And you would have no idea. So every time you watch a live event on broadcast, you're actually about 6 to 8 seconds behind the very edge. Now, that we haven't inherited the broadcast delay in the OTT world, but people still want it to be better. So they don't appreciate that rather than already being close to the edge, closer than the edge than you were with broadcast, you don't actually appreciate the fact that actually it's very difficult because of all this latency. Now, it can come in loads of places. Your segment length, the encoding, the network propagation, the CDN itself can introduce problems all over the place. So you really need to be on top of that. But also your player. How much do you buffer? Where does the playhead sit? How resilient is your player? Are you going to crash every time you have any latency, or are you just going to keep building up that buffer? It can be really problematic. And when we talk about latency, the numbers that we're talking about can vary drastically. So when we talk about reduced latency, the very high end of reduced latency is 18 seconds. So 18 seconds is a long time for you to be off from the live edge. That can come all the way down to 0.2 in the ultra low latency low end, which is not something that you get a huge amount, but you can get that. So you see what I mean by the numbers vary wildly with latency, and you need to make sure that if you've got customer pressure, you're on top of that. So that's one of the big main challenges. Another really big challenge for video is AV sync. So the synchronization between, I'm sure many of you have seen this when it's slipped. If somebody is speaking and it doesn't match up with what you're seeing, though, their lips are not moving in the same time. Now, this is one of the things about this is really interesting is our brains work in a particular way that is used to the idea that light is faster than sound. So if we see something and then we hear it, so think of a basketball being dropped. If we see that basketball hit the floor and then we hear the sound, our brains are kind of happy with that. We're capable of dealing with that. And we tend to say that we can deal with a plus or minus about 5 milliseconds audio to video being out. That's not a problem. But if we have it the other way around, where we drop the basketball and you hear it, and then you see it hit the ground, now your brain has a hard time putting those two together, and it doesn't like it, and it can't recover very quickly from that. So we actually say that's about 3 times the tolerance there than it is for audio to video. With video to audio, it's about 15 milliseconds. Now that's huge. So if it goes out one way, you've got a real problem. If it goes out the other way, you've got slightly less of a problem, but you still have to figure that out. So AV sync, huge problem that needs to be looked at. Another challenge is load. Now, this is exactly the same as the load that you would expect to find in any other piece of software. You need to test this. How many people are going to be hitting your player at the same time? What are your peak numbers? You need to look at the load versus the stress and the concurrency. You need to make sure that you're loading things up correctly and not just breaking the axles of your entire system. And you need to test on the CDN edges. This is where the CDN is really useful, but if you haven't tested against those edges, then you don't know how they're going to react. You don't know what kind of infrastructure is existing at a different edge to the one that you're used to. So look, I'm not going to talk about load. Load is a huge topic in and of itself, but this is something that needs to look at. So it's another string to our bow in the video playback world. Another string to this bow is localization and territories. Now, this is fine for a lot of places. You can release a network globally. But with things like sports, you might have rights considerations. So there are legal considerations to be thought about within each country. Also, the network conditions can be different, which serving up different parts of the video. You might be turning up high definition or non-high definition, depending on what you've got bandwidth-wise. And of course, there's all sorts of other ones that come with that. Closed captions, accessibility, loudness, ad insertion. All of these things are topics that are basically QA subjects in and of themselves. You could do a whole talk on each of those. But they all come under the playback bracket. So this is another thing that as a playback QA, you need to be aware of and need to pull in. And of course, the classic errors. We've got errors in everything. CDN rotations, API responses, same as everyone else. We've got third-party errors. I mean, we all hope they'll never happen, but they do every time, and it's a real problem. And it can cause you horrible problems. So there's some of the big challenges that we face on our side, some of the things that we have control over. One thing we don't have control over, of course, is the quality of experience. Now, for those who don't know the difference, I'll just put up these two definitions here. But fundamentally, the quality of service is what things that we control, and the quality of experience is what the customer experiences when they get into watching things. So I'm just going to rattle through a few pictures for you guys. I'm going to flash them up on screen, and you feel free to comment as you go. As to whether or not you would be happy to watch this particular piece of content that you see in front of you. So first of all, we're going to start with this one. So if anybody would like to watch this, I think you're a mad person, but some people, that is what it is. So here's the first one. We have this one. There's a few things there. It's a bit cut off a little bit, and it's a bit blurry, maybe. We have this one. And then we have this one. It's a little better. You can look at this one, which is, again, it's a little better. Again, a little better on this one, perhaps. Now for some football, we've got this one, which is a pretty good quality, I would say. This one, it's a little bit worse, maybe. And maybe this one. So now, I can't see your comments on here, but if you've been playing along where you are, you'll notice that I'm sure some of these you would have been happy to watch, and some of them less so. Now, one of the big things here is within video playback is what's defined as high definition rates. Now, that's a big KPI for a lot of playback teams. Are you delivering high definition quality to as many users as possible? Now, it may shock you to discover that every single thing that I've just shown you is what's defined as a high definition rate video. Now, some of those are in my opinion, really bad, and I wouldn't be happy to watch them. And yet, programmatically and from our KPI, we're hitting HD rates. Everybody is getting that. But it's fundamentally unwatchable, some of those. So the quality of experience doesn't necessarily reflect the quality of the service that we're providing. So you need to make sure with any of these things with playback, you have to make sure your quality of experience is looked at. So that includes lots of crowd testing, lots of getting people to look at stuff, and yes, watching to make sure it plays back. It is something I mentioned at the beginning as being something that people look at, but it's really important that you do that. There's no real measurement to this. It's subjective. So it's very, very difficult. So we come to the big question here, what to test? What do we test within playback? Now, we all know someone who wants to run everything. Now, that doesn't work. I think we can all agree that's not how you do this. The two questions that you need to ask yourself with playback, as well as any other piece of QA: how long have you got? What do you care about? These are the two big main questions when it comes to this. Now, I listed some things you might care about. Do you care about playback UI or the presentation of video? I know I said we shouldn't, but you've got to look at these things. You've got API ingestion, you have metadata, you have the manifest coming through in the DRM server, your upstream ingest and your CDNs, and the encoding. All of these things, big topics. How much do you want to dive into each of them? And the integration with the app. Now, I've been talking very much about the player itself and how your playback is, but let's not forget that no player really exists in isolation. You're not going to be providing this just as a player to people. It's going to integrate with a bigger application that you're working on. So you need to make sure that that's tested. Now, whose responsibility is that? That's a big question that you could ask any playback QA or any other QA in any of these companies, and you'll get a different answer, I'm sure. But as far as I'm concerned, it's the responsibility of the whole company and the whole team. And then, of course, we've got devices. So everything we just talked about being just browser-based is great. But if we've got all these other devices these days, we have mobile phones, we have smart TVs, we have consoles, we have anything you can think of that can receive the internet. We're living in a crazy world now where all these devices exist. The other thing that I would say that I believe very strongly in from a playback point of view, certainly something we can see from the quality of experience, and this will probably make a few enemies around the place, is you need to test in production, or at least as close to production as you can possibly get. Fundamentally because that's where most of your CDN infrastructure is, and that's where everything fits together. You can simulate a lot of these things, but you don't actually know how things are going to work until you get it into production. So things like A/B testing, small segment testing, releasing to minor territories first, these are all things that I think are a real crucial piece of testing equipment in your arsenal as a playback tester. The other thing to look at is the cloud, of course. Now, everything is moving into the cloud or has moved into the cloud. That's just kind of where things are going these days. It is the future. It is where everything sits. And because it's there, system faults are inevitable. The infrastructure, the network, applications, third party, all of these things, they will fail. It's a fact they will. They might not fail today or tomorrow or in a year, but they will at some point fail. So you should embrace that chaos. And because playback is highly vulnerable to these sorts of things. So you need to make sure that you are on top of that. You build resilience into your system and base the chaos. There are lots of chaos testing ideas out there. The Chaos Monkey from the Netflix guys, Facebook Storm, all that kind of stuff that data centers can go down. These are all things that you should look at. And it's very, very important. And one of the big reasons that's important is because of the interconnecting aspects of everything that we have in part of our applications these days. It's not a simple application page HTML anymore. Everything is very interconnected. Now we can look at this. This is a simplified architecture of Netflix. And whilst it does look fairly complicated, it doesn't look unbearably complicated. You can see that each one of these nodes is an interconnecting service which talks to the nodes it's connected to. And that's a lot we can look at there. Playback is part of a lot of those nodes. Now, what's more a realistic visualization of this actual architecture is what's called this Death Star diagram, which I'm a big fan of anyway. But you can suddenly see that it's hugely complicated. Everything is connected to so many things, and it causes this nightmare of connections that if you don't embrace the chaos here and shut things down, you don't actually know what's feeding into your player, what's feeding into the playback of devices. You need to start shutting architecture down, and that's where your Death Star diagram can really show that. Now, I've got a couple more of these Death Star diagrams because I quite like them, so I've put them up here. As you can see there, Netflix, Twitter, Amazon. I believe that's Facebook, the social networking. These are just different kinds of ones, but you can see that everything is very, very, very complicated. So they're all interconnected, and they're things that you need to test for. And as a playback engineer or a playback tester, you need to be aware that you're part of this system, and you don't really know what feeds into you unless you built this system. So my final thoughts on this, if they're for what they're worth, is that testing glass to glass is not plausible, so you have to focus on what's important to you. That's no different to any other part of QA. You have to focus on what's important to you. You can't test everything. Testing close to as real world as possible, that might be in production. Be careful with how you do that, but be aware that you might have to. It's a very good way of getting data back. Embrace the chaos. It's going to happen. Accept it. Just prep for it. We're QA. We should be on top of these things, knowing that these things will happen, and then we can plan for it. You have to trust your up and downstream suppliers. Now, as QA people, we tend to be fairly distrusting of people, and that's our job. We have to make sure that it works. We always ask those questions, does it work? To a large extent, you have to trust that these people will be providing the right service to you. That doesn't mean don't test them. It means just have a think about, do you need to include that in your testing run? Is that actually part of your regression to be testing the full CDN flow or data center outages? Big things that you might take a long time to test, that you might need to just have a think about. And also, you've got to automate where you can, right? There's a lot of stuff that you can programmatically test here, but with playback, it's so susceptible to quality of experience. You have to have eyes on glass. If you don't have eyes on glass, really, you don't have a particularly good product. You can serve good things, and you can say programmatically that things are working in your automation tests, but you still need that quality of experience. So that's a really very useful thing. There's nothing better than people watching and using your service for your tests. And that's kind of me sorted. So thank you very much for listening. I hope this has been informative for you guys. I hope this helps some of you to demystify some of what's going on in the video world. So that's come to the end. That's me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jan. It was pretty impressive, and for me, it's actually a new area, and it was really interesting to hear something. We actually have a few questions and time to answer them, as we started a bit earlier. So let me show you the first one. What automation tool do you use to test stream video?
That is a very interesting question. It's nice that it's the first one. It's a big, broad question. There are lots of options out there. I think, Pavel, you had mentioned you work for a visual testing company, and you work on that tool. My very frank answer is you can use whatever you want, whatever you're comfortable with, because there's a lot of things with video players. The information that you look at programmatically can be accessed through JavaScript, or it can be accessed through whatever kind of layer you've got on top of whatever player you're using. Particularly with the browsers, that's really interesting. You can just tap straight into them. You can even look at through most of them through the dev tools. It's very, very simple to do so. So I would say anything, if you're going for your automation tests for programmatically, what you're getting coming through, any tool that you're comfortable with will do that. Visual regression tools, I'll be very honest, I'm not a big fan of visual regression tools for video playback testing. Not because I don't think they're capable of doing the visual testing side of things. I just think with video, it's very difficult to get the linear nature of stuff. That things can change very dynamically with video. That as I said it in the talk, it's kind of difficult to pigeonhole a tool that will do that very well for you. Now there are some options out there that claim to be able to do it quite well. I'm not really an expert for it, but I would say, like, it's the same as any other QA area. Use the tool that's appropriate for how you fit into your architecture. That's what as a simplified answer, I think, would say to that. Okay,
maybe you can name any brand of the tool that you are currently using, or
sure.
You can recommend.
Yeah, at the moment, at Melody in Amster, we use Cypress IO, which is a very useful, sort of new boy on the scene, I would say. Still sort of fits into that category. We've used some WebDriver IO stuff from the JavaScript world as well. I've used Capybara in relation with Ruby previously. They're my kind of go-to, I would say, personally. But there are lots of other tools available there. I'm not an expert in those toolings, but those, WebDriver IO, Cypress, and Capybara, I say, are my go-tos.
Awesome, thank you. Another question before we go to the next speaker is, does this involve manual testing, or everything should be automated and or monitored via metrics?
That is a really, really good question. I would say 100% it will always involve manual testing. To what degree, that's kind of up to you in your team. And also, the metrics that you do get, like I said in the talk, you can be saying your metric might be 90% HD rates delivered to clients. Now, that 90% HD rate can programmatically and or through an automated way be correct. You might be getting those metrics through your metric gatherer. But that doesn't mean that actually your clients are getting a good experience off that. So, whilst, yeah, absolutely, you should try and automate things and have as many metrics as possible, because there's oftentimes, those rates can dip without you noticing, and having something that can alert you to that, like a Datadog or a Conviva or something like that, to alert you, Sentry, things like that, even if you're going for the back end. Having those things to alert you is really useful, and those automated tests will usually catch a lot of problems. But if you're going to try and get this correct with any video player, you have to do manual testing. There has to be an element to that. It just depends on how much time you have and how much you as a team or a company are willing to put into the manual testing versus the automated testing.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And for now, that's it. I'll wait for you in our Q&A session later. So please connect to it, and see you later. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Pavel. Thank you very much, everyone.
And meanwhile, we are welcoming our next speaker. It's Tzur. Again, please correct me if I misspelled it, with the talk How to Achieve Parallel Test Execution with Robot Framework. So, few words about the speaker before he is connecting. So he is the senior solution engineer at Test Project that loves Python and Java, but loves tennis and building his own PCs even more, willing to build a robot that will win all his tennis matches. So, Ran, let me know if you are connected. Share, open your camera, and please share your desktop. Also, please don't forget to drop your questions in our chat in YouTube or Pine. I'll be asking those questions to our speakers. I'll ask those questions for sure. And again, after all the speeches, we will have half an hour Q&A session with all of our speakers. So, Ran, you are currently on the stage. Say hello to everyone.
Thanks. One second. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm great. Sorry, just get my phone here. Can you hear me well? Because I can.
Yes. I can. You are a bit fainted, but maybe you can move closer to the micro.
No, I think. 1 second. Just checking something.
Okay. Also, let me know if you are going to share the screen, or we're going to have some pre-recorded video.
No, I will share the screen.
Okay.
For some reason, now I can hear myself. I think maybe the browser shows a different.
Yeah, maybe you have
microphone.
Or maybe you have the stream opened in other tab.
No, I do not see it. 1 second.
Okay.
Everything seems to be set correctly. I'm not sure why it's like that. Before I unmuted, actually, I heard everything perfect, and now I hear the echo. If it's good enough, I guess we can continue.
Well, as if you are okay, so we can start. So just share the screen, and I can put it to the stage.
Right. So 1 second.
No worries. We are right on time. So if you need some more times to prepare, we can give you some minutes to do that.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm just first time using the platform now, and I'm getting all kind of requests from my Mac to approve it. So 1 second. I think I'll need to re-enter this, to re-enter the streaming server. 1 second.
Yeah. Okay, sure. So meanwhile, let me tell a few words about the speakers. So I already introduced you to the Jan. The next speaker will be Sofia Palamarchuk. with the talk about how to enhance mobile user experience through the performance testing. And let me remind you that you can also find all of our speakers in social networks, so feel free to subscribe, maybe ask questions in direct to them, and also ask the questions right now, as you can have the live connection with them currently. So I can see you run again. Can we test? How is it?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, let me see now if it proves it.
Okay.
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see my screen. So just let me know when you are ready to start.
I believe I am. Can you see my screen share?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, we can hear you. We can see your desktop. So, Ran, the stage is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Hope you can hear me well. I'm sorry if I have some echo here. So, like we said, my name is Ran. I'm a senior solution engineer test project. So, for this conversation and for this the conversation topic here will be about test automation pipelines for with Python and robot. And the robot framework, we test project have a library for robot framework, so we'll go over that, and I'll show you the core concepts of how to work with our Python SDK, and I'll show you the reports. And we'll see exactly how test project works. So we already had an introduction about me. Okay, so why do we want to do parallel test execution? The main reasons we basically want to do test executions, of course, in parallel, is to reduce the time of execution, have some wider test coverage, and of course, the main reason to do that is to reduce testing time. For example, if you want to run on multiple browsers, why run the test in sequence? If you can run them on multiple browsers at the same time in parallel, and this is exactly what we'll see afterwards. Okay, so we'll leverage the tools of the robot framework for KDD tests and behavior with keywords. So we want to write the code, you'll just need to write the keywords. Our library takes care of the code and the reports at the backend. Of course, we'll use Selenium, and we'll use the test project agent and platform, and we'll use Docker to achieve the parallel execution. That's the part of the parallelism is done by the Docker containers. Okay, so the robot framework, of course, I don't know guys if you've ever heard about the robot framework. It's an open source framework for Python that you can just, it's for Java as well. Just recently heard about it, it's for Java, but mainly I use it for Python. So it's a journaling platform that you can utilize keywords. You can utilize keywords for writing your tests and doing operations. It doesn't have to be really only about tests. We have the Selenium library to do automation tests on browsers, for example, but you can do really anything with it. Automate even your desktop if you want. That's the idea behind a robot framework. And our library takes usage of the Selenium library to enhance it with the test project reports and the usage of the test project agent. Okay, so what is test project now that we are talking about it? Of course, test project, we don't have a lot of time to talk about exactly what is test project and what everything it offers, but we'll talk about it in a nutshell. Test project is an end-to-end test automation platform like we see here. We have web, mobile, and API testing capabilities that you can use with either code or with our recorder, and we'll see both sides. So we have our open source SDK. It's open source on GitHub to create that automation to test for mobile and web. As well, you can do generic tests. If, for example, we're talking about API testing, you can do tests who are just don't have any session for web or a mobile application. You can just have your test created. For example, if you do API testing, you can do some HTTP requests and assert responses and so on, and then you can create your own reports, and you'll see the reports in the platform. That's the idea for the API testing side if we're talking about code. So we have the local reports and we have the cloud reports. We can control it. You can have either reports locally or up to the platform. So you can control if you want to have some cloud footprint or not. You can have your tests executed locally and without any cloud footprint at all. Even if you create your tested code, you can then have all the execution locally if you so desire. And we'll see all about that, don't worry. We'll see both sides of test project. We'll utilize the recorder for capturing the locators for our coded tests. So we won't waste time on that, right? Because if you need to write a test, you'll need to open the browser and you need to look at the developer tools, you need to debug and look for the locators and so on. We won't need to do that. We'll just use recorder. It automatically captures the best locators for each element we interact with. We won't need to waste time on that. We'll just improve the test a bit and then run them in parallel. Okay, so like we talked about in parallel testing, what exactly it means. So like we see here, parallel testing is the process where you run the same test on different environments or different data. It doesn't need to be on different environments. It's of course depending on what you define as an environment. If we're running on different browsers, like I talked about at the start, that's also called a different environment, as if it's a different browser, but you can run on for data-driven testing to supply different data to your tests, multiple users logging in, different flows. Of course, it depends on what you need. The purpose, of course, is to reduce the overall time of execution. Like I said, if you're testing on multiple browsers, the same test, so even different tests, you don't need to wait. You don't have to do it in sequence. There is no real point to do the testing sequence when you're running on different browsers. And of course, it better integrates in a CI/CD environment because we even utilize Docker, and Docker naturally works well in CI/CD environments because it's a containerized environment. And the whole idea of CI/CD flow is that you have a clean session with a clean environment, and then of course it fits there well because we'll use Docker to achieve the parallel execution. And we'll see how it's done. Okay. So we have the tools that enable the parallel execution. We'll use Jenkins for our CI. Jenkins here will be running locally on my computer here. We'll utilize Jenkins, of course. It's just simple. Of course, you can use any CI/CD framework you want, but Jenkins is very simple to set up, and it's local on your computer. And most other CI frameworks don't offer a local execution. For your CI frameworks, they offer some cloud provider. So we'll use Python. At the end, we'll use robot. First of all, we'll focus on the Python test and the Python side and how it works, and then we'll translate the Python test into a robot test. We'll take our existing test and we'll write down the keywords. Okay, of course, we'll use Selenium library for robot and Selenium. Just basically Selenium to run our tests. Now, what bullet point 5 here means is we'll use the agent to simplify the deployment. Exactly what is simplifying the deployment? If we run our test with unrelated to just running Selenium tests, you'll need to first of all get the driver. You'll need Selenium dependencies in your test. That's one. Second, you'll need the driver according to the browser you're running. So if I'm running on Chrome, I'll need the Chrome driver, depending on the agent, depending on the version I want to run. And for Firefox, I'll need the Gecko driver, again, depending on the version. So there's a lot of hassle here, especially if I want to run in a CI environment. I'll need to have those drivers downloaded as well. When I check out, for example, here in our CI that I've set up, I will check out from a Git repository, and then in that Git repository, if I wouldn't use agent, I'll need to have all the drivers that I want for all the browsers that I'm planning on to use, and that's also some forward thinking and more hassle on what drivers to use and which browsers we want to test on. And that's the agent for us. The agent takes care of it for us, and it does many things, but one of them is to simplify the handling between different drivers. Now, we won't need to use any driver because the agent automatically gets the drivers for us. It takes them from a special repository. It automatically knows where the environment it's running on, and it will download the drivers for us. Now, since we're running it on Docker, we'll use Docker Compose to spin up as well Chrome a container and a Firefox container. And the idea here that we'll run two tests at the same time and in parallel, one on Chrome and one on Firefox, to really show how you can utilize all this, all the automated performance from the agent. You won't need to mess around with the drivers and so on. Everything automatically for us. We'll just set up the Docker Compose file. It's very simple. Put it in our Git repository. Everything else will be automatically for us. We'll use PyTest to run the tests, and another plugin for PyTest to run tests in parallel, since PyTest only runs them in sequence, so it has a plugin to execute them in parallel. And once it executes them in parallel, the agent will actually do the automation, and then it will send the reports to the platform. Now, the idea for the parallel test execution is that we'll use a container in our Docker Compose file, in our YAML file. We'll use a container for each test execution. So we'll see how you can utilize it. And of course, we'll see the dashboards on all the reports and how you can see the reports with the screenshots, how you can configure the screenshot behavior in your test and code, and really how you can easily debug your tests in case there is, of course, a need for debugging. So without just talking about it, let's see how it works. So I'll open up here my Chrome browser. So first of all, we'll this down. So I already have my Jenkins service running here. It's running here. It should be running here. OK, so my service is running. So we can keep it there. And of course, we'll go back to it every time we need to. So I'll open up my Chrome here. 1 second. Okay, so now we can see my Chrome. So we'll go to test project. After you register, it's very simple. I will use my account here. I have an account here already. So of course, once you register, you will be able to download the agent. Very simple. You can just install it really quickly. And now none of this is necessary. We can, everything we have here, we can do locally without the agent really install, without the agent registered to your account. But if the agent is not registered, we can't utilize the recorder. Now, the idea here is you want to utilize the recorder, but you don't have to. You can create your test from scratch, and we can use the agent CLI to run the agent locally, and then you won't need to even work with the platform at all. You can have your execution done locally through the agent CLI, and you can then have the reports stored locally as well. So in theory, you won't even have to see the platform even once. Of course, by just downloading the agent, you'll need to see it once, and that's it. You can forget about it. But we want to utilize the recorder, so we will run the agent here. So we can register. So I'll use the CLI. The CLI that will start the agent. And then we'll able to register this agent to my account, and we'll use the recorder to do a simple test, just a simple quick test on Airbnb, for example. Just a nice website we can utilize. So we can see the logs here of the agent. It's starting up. Once it's ready, I'll be able to register it, and then we can start recording. You can see it starting. You can see how it detected all my browsers here. It started up, and I should be good to go now. So I believe this agent is already registered to another account. So I'll refresh here, and I'll get this pop-up. Yes, I do want to register it here. You can double check if the agent got registered to this account now. Okay, there we go. It's up. So now I can go back to a project here that I have before, and I can click on new test. So I'll select web, and let's call it an Airbnb test. I already believe I have Airbnb here. Great. So we'll click on record. So like I said, we'll utilize the recorder to automatically do a quick test. I'm going to open up a session here for Chrome. Right, so now this is the recorder. As you can see, it's a local Chrome session open on my computer here. So now I can see I'm recording, so I can take some steps. So let's say I'm looking for Hawaii, and I'll select some dates. Let's say from the 20th to the 23rd, and I'll add some guests. Let's click here, and we'll click on search. So as you can see, the recorder is capturing all these elements for me. Now, once I generate this test to a Python test, I want me to handle all the finding of the locators. I want me to go to Chrome and open the website and look for the developer tools and search for the proper locators for the elements. It will do that for me. I want me to work on that. I will focus on the CI side and the parallel execution and enhancing the test instead of all the work of just creating the basic test. So when we're here, let's say I want to get the text of this element here, and I want to validate that it contains Hawaii. Just a simple assertion here that I want to validate if I got to the correct page that I'm expecting to. I can also adjust the speed of the test. I want to reduce the delay between each step, so I want to do it a bit quicker. And there are more settings, of course. We won't waste time on those settings. I really suggest everyone to take a look at those settings when you have the time. You can also join our demos if you wish to learn more about this project in general and not just how it works here. So let's give a quick run for the tester to see everything is working as expected. Good thing we checked. It didn't type Hawaii here. I guess I didn't record that step. So I can stop the execution here. Okay, let's see why. Oh, right. We don't have the step here which writes Hawaii. So we have click here. We can do it manually, but we can even do it better. You can go here and select here and we'll type text. Okay, let's do this step. We'll move it here. And say fulfill. Okay, so we're good to go. All the test settings look fine. We can close the record now. It will save automatically, and we can generate the code of the test by going here. And we can generate code. And of course, we'll pick Python, and it's generated. So there we go. We have our test generated here. Let's call it our Python pipeline test. I'm going to use fine. I'll use zip. All right. So now let's open it. Right. So let's take this path here and let's open now this in Python. I'll use Python for the editor. Of course, you can use any editor you want. I find Python just convenient for Python code. So we'll use a new project here and over here, and we'll open up a new project. 1 second, it's on a different screen. I'll show it in a second. Okay. So let's create a virtual environment here. It's always best practice to use a virtual environment when you're working with Python. We'll store all the requirements. Now, you see when we generate the code here, we'll have the requirements on what exactly we need. We'll have our Python SDK here. We'll use PyTest, like I said. And there we go. Here is our generated code. We have some data here. We'll have the developer token here, which is generated for us, and it's going to be used. Okay, there we go. So now we can run it locally just to see how it works, since we have the agent running already here. But let's first adjust a bit the test here. And so we have step settings here. We also have the option to take screenshots. Let's say I want to take screenshots every time, or take screenshots only when failure. So we have an enum here that we can supply. We'll import it, but it's not here. It's the wrong place. My bad. Let's move it here. 1 second. I'll edit here. Okay. So now it means we'll use these step settings. Let's check if everything is fine. So you can see it automatically captured the locators for us, which is great. So we won't need to hassle around with that. And we have all the locators. Everything seems fine. Here, let's say I don't want to get the attribute. Sometimes some elements need to get attributes with since their text can be embedded. But let's just take the text directly. And remove it from here. This should be good. All right, so we can run it. Okay, we're in our virtual environment. Everything should be fine. So we can see here what we have. Great, so we can just do PyTest and run the test here. And you can see the agent is running here, the test here. You can see the logs. I think 1 second, just to check. Strange, the text here, the type text action didn't happen here. Very strange. We can do it in the code directly and no need to do it here. So we can just do find elements. So we have the element here. Type, oh, we do have type. Send keys. Let's double check it again to see why it didn't work. This is just to get an idea before we run it. Okay. So probably because I messed around with the process here. Okay, it's fine. Everything passed. Great. So now we have our test here ready. And that's our, let's say, our Chrome test. So let's refactor it and change it. Let's change it to Airbnb, and let's say this one will be a Chrome test. But if I want to run it in parallel, so just to set up the grounds, I'll do the same thing here, but I'll do another test. And this one will run on Firefox. Now, of course, to have the duplicate test doesn't make any sense, really. This is just to get the idea here of how you can make your tests run in parallel on different browsers. This is not best practice of what I'm doing here to create the same test 2 times, just changing the driver constructor. Of course, you can do it in a much more generic way. But the idea here is just to see how you can do it, since, of course, we don't have too much time. So we have the same test, but we'll use Firefox here. And another thing I'm going to utilize here is, since the container, since the agent container, it binds itself to some interface, to some localhost port. It binds itself. By default, it binds itself to localhost 8585. And our agent containers will utilize it. We'll utilize it, that interface to run the test. It will communicate with the container on that interface, on that port as well. But since we'll have one container on 8585, we'll need to utilize another port. Same interface, just another port. So we can do environment, and we can set up the TP agent URL. That's the environment the agent is looking for. And we can set it up to the different interface we'll use. So we'll use localhost, let's say 8787. Like I said, 8585 is by default, so we'll change it here. And we'll utilize this interface once we run it in our containers. Okay, good. So we have that. We have everything here seems to be ready. So now let's set up our YAML file here. So I have one ready already before, so we won't waste time on that. So everything here we can see here is already listed in our Docker Hub. If you have any questions here, of course, you can ask me after in the Q&A. But the idea here, this is already a living example. Just, of course, I modified it a bit, but it's a living example that you can see on our Docker Hub. All I did here is added another service for the agent. The idea here is that the agent can only do one execution at a time. It can take the driver and then do the execution. This, by the way, will be changed soon. We'll have parallel executions with a single agent. But since we're restricted at that at the moment, we'll use multiple images, multiple instances of the agent inside our CI in Jenkins. So as you can see, I have two test-project agent services. They're really the same. The only difference is that one is listening to 8787 like we did in the code, and one is listening to 8585. And the SDK themselves need to listen to a different port as well. By default, the SDK listens to port 8686. So as we see, we bind them. But since it's already going to be taken on the host side, I'll change it to 8888. Of course, you can choose any number here. It doesn't matter. This is just a preference of mine. So this already can be used. So I believe we can just either drag it, or maybe we can just copy it. Let's just copy it and create a new file here. Maybe Docker compose. And paste it here. And it should be ready to go. Of course, we'll upload everything here to our Git repository. And then our pipeline is going to pull it. It's going to check out from that repository and it's going to run the test. OK, everything seems fine. Let's use the inbuilt Git tools inside Python to just share it here. So let's call it our Python pipeline demo. Instant description. Let's call it intro demo. Of course, we can then afterwards share this repository in case anyone else is interested. We'll have it there. You can check it out. Okay, so it's gonna, of course, not put everything here. Git ignore, everything's good. So we'll add it, we'll push it. Okay, it should be good. Now let's check it out here. Let's check the repository. Let's see if everything is fine. Okay, it is. So I'll take the URL here. It's open on my different sphere here. The idea, I'm just taking the URL, the SSH URL. Okay, so now we can focus on setting up the actual pipeline. So like I said, I have my pipeline here. I have Jenkins set up already. So now here we'll create a new item. Now actually, I'll just also point it out. We have a pipeline and we have a plugin for Jenkins, which can be utilized to run a recorded test from the platform. You can check it out in our documentation. I'll just point it out here. But since this is a coded test, we'll use a pipeline here. So let's call it Python pipeline and pipeline here. And let's create it now. Nothing special here. Now, what we'll do is we need to see how exactly, there's some structure that I recommend to use. Of course, we'll see it in a second. So first of all, let's configure the pipeline here. Now we'll use some agent here, which will label it master or main. It really depends, but here it should be good. Now we'll need to set up two variables here. We need the API key from test project, and we'll need the dev token for our tests.
Ron, sorry to interrupt you, but we have 1 minute more.
Oh, so short. I'm sorry. Okay, so I have something ready already, so I didn't get to everything that I wanted. I'll just run the pipeline. I wanted to show all the steps and really show everything. I got a pipeline already made here, so we'll just use that. Everything will be shared, so don't worry, you can check it out. I'll just change here the URL to our newly shared test. Or we can use this one, it really doesn't matter, but we change it here. Okay, so there we go. We can save it and we can run it. Now the idea here now, it will utilize the Docker compose we uploaded to run two tests in parallel. So we can see it here, and once it's executing here, we can also go to test project and we can see the execution in the monitor. That's the idea of having a connection to the cloud, is that you can see the executions. Also, the reports will be generated here, but once it starts, we'll have the executions appearing here. So we can see all the logs. So now it's installing the SDK, it's already satisfied. This is the plugin. So now we'll run two tests here. Oh, my bad, it's utilizing the local agent here. Should have turned it off because it binds the port. We can rerun it again. It's I'm going to give it really quickly.
I can also see lots of questions in the chat, so don't worry, guys. You will have a chance to ask those questions in our Q&A session after the next talk, so no worries.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so the developer token, all right. I have, like I said, we need to define something here. Just super quick, I'll do it. I'll have the developer token taken from here. This is the token to the account that I'm using now. And then manage Jenkins, manage credentials. So we have the dev token here. I want to edit it. Okay, and let's go back, and we need the API key as well to change it. So the API key we can get from here. You can use this one, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's save it. Okay, there we go. And build it now.
Yeah, let's make one more try, and we're gonna need to up the stage to the next speaker.
No problem, no problem. Because it pulls the environment variables, because the pipeline I set it up to pull the environment the variables from there. It ignores the environment variables I have in code, so it overwrites them. This should be good now.
Yeah, completely. No worries. It's the live demo, so everything could happen.
Yeah, of course, the time restriction is the most hard thing to do, because really there's a lot of talk about the test project. 30 minutes is not enough. We have a lot to see, and I didn't get to the part of the robot part because I wanted to show first the Python part. But we have all these examples already in our GitHub, so because we're restricted on time, you can check them out, and they're very simple to execute, and everything I do here is there, so you can do it on your own. The idea here is just to show you a demo how it works. So that's it. We ran two tests. It's done now. We can go to the monitor. We can see it passed. We can have one execution already reported here by this agent. The second one is already reporting. The agent lives even after the test execution is done, so that's why we still have the progress here. It's done. It just sends all the commands now, the HTTP commands to the platform to finalize the report. The local reports are already generated, but now we'll have the reports here as well on the cloud. So we can see it ran on Chrome. That's one test. And we have the second test here, which ran on Firefox. Both passed. They ran in parallel. And there you go. Of course, I wanted to show the same thing on Robot, but we were limited on time here. But like
Awesome.
I said,
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ran.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, so please join us in the Q&A session after the next talk, because we have plenty of questions for you. So
I will.
See you later.
Thank you, guys. See you later, everyone.
Yep, and while the next speaker is connecting to us, let me introduce to you Sofia Palamarchuk. She is the CEO of UpTeam. Sofia is a director and board member of Abstracta and the co-founder and CEO of UpTeam. After beginning her career as the performance engineer in 2015, she led Abstracta's expansion to the United States, heading up businesses development and working with companies like Shutterfly, and Singularity University. Sorry. After seeing the challenges that mobile development team faced in 2019, she embarked on a mission to transform the way global mobile team created quality apps. When she's not busy leading a startup, you can find her either surfing or supporting projects that promote more women in technology. So say hello to Sofia. You are on the stage.
Thank you, Pavel. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm very excited to be here. So I'm going to share my screen so we can get started. I know Ron took some extra minutes. So let's see if you can see my screen. Please let me know.
Yes, I can see your screen. The screen is on the stage and the stage is yours. So good luck, Sofia.
Great, thank you. So welcome, everyone. As Pavel said, my name is Sofia. I'm the CEO and co-founder of UpTeam. We are a mobile performance testing platform that helps QA teams to automatically validate the performance and the UX of Android and iOS apps. And today I'm going to talk about a subject that I'm very passionate about and I care a lot, which is user experience. And specifically mobile, I'm going to show you how we can enhance and how we can improve the user experience by doing some performance tests. But before I get started, I want to tell you a bit about me. So I'm originally from Uruguay. I was born in Montevideo, which is the capital city. And I started my professional career in the software testing field, specifically in performance testing and mostly load testing, which I'm going to cover briefly today. I'm a computer engineer, and besides being the co-founder at UpTeam, I'm also a board member and director at Abstracta, which is a software testing consulting firm with over 12 years of trajectory in this field and clients all over the world. And with Abstracta, I moved to San Francisco, California in 2017. And as Pavel said, while I'm not working on my startup, I love doing kite surfing. I'm vegan, so I cook a lot of plant-based food, and I support and promote projects that help to get more women into IT field. And I helped launch a program called Reconvertite, which what the program does is it trains women from remote areas in Uruguay in software testing, and then we mentor them to get a job in our industry. And I think also with the pandemic and what we saw that happen last year, a lot of women leaving the workforce, these type of programs helped a lot for them to come back to the industry or even try a new role. So what's the agenda for today? I'm going to talk about how mobile performance impacts the user experience. I'll introduce different types of performance tests that we can do and how they can be implemented in an agile environment. I'm also going to briefly cover and mention some of the problems that we can identify according to the different factors that affect the performance. And then I'll dig a bit deeper on how to incorporate client-side performance tests early on. I'll show you and mention some tools that you can use to test performance. And at the end, I'll do a quick demo on a tool that we developed at AppTeam to help with mobile site performance testing. The tool that I'm going to show today is free. So anyone that is interested and they have a mobile app and you want to capture performance data and improve user experience, you can go ahead after this talk and download it and start using it for free. We're really looking forward to getting feedback from you. Okay, so let's get started. First, what should we care about performance in mobile specifically? Well, this is the first time in history that the number of mobile users is greater than the number of desktop users. So this is data that was collected by Statista, and it showed that 54% of users today are accessing through mobile or a tablet device versus 46% that are on desktop. So I think we should think about mobile performance and mobile user experience more than ever before. These are where how our users are interacting with our services, our products. And the performance of an app is one of the quality factors that is directly related to the user experience. So I'm sure you have all experienced at least once that an app on your phone is slow, it takes too much time to start, it freezes on some screen, stops responding, you have to restart it several times, you get error messages until you get tired and you just close it. And it's really frustrating. On the other hand, there are some apps that since the first day that we installed them, they work extremely well, to the point that we are surprised by how well they perform. So what makes these applications work so well compared to the others? And that's something that I'm going to talk about today. In today's world, digital performance has a huge impact on the success of a business. We as consumers expect digital experiences to exceed face-to-face experiences. And there was a report released by AppDynamics in 2017 that showed that 60% of users have either deleted an app or abandoned a website after just the first attempt to use it if they face a performance issue. And this number went up to 80% if the issues continue to happen. So this high abandonment rate impacts the digital transformation that many companies are doing. This same report, but from 2019, showed that 70% of the users claim to be less tolerant of problems with digital services than 2 years ago. This means that these unforgiving customers can truly destroy a brand, because when they encounter unacceptable digital experiences, they won't only switch suppliers, but also they will discourage others from using your services. So I believe that for those companies that get it right, that are consistently delivering world-class experiences, the opportunity to drive customer loyalty and grow revenue through digital services is unlimited. Flawless digital performance now is one of the baselines for all businesses, and the winners will be those ones that consistently operate over this level. So the performance of an app is a product of different factors, such as the servers, the network, the mobile device, and the programming of the app itself. So we as app developers or testers can measure the performance of a mobile application under different scenarios, such as high user concurrency, different models of mobile devices that can vary in hardware and screen sizes, different types of networks such as 3G, 4G, 5G, Wi-Fi, and more. The truth is that there are many variables that affect the performance of a mobile application, and a user can have a really bad experience, and the cause may be outside of the implementation or the code of the app itself. So I'm gonna show you now what are according to these different factors that affect the performance. I'm gonna show you how you can test each of these and what type of problems we can identify and do optimizations. So let's start with the most common one. When we talk about performance, generally, even myself, when I was working in this field, we always thought about load testing, thinking about mostly focusing on the back end of our applications. But there are still different types of tests we can think about. There's stress test, load, endurance test, and others. In general, the goal of this type of tests is to understand the behavior of our application under a certain number of concurrent users and see how the components on the backend services behave and how well they can manage bigger loads. So what type of problems can we identify with load test? We can identify high response times from servers. We can find bottlenecks or breaking points in our application servers or database resources. And we could also identify bad implementation of scaling policies, which is very common when you have service in the cloud and you can use auto-scale policies. So when you run a load test, you can see if when you're scaling automatically, if those procedures are working properly. Then when we think about the network, there are two main characteristics of the network that can affect the performance of an app: the latency and the bandwidth. When we talk about the latency, we refer to the time that it takes to send information through the network, and it's measured in milliseconds. On the other hand, the bandwidth, it's the maximum capacity, meaning the amount of data that can be transferred through the network, and it's typically measured in bits per second or multiples. So the lower the latency is and the higher the bandwidth is, the better. The performance of an app can vary if the phone is connected to a 3G or a 4G network. And although this is something that is outside of our control, meaning how good the network our users are connected to is, we can incorporate in our load test simulation of different networks and see what is the impact on response times from the server side. Additionally, we can also test the network from the client side. If we are using real devices, we can vary the network that each device is connected to. And with this, I'm going to talk about the third factor, which is the client side, involving the device and the app itself. So first, why should we test mobile app performance on the client side? And I already mentioned that app performance is directly related to the user experience. And I believe this is a critical aspect that every mobile team has to integrate to its test cycle. Particularly, performance tests on the client side, on the app itself, will help us understand how our app behaves in the mobile device, how it uses the resources that are shared with other apps that are running as well in the device, and help us identify opportunities to improve it. And there are many challenges in mobile as well. This graph shows the different Android versions that were released in the past 8 years. And you can see how this resulted in a huge fragmentation that we are facing today and in the past 3 to 4 years. So in order to have a market coverage of 70% of the Android device, if we look in 2013, that will require us to test in 3 versions of the Android OS. And today, in order to get that same coverage, in order to get 70% coverage of the current Android market, we need to test in at least 6 different Android versions, going all the way from Android 6 to Android 9. And today, around 60% of Android devices are running on a mobile operating system that is over 2 years old. So, of course, it depends on where our users are and what type of devices and OS they're using. We need to be able to cover as many combinations of hardware and also the operating system in Android, so we can really understand and test how the performance and the user experience is for those devices. Of course, when we think on iOS, I will say iOS developers and testers have an easier job here, but you can see that 81% of iPhone devices last year were already running the latest version of iOS. So iOS users tend to update to the latest release sooner. But you still have different iPhones and iPads in the market today. So although the fragmentation in iOS is not the same as Android, we still need to test on different iPhone versions, different screen sizes, and also see how the experience is there. So now that I've talked about why we should care about this, why we should care about client-side performance in mobile, let's review a bit what type of metrics we can measure here and what type of problems we can potentially identify. So you get a clear idea of what I'm talking about when I talk about mobile app performance. So I divided this in 4 big groups that we can analyze. The first one is the device resource usage. So we know our smartphones are computers, but they have certain restrictions in terms of the memory capacity, CPU. So we want to make sure that while our app is using these resources that are shared with other apps, we are doing a good use at the end of the day. That's what we expect that it happens. So here we can measure the percentage of CPU usage, how much memory our app is using, how well it's releasing the memory that is being used, how much data is being sent and received through the network, how well are we using battery from our app. Of course, we don't want a high battery usage, and our users will complain. So this is a big area. It's typically called device performance, and how our app interacts with the resources available. Then we have the rendering or the drawing times in our app. So we can measure frames per second, rendering times, render lag, which happens when a user experiments a lag in screen drawing. Usually happens when a frame is dropped and is not drawing time. To give you an idea here, to achieve fluid rendering, which is at 60 frames per second, each frame in our app needs to be completed in less than 16 milliseconds. This is typically measured a lot in mobile games because they do want to have an average of 60 frames per second at least in their games. If you are testing a transactional app, this value might be maybe 30 frames per second. It should be okay. The important thing here is that we want to make sure that while we are testing our app, if there's a disruption in the animation that we can identify or some freeze in the screen, we should look at these metrics to see if there's a problem with the rendering. We can't have also excessive screen drawing because it will require high CPU or GPU usage, and it will cause high battery usage as well. The third group is errors. So errors could be anything on the client side, which could be exceptions that happen while we are running our app. Of course, crashes that actually could be caused by an intense use of resources. And then in Android specifically, we have ANRs. ANRs happens when the application stops responding and the user sees a message on the screen with the options to wait or close the app. And this is due to the fact that certain events may not be executed in a specific period of time. In Android, this is set at 5 seconds. So if there's no response from an input event from a user in 5 seconds, then Android will show you this message. And last but not least, we have response time. This could be actions or transactions that the user do on our app, and we want to measure what's the end user response time. So we want to measure this from the user perspective. We can do this, as I mentioned, of transactions, for example, a login. We want to know how much does it take for a user to log in to our app since it clicks on the login button until the next screen is shown. We might also want to measure the app startup time. A lot of developers look at this specific metric because it tells us how long does it take for the app to load the first time the user clicks on it and it's available for interaction. And this is also where when there's a high churn in first-time users, so that might be something that we want to measure and also optimize. And the important thing here is we are getting the end user response time if you're measuring it from the client side. So This time will include, of course, the server's response time. This will include database response time if there's any SQL that's being sent in that specific action, maybe some network legacy as well, and the rendering times. So this can help us understand how the user experience is, and then we can drill down if there's something we want to optimize of this response time, where the cause might be. So to give you some example of problems we can detect, as I already mentioned, ANRs in Android, application not responding, it's something that we can capture on the client side. We can identify memory leaks in our app. Memory leaks happen when our app doesn't free up memory properly. If we're measuring the memory, you will see a graph like this that it starts increasing over time until the app runs out of memory and it crashes. And this might happen when a user is doing certain action in a repeated way that is using more memory every time that action is being executed and the memory is not properly being released. Or it could be even a 31-hour test having the app open, and then the memory will be completely used after that time. The other thing that we can identify is freeze screens. This can be due to high rendering times. So although we can identify it from, the human eye can identify it maybe when we're doing a manual test or we're running an automated test and certain screen is not shown. If we're measuring also the rendering on the client side, we can understand if the cause is the rendering itself. So when should we start testing for performance? When should we start testing these metrics? My recommendation is as soon as possible. You can actually start testing and gathering these metrics as early as the first packaged version of your app is ready. You don't need to wait to have fancy automated tests running in a CI pipeline to actually gather this data. This is about user experience and performance, and can let us know and understand how our app behaves by actually testing it on real devices. I know that many testers and even developers, they are not very familiarized with these metrics the first time they see them. So if you start early on, you can get used to them. And also by testing on different devices, you can see how the metrics change and how this can affect the performance of our app. Also, if we start testing early on, we will have enough data and metrics to see how they change over time. And we can identify performance regressions before releasing a new version of our app, and we can act in time. So we prevent new issues from reaching the end users. So I mentioned I want to talk about some tools that you can use for performance testing, some recommendations, tools that I've used in the past. Some of them you probably already know them if you've been in performance. When we talk about the backend, so we want to test our servers, our database, load testing typically. There are a lot of open source tools. Here I mentioned 3 of them. JMeter and Gatling, very known tools, large open source communities. They both have their pros and cons. I would recommend you to take a look at them if you haven't done that before. Usually for load testing or performance testing, you will start with one of these tools. Then I would recommend also to take a look at Taurus, which is also an open source project. Taurus is more it is more focused on orchestrating different tests. You can use it for functional or for performance testing. The way you configure tests is through a YAML file, so it's also very developer friendly. And then you can call JMeter or Gatling to do the execution of your tests. So it stands on top of these other 2 tools. When we think about talk about the client side of our app, it depends on the type of app we want to test. So in this presentation, I focus on metrics for native apps. But there are tools for mobile web apps that help us measure things like how fast a web page loads in mobile, or how to load JavaScript resources and what's the best cache policies and more. I can recommend you, if you have a web mobile app and you want to measure this type of things on the client side, to take a look at Lighthouse, which is from Google Web Dev Tools, that can help you gather all this information. And also typically APM tools, so application performance management tools, can also provide you more metrics on how we are loading web page in mobile and JavaScript resources. So for native apps, there are profiling tools, which are the native tools that come with the IDEs. When we are testing and developing Android apps, Android Studio has a profiler that we can use. When we are developing an iOS app inside Xcode, there's instruments that also helps with profiling and debugging an app. I think these tools are of great help when we are debugging our app, when we are looking for the root cause of some performance issue. And last but not least, we just came out of last year of private beta of our first tool, that is this free product that I'm going to show you now. We call it Aptim Desktop because it is a desktop app, and it's focused in capturing performance data on the client side during a manual test. What we wanted to solve is to help devs and testers that not have enough time or the expertise or tools to test for mobile performance early on, to have this tool that can help them, test fast locally at any time during their development cycle, and kind of identify performance issues before they release a new version of the app. So we focused a lot on making it very user-friendly and easy to use. That was our main goal for this tool. So I'm going to show you now a quick demo on how it works. And I'm happy, of course, during the Q&A session to answer any questions you might have about the tool specifically. But my idea is to show you also how all these metrics can be captured with Aptim without the need to install any extra tooling or install SDKs or change the code of your app. So here I have Aptim Desktop. We have a version for Mac and a version for Windows. We can test both Android and iOS apps. And here on the right side of my screen, I have an emulator. This is an Android emulator. I recommend that when you're testing for mobile performance, you use real devices. This is critical because that hardware needs to be the real hardware. If not, the metrics that we're going to gather are not going to be that trustworthy. But for the sake of this demo, I'm going to just use this emulator so you can all see also the tests that I run. So in order to use Aptim Desktop, it's super easy. I have two options: start a test, or I can review my past test sessions. So I'm going to click Start a New Test. Aptim will look for devices that are connected. I can connect real devices through USB, and then I can choose them from the list. So here I have my Android emulator. I'm going to choose it. Here we'll list all the apps. I only have one app, which is an Aptim demo app. I'm going to click on that app, and then I'm going to start a quick test that I'm going to name demo test. So now what's happening is Aptim is connected to the device. It's going to open the app, and I'm going to start running a test. This is a tool meant for manual testing that can be used by developers or testers. We also have a solution that works with automated tests in the cloud that you can access more than 150 real devices. We support Appium tests if you already have. We reuse your functional tests to run performance tests, and you can also integrate that into a CI pipeline. But for the sake of this demo, I'm going to do a quick test on this app. It is an e-commerce app, so I can choose products and add them to my cart. I'm going to choose this Samsung device, and I'm going to click here on Add to Cart. You can see the item was added. I can scroll a little more. While I'm testing, Aptim, you can see here the time is ticking. Aptim will be capturing all my actions and also the data that will be shown regarding performance and user experience. I'm going to add this other item. At any time, if I see something that I want to report as a bug, I can also do it in Aptim or take a note, something that I want to remember later. And then here I can check in my cart. I should have 2 items added, and I'm gonna delete this one, and that's it. That's my test. I'm gonna end my session. We still have a few minutes. So now what's happening is AppTeam is collecting all the information and gathering the data from the device and the app. This will include all the logs, everything that we need to troubleshoot if there was any issue, and also to help capture evidence for developers to review later. So here the repo is being generated. First, you can open the repo locally. So it's hosted in your local machine where you run the test. There is no need for you to share reports in the cloud or to send them anywhere. You can have everything locally if that works for you. If you want to share with your team members or you want to have it in the cloud, you can publish it to your AppTeam workspace. And from there, you can share it or add also members to your workspace. So you can all be running tests with AppTeam Desktop and then having one centralized and secure workspace in the cloud where you can see all your reports. So I'm going to open it locally, and I'm going to quickly show you the metrics and how a report looks like. So here you can see the dashboard. Here on the top, we show the main KPIs for performance, how we call it. We have average CPU usage during our tests, memory usage, and power usage. Then we have how much storage was used, the average frames per second, and if there were any errors or exceptions, you will see it here. On the left side, you can see more details. And then if there's any metric that was over certain thresholds, in this case, you can see the warning limit for the heap memory in Android is at 128 megabytes. This is something that you can configure. We will get an alert. We get a warning from AppTeam. And what we can do here is, okay, we see that the memory usage was high. We can scroll down. Here's a video of the execution that will help us understand where the test was going. And then if we want to know specifically how the memory usage was, we can open this graph. And we can see here that during the test, all the memory was captured. This is PSS memory for Android. Then we have also the native and the Dalvik memory graphs. And we can see here where the memory went up during the test. We can try to understand not only the time that it went back, but also we can see that the memory went back. So it was released properly. This is a good sign. In this case, we can see that it goes up and it's not released. So this kind of help us understand if our app is managing memory properly or not, and if we can potentially have a memory leak during our test. This is the graph. This is the memory graph. We have the same for CPU.
Sofia, sorry to interrupt, but
yeah.
we have 1 more minute. So...
Okay, perfect. We have the threads count. There's a lot of information in these reports. We also have power usage and all the rendering times for our app. So this is something that a tester can easily run a test, generate these reports, and then maybe also get a developer to review them if there's anything that is behavior that is not expected. And last but not least, we also have a way to measure end user response time for events. So in this case, I have marks for my add to cart events. So I want to measure how long did it take. In this case, almost 2 seconds. And then also correlate what was happening with my metrics. So you can see here, every time that I click on add to cart, the memory went up a bit. So that can help me also understand if there's any correlation between certain events and the metrics. So this is just a quick overview on how to use AppTeam Desktop for mobile performance test. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have during the Q&A session. And going back to my presentation, if you're new to mobile performance or performance in general, I recommend you to go to our blog post at AppTeam, or Abstracta also has a lot of content around performance testing, so you can check that out. And of course, you can reach out to me directly at sofia@appteam.com if you have any questions or if you are interested in using also our solution that works with automated tests.
Thank you very much, Sofia, for your demo. We are having all our other speakers joining. So say hello to Jan and Ran. So Jan, you're also on the screen. And as you are warmed up already, Sofia. So one question for you before we start the general Q&A session, and as well, I'm going to read other questions as well. So how could I measure app performance as a manual tester?
That's a great question, and that's why we built this free tool for you to start measuring app performance. So if you're a manual tester and you have, no clue really about how to use a profiler or what metrics you should look for, the easiest way is to download our free tool, which is Opt-in Desktop. You can go to our website, and everything will be installed for you automatically, and you can just run a test as I show now. Then you will generate that report at the end that you can start analyzing and getting familiarized with these metrics. And also we have a help center that shows specific explanations and videos for each metric, so you can start getting trained to test for mobile performance.
Okay, awesome. Then we can start our Q&A session. And as we ended a bit earlier with Ran, the question goes to Ran. So can you use Internet Explorer with test project?
You can. For the recording, like I showed briefly when I created the test, it's done only on Chrome, but execution can be done on, I can run on Internet Explorer as well. So it's not a problem.
Okay.
Same test you recorded on Chrome can run on all the browsers.
Okay. Then we have a question from Jeffrey. So currently I'm using the test project for quick automated mobile web testing. Could it create reports on the app side and download it locally?
So yeah, of course, once you created the test and you execute it, reports are generated automatically and you can download them as PDF as well. So yeah, it's not a problem. You can either get from the cloud if you're running recorded tests and download them as PDF. If you're running them in code like I showed in the demo, then it's generated automatically locally as well. So you won't need to download anything. You have an HTML report just built in inside the agent data folder.
Okay, that's great. So I'm gonna also ask some general questions for each of you to answer, to give your input. So please feel free for everyone to get involved in this. So the question is about the parallel execution and how to control the test execution order, or should we really control the order of test execution during the parallel test run?
So in my opinion, it depends. If test 1 and test 2, if you're running 2 tests and they have some dependency, then sure, order is important. And the one, if they share data and dependencies, the first one needs to execute it before the second one, then yeah, that makes sense. It depends on the logic of the tests. But if they are like the demo test that ran just the same test on 2 different browsers, then no, there's no importance on the execution order. So as the great answer, it depends, in my opinion.
So the rest of you guys, do you have any addition to that?
I totally agree with Ron. If there's no dependency between the tests, the order, could be any order you choose. And the idea of parallelizing is to run them faster. If there are dependencies, then it's part of the logic of your test. So yeah, I agree with Ron.
I'll add a third agreement with Ran on that as well. I think for me, I like my test scenarios to be very atomic and to not have dependencies between each scenario. So I think, if I was writing these tests, I would try and make it so there was as few dependencies as possible, but it's inevitable. You'll get dependencies there. You'll have to. So yeah, mirroring what Ran said.
Okay. So we have another question. Thank you for your answers. And this question goes to Sofia. What are the tools to start with in mobile performance testing?
Great. I covered briefly today. That question depends first on, so mobile performance testing can be a broad topic. As I mentioned, there are different factors that you want to test. So if you want to focus on the server response time, so you want to do a load test or a stress test, then there are a lot of open source tools that can help you with that, including Jamir and Gatlin, which are very known. If you are thinking more about the client side, there are profiling tools. Of course, Optim can also help you there. And we even have some cases where clients will use both. And that would be like an end-to-end mobile performance test while you're simulating virtual users and high load in your backend, you're using a tool like Optim to understand how the user experience is and how the performance on the client side is at the same time that the load is being generated. So you can do this as well to get that end-to-end visibility. And of course, either on clients or server side, you can also simulate different networks to see how the user experience is from someone that is connected to a 4G network versus Wi-Fi versus 5G. And you can also get that simulation on the network and understand if the problem might be network, client, or server side. So it requires different tooling depending on where you want to put your focus.
Okay, awesome. So we have another question, and it goes to Ran. So you showed us that the locators were automatically generated. So can you choose the locators which are going to be generated, CSS or XPath?
That's a good question. First of all, we had CSS locators in the test that I showed because the recorder, once you record test, it automatically captures the most stable locator the AI seems fit. Now, if you have an ID or a class, it will use CSS selectors than XPath since it's quicker. But if there are not any direct locators, then by nature, it will use the hierarchical absolute paths with XPath, going through the divs and so on until it gets the element. It of course depends on how really well the website is built and how much attention they give developing the application and the website to make the job easier for the testers. And of course, most websites use some framework like Angular, which generates a lot of IDs and classes which change between test executions and sessions. So that's the idea of how our self-healing AI works, is that it alternates between different locators. So in nature, you will always have some XPath locator in your list of possible locators, since there's always one which you can use to fall back on. But there is also a possibility that you can adjust the behavior of the recorder per application. So you can go to the application you're testing in the test project website, and then you can adjust the behavior of the locators. You can say, I want only XPath, I want only CSS selectors, I want them both, I want my own custom attributes that I can select. There is a control that you can adjust it, and you can change the behavior of how you exactly want to do it work. You can fine tune it. Okay, thank you very much. Also, we have a questions to Jan from the Pine. Actually, this is the not completely broadcasted question, so I saw that you answered it. But please, can you answer again for the whole auditory of the YouTube? So please, do you ever automated tests in TVs, STBs? If yes, how you did it?
Yeah, absolutely. In the world that we live in now, everything is so many different devices. Everything's connected. You have to do testing on those devices. Personally, I'm a big fan of manually looking at these devices. I think some of the automation options that are available are doing really well, and they're certainly doing a lot better than they did when I first started looking at them. But they don't hit everything that you need. As far as I'm concerned, a manual tester is always going to be better in those instances. That said, if you're doing mobile devices and things like that, things like Appium and the general automation frameworks that are available for mobile devices can give you a lot of good stuff there. If you're looking for more televisions and set-top boxes, there are quite a lot of tools out there to varying degrees of success. I'd say I've had some pretty good success with Suite.st and STB Tester. Both are quite good, but I'd say be very careful if you start going down the route of automating onto TVs and set-top boxes that is anything other than an HTML implementation. You start getting into some sort of fairly murky ground with automation, but they are there. Yeah, have a play with them. It would be my advice. There are plenty out there.
Awesome, thank you very much. So guys, drop your questions in YouTube comments as well. So here we have another question to Sofia. How did you simulate real-time environment while executing your performance test, considering number of users, action, timing between requests, etc.?
That's a great question. It depends how you run your test. So of course, I show how to manually run your test when you are testing your app. As I mentioned, the important thing is that you are using real devices for mobile performance purposes. I do not recommend using emulators. It is useful for functional testing. I will say that. If you want to emulate users from the front end, what you can do is use an automated test. So let's say you have Appium, any UI test that you had on your app, even with test project, of course, you can do that. So you have your automated test running on mobile, and you can then use that test and run it on different real devices. So you can make sure that you are testing also the performance and how it varies. So it is the same test that you are running also in parallel in real devices. The tricky thing here is when you are measuring, for example, response times, as I show very briefly at the end, which means, I want to measure how long the logging takes on my app. If you're using Appium and you take, the step that you define in your script as the response time, that is not very accurate because it also includes the time, the overhead time that the request from Appium sent to the server. So actually the click on the app happens. So we are actually very focused on how we can provide a solution that can truly measure and accurately measure the response times of certain actions as the real user experiences that, without you, of course, needing to do it manually. So this is something that we built as part of AppTeam. So if you run your manual or automated test with AppTeam, we will be able to capture this end user response times. It is important, of course, that in our case, you will need to add a line of code in your app because it is the most accurate way to measure this. So there's no overhead if you're using a tool like Appium. But I would say if you're thinking about mobile performance tests on the client side, you can reuse your functional tests to run them in different devices that you will be able to show what the users are doing, at the same time collecting information. If you want to simulate real users and you're thinking more of a load test, then you will need to have a tool like JMeter doing that. There's no need for you to have real devices there because you are basically hitting your servers, so it's mostly backend. But I will recommend, as I mentioned, either doing automated tests on the client side, UI tests that you already have, and maybe using AppTeam to help you capture the performance data during those tests, or you can simulate virtual users with a load testing tool.
Okay, thanks very much for your answer. The next question. Do you know any JavaScript alternatives to test project?
That's an interesting question. I mean, why would you look at it as an alternative if you can utilize JavaScript and test project? Now, test project itself, it's a big entity, and it splits into sub-modules, like we have the recorder and the platform and the agent. You can just take one core part of test project, which is the agent, to handle everything I said, like in our demo. You can handle the drivers and everything, and the reports generating for you. And then you can take our SDK we have for, like we have in Python, we have for JavaScript. So you can just take your JavaScript code, use our SDK. It's really minimal implementation for existing frameworks, like just taking the import line for the driver that you're using, a WebDriver or Appium driver, of course, depends what you use. And just use the one that's applied from our SDK, and you're good to go. So it's not an alternative. It's taking what you have and just enjoying the benefits, I would say. I don't think there are any really downsides in not utilizing anything from the cloud, just taking the agent as another component in your test framework, and save you a lot of time for thinking about creating reports. I know that automation, I tried a lot of creating automated tests, and there are now no really existing frameworks that you can use, at least for free, that you can just have, reports generated for you, that you can have a lot of fine-tuning for them. So you'll have that taken care of for you, and you have your tests. So just combine them both.
Okay, thank you. The next question is more general one, maybe share your experience. So how do you fix flaky tests when they run automated, especially UI tests? So how you handle the flakiness in test automation? Could you share your experience, maybe your insights, maybe some hidden practices?
I guess anyone first?
I suppose a question I will always have when you have these flaky tests is how directly do you have access to the developers building the software as well? Because a flaky test it tends to be an indication that something's not right there, be it with your test or on the other side. So if you can work together with developers to identify why that test is being flaky, is it a response time a problem, or is it genuinely your test code that's the problem here, or is there something else? I think working with developers on flaky tests is a really beneficial thing to do. I think that kind of helps, I hope.
I agree. First of all, working with the developers is important. A lot of testers I see, I know a lot of testers live in separate countries from the developers. A lot of global companies, they separate testers and developers because just the nature of how things work, especially now with the COVID pandemic. So everyone is located in a different location. So there's a lot of separation there. So I agree that working with the developers is the really most beneficial way. But if I'm looking at this from the test project side, if you're working with our tool, for example, the recorder, so basically what our way of reducing flaky tests is, like I said, self-healing. What we have is called the AI self-healing, is basically have a fallback list of possible locators. And of course, doing it manually is a lot of hassle, and you want the idea of creating many locators for a specific element because it might change is a big hassle. So that's why using the recorder can save you a lot of time. Even if you're writing coded tests, like I did in my demo, just writing a basic component in the test and exporting it to code can save you a lot of time because it will select the best locator for you. And of course, there's all the fallback list of possible locators. But if I'm just giving a general overview and not including test project into it, I would say, of course, like there's already said, if the developers give you the best, give you the options to create your test without working with XPath, for example, that's just the best way. I think that's the best way of having less flaky tests. I think most of the time when I see flaky tests is either in mobile application, is the response time of let's say buttons being clicked and stuff like that. A lot of times there's a long response time from the actual click being registered to APM, for example, saying the response that has been clicked. So that's a lot of false positives that you get. And inside of web application testing, I mostly see just locators being broken, just the XPath that they change when you're trying to select elements. That's the #1 issue. So both of them can be solved just by having your developers actually help you with that. I think it's a team effort, like they said.
Sofia, do you have anything to add here?
Yeah, my experience in the past year has been with mobile testing, and I think automation is a challenge because sometimes response times are not as we expect in our tests. So elements that they don't appear on time, so then the test fails, and you have to go back to your test and understand what happened. Might be an error or not. So considering all these scenarios, so trying to first, of course, know what is expected. So running your test on different devices can give you an idea on how well the test is actually, and the script is, and how well it represents the real experience. Because it does happen that maybe you're creating your app and test locally, you're running on an emulator, and then when you go to a cloud solution and you run your test in 5 different devices, suddenly, it's not working. So I think the environment, in this case, the mobile devices change how certain response times are, or how well your app, sometimes even how it shows the elements depending on the screen size. Sometimes the element appears, sometimes it doesn't appear. So there's a lot of considerations that you have to take when you're doing mobile test automation. I have experience with test projects and other tools that help with this flakiness. So I think taking a look at them can be helpful as well.
Cool. Thank you, guys. We have our time running out, and I would like to ask some more general questions to maybe give some insights to our QA community that is watching, and the stream is mainly for junior QAs. So please tell us what is the most important skill in QA, in your opinion, please.
It's a hard question to answer, because I think it's more than just one important. I think as for any job, but also if you're getting started in QA, communication, it's super important. We talked about flakiness and developers, and it is true, depends on the team you're working on, but sometimes there are silos between developers and testers, and you need to have fluent communication with other testers and also the developers. So being able to have that channel open, not only when you're reporting bugs and trying to fix things, but also generally like what's expected in terms of quality. I think communication would be one of the main things that in your first years of getting started would be a good skill to work on.
I would definitely agree with that, and I would add patience and understanding to that as well. Having the patience to know that you can dig into things. Nothing has to be immediately solved. I wish I'd known that early on in my career, that just because you found a bug doesn't mean that there's a huge problem that's going to explode everything. You have time to investigate. You have time to look at stuff and figure out what is actually wrong with everything. And the understanding, I try and breed this into anybody that I talk to as a junior QA, or anyone who I mentor through any program I use, is they're gone are the days of the us versus them QA developer wall. We're all one team, and that's how you should view things. You shouldn't ever consider yourself to be separate from the developers. You're all part of the same team. That's a really big thing for me. I think getting the idea that you're part of that team, you're not a separate entity. That's a really big thing to pick up. Really important skill.
Yeah, I thought I would just add one more thing. Everything you said was is important. I would just add, at least in my opinion, just to know what you're looking for while you're creating your test. If you're, like you said, when you're creating a test, you said you want to create the most atomic test. I mean, every test needs to test a scenario and not to do it overcomplicated. I see a lot of junior QAs and test automation developers. They tend to make tests a lot broader and to take as much coverage as possible. But then when a test fails, it's hard to know what exactly caused it failure. You need to look back at the spec trace and really imagine what caused the issue. So, like I said previously, try to create your test as much atomic and as much precise as you can to better pinpoint your actual bug finding skills. Eventually, that's what your job is, to find bugs, and that will help you for sure.
I see a lot of senior engineers who do that too.
I see that too. I've seen, actually, just the same. I see a test with over 1,000 test cases, and debugging it was a nightmare.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for your time. I want to say again, thank you for your speeches. We have the recordings for all of them. Thank you for your answers. There are more questions in the YouTube chat, but unfortunately, we don't have time to ask all of them. I appreciate your time, and we need to pass the stage for our next block of speakers. So I would like to say bye for now, and thank you again. See you later. Stay safe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
And to wrap up our session, I would like to say to our dear attendees, thank you for being active in YouTube and Pine. We really appreciate this, and it's important for us to hear your feedback. We are having a giveaway for our events among those who will post on Twitter or social media and tag our official account geekle.us. Write what you like the most at the event. After the event is closed, we choose 5 lucky winners, and they will get 2 tickets for our next upcoming events. So thank you very much for your attention. We are having a small break and getting ready for the next block of the speakers. Thank you very much. I am Pavel Strunkin, was with you moderating this block, and see you later. Bye.
Hey folks, I'm Alex, and I'm really happy to join you at the Global QA Summit today. I've been here with you yesterday, but please let me briefly introduce myself again. I've been in quality assurance for more than 9 years, and currently I'm a QA consulting group expert at A1QA, a pure-play QA and software testing provider. Today I'm in Minsk, Belarus, and what about you? Drop us a line and say hi and from which country you're watching QA Global Summit. Our next block is for manual and automation, where we'll meet 3 speakers. I believe you're all ready, got comfy, and obviously are really very excited just like I am. Ask questions during the speaker slots, and we will highlight them in the upcoming Q&A session. Please mention a speaker name in your question if it should be addressed to a particular person. And share your opinion, knowledge, and ideas in the chat as well. So, moving forward, I want to introduce you to our first speaker, Erika Chestnut, and she will tell that manual testing is not dead. Erika is a head of QA in Calendly, and this session will be a recording for this topic. So please write your questions in the chat still, and we'll discuss the questions with other speakers moving forward. So let's start the recording.
Hey there, hey, I'm Erika. If you like, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, tweet with me on Twitter, or schedule some time with me through my website. A little bit about me. I'm a roller skater, boy mom, twin mom, and fun fact, I'm a reformed developer. I started my career as a developer. I was working for this small startup advertising agency as a classic ASP developer. It was all the rage before .NET. And before you go there, I am not old, I'm just well seasoned. Anywho, as the company grew, so did I. I got hip to .NET as it rolled on the scene. I even became a Microsoft certified professional with a solutions architecture certification. Look, it's a mouthful. I know. My point is just to say that I was fully brought into the development scene, and QA wasn't even on my radar. In fact, it wasn't on anyone's radar. It was a problem that started to surface in some pretty nasty ways. Here's what happened. Our client had a big one-day event. They had spent a significant amount of money on print, online, and TV ads. These ads all directed to this one landing page that our agency had developed for them. This one landing page had one job. It was supposed to tell the consumers about that one product and then use the one very large link on the page to redirect consumers to the purchase page specifically set up for them to purchase that single product. Well, as lack of quality would have it, that one link on that one page for that big one-day event did not go to that purchase page. Yeah, I know, you guessed it. Chime in on the chat right now and tell me where you think the link went. But be creative. Think big. Trust me, you're not going to guess it. All right, let's go. Let's keep going. It was a cat playing a piano. Yes, the infamous piano cat. It was pretty bad. Now, of course, all of us here can map at least 10 different ways that the process broke for that to happen. What it boils down to, there was no formal testing process. And as you can imagine, the company lost a portion of the business, heads rolled, and leadership demanded a response from the teams. How are we going to fix this? Now, I'd like to say that they came to yours truly and was like, Erika, you are the best person to fix this. But y'all know that's not the story. However, I had been leading several development squads for about 6 months, and my conversations more and more started to turn towards quality. Specifically, how could we improve it? Those conversations reached the ears of leadership, which in turn led to another conversation where they asked me to start the company's first quality department. And of course, my response was absolutely not. I'm not going to be the scapegoat. You're not going to blame me for the cat. Sad side note, even here as a developer, I instinctively, incorrectly, but instinctively felt that QA is where the blame fell. I felt that the organization wanted someone to shoulder the entire burden of quality, which was even more crazy because as a dev leader, one, I saw that it wasn't QA doing it, but also I understood how the issues were creeping in. And a test team would absolutely help to improve that. So after a few conversations, some bribes, some dinners, maybe some drinks, definitely some drinks, I said yes. And that yes may or may have been directly related to those drinks. And yes, I did say may or may, please stop judging me. That's neither here nor there. I jumped in. I poured over content, books, articles from industry leaders. I attended conferences and engaged those industry leaders. I was all in. I loved the process, strategy, and organization that was needed to pull a QA team together out of the rubble of a development lifecycle that had never considered, let alone valued its participation. This foundation, along with a career of experiences, has shaped my view of the role we as human testers can and should play in our organizations. I believe we need to resurrect, reclaim, and redefine manual testing. In doing so, we reconnect with our core mission, hone our craft, and showcase our value beyond testing just the delivered application. Okay, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll come back to the 3 R's in just a bit, I promise. All right, here I am in QA. I didn't know a thing about building and leading QA teams. And I definitely felt the weight of those disadvantages. But I had some advantages too. I wasn't chopped liver over here. I leaned in on my 6 years of experience at the company. I knew the domain and clients. I had developed relationships and had a good rapport with leaders and others in the organization. Leaning in on these advantages have shaped my experiences and my view of how and when QA should engage, which, spoiler alert, is always. Here, the conversation didn't start with testing. I had to help the client services team figure out how they communicated with, engaged, and billed for testing services. I started by socializing and promoting the value of testing. I had to bring quality to the forefront of the conversation and champion it as a first-class citizen in the existing delivery lifecycle. And I wasn't limited by preconceived expectations around where and when I should engage. Shoot, I had questions and I needed to engage for answers from leaders, stakeholders, individual contributors, consumers, everybody. In my mind, there was no area that was off limits for QA to engage. In fact, I thought we were supposed to be involved in everything. Things like process and documentation could absolutely benefit from an interaction with testing, right? looking back, I was involved enough that I think I can imagine people, maybe I didn't have to imagine, maybe I heard them say, but dang, Erika is nosy. But listen, during this time of socializing the value of testing and being a little nosy a lot, I learned that communication, collaboration, and engagement were a key part of building new quality processes and developing a strong test strategy. By engaging at all levels, I was able to fully understand the impact of poor quality on the whole organization. This information provided insights to develop the test processes, strategy, and tools that would help us improve our quality. In this case, though, testing was the easy part. It was the buy-in, the collaboration, and the inclusion that we had to work on first. Even though I was building a QA team, I had to involve myself in these other areas of the business. I had to identify, clear, and set my own place at that table. That meant I was interviewing stakeholders, documenting existing processes, gathering customer feedback, assessing the value of artifacts. These inputs were vital to identifying how to solve the quality concerns in a way that benefited the organization, our clients, and our clients' customers as well. In socializing the value of QA, I showcased how infusing quality earlier with things like engaging to improve those processes, highlighting what artifacts were valuable to the test process, providing feedback and design discussions, how they were all part of the quality experience. And it was on us to keep QA in the conversation. I found that I moved from value socialization to inclusion monitor, kind of like hall monitor, but way cooler. I was often heard saying things like, thanks for the heads up. Don't forget to include QA in your updates, or, ooh, did you forget to include QA in your kickoff meeting? Or make sure QA is on the bill to the client. We don't want another piano cat incident. Yeah, I played that one up for a little while. It was working for me. Well, don't judge me. The great thing about this new department was that in the end and ultimately, people were eager to improve quality, and they didn't have any preconceived views of what testing should or shouldn't look like. They wanted help. They were open to help. So in showing up, it was easy to get into those discussions, to get into a rhythm of expecting engagement from QA. I remember even being included in a reorg concept discussion because they wanted to validate the idea and thought that engagement from the test team during the concept phase would be valuable. Socialized QA value, check. It was also around this time in my career, I developed my very first business mantra. With each organization I've joined, I've learned lessons that have turned into mantras that I carry with me. Some of my teams may tell you that I repeat them ad nauseum. Don't listen to them. The mantra I developed here was engage and socialize QA's value. For me, this mantra cements the idea that it should be easy and expected that QA is engaged and involved at all levels. But I know it's not always that easy. It's not always that fun, is it? At times we're up against negative perceptions of QA, skepticism, lack of advocacy, and sometimes even annoyance at our role as manual testers. Chime in on the chat if you've heard this before. Manual testers aren't technical enough. Manual testers aren't fast enough. Manual testers don't understand enough. Manual testers aren't enough. I know I have. In fact, I heard it the very first week I joined a large organization as director of QA. I sat down to interview one of the executive leaders about quality at the organization, and I quickly found out that he had some very unfavorable views of the QA team. In fact, he proceeded to count the ways that the test team was failing. Here are just a very small few. He said, we have too many manual testers. And then he said, we don't have enough test automation. And then he said, we're moving too slowly. And finally, we're not catching the right issues. Spoiler alert, it's common feedback. I've heard it when I join new organizations that are looking to build, grow, or transform QA teams. I hear it when I consult with QA leaders who are trying to build a new team. When I consult with founders and CTOs who are trying to figure out how to solve their quality concerns, but they believe the problem starts and stops in their QA review column. Now, don't get me wrong, these are very real and important problems to solve. And I'm sure a number of you hear these problems and think test automation can fix all of that. You know what I hear? QA isn't valued. QA isn't included. QA isn't accountable. QA isn't engaged. Case in point, I recently consulted a tester who's very passionate about his role and was trying desperately to figure out how to get leadership to value the voice of quality within his organization. He was raising concerns about the impact their current processes were having on the test experience and ultimately the quality of their product. His concerns were pushed to the side and ignored. He didn't have anyone championing for quality in his organization. Now, as you can imagine, that lack of advocacy from leadership comes with some major hits to the quality team's morale and ultimately their perceived value in the organization. QA team members don't get included in critical conversations. QA work is not accounted for as part of the definition of done. Testing is perceived as a bottleneck. Test activities are perceived as overkill. This results in a test team that is less confident, afraid to speak up, and does not provide the full value that they are capable of. That vicious cycle continues as engineering leaders' perceived value of manual testing diminishes further because they don't see engagement from the quality team. Remember, manual testers aren't enough. This perceived value leads to low expectations, driving the marginalization of the manual testing function to one column of the SDLC, which turns into leadership believing they can replace testers with the machine, leaving manual testers feeling even more disempowered, resulting in even less engagement and communication. Then that vicious cycle starts all over again. What's even worse, that cycle is then carried forward with new testers. In Practitest's recent quality report, they stated that 65% of us learn testing on the job. Chances are they're learning from other testers who have also learned on the job. What did those testers learn? This way or that way? This way. Vicious, vicious cycle. This means we see teams of testers that don't know their value. They are being told what is expected of them by leadership, which, as we talked about earlier, is a boxed-in view that does not take advantage of the true value that manual testers bring to the table. What it all boils down to is what leaders believe manual testing is actually a distancing of the tester from the process, from their craft, from their mission. Now, I want to talk to our leaders just for a moment, because as innovators in the space, we need to champion the value of manual testing, not only outside of the team, but internally as well. I know there are talks about new roles in our testing universe, like quality coaches and advocates, and I believe that those can be valuable. Now, don't come for me all at once, preferably not at all, but I think some of these trends come from the pendulum swinging too far away from leveraging the full value of manual testing. With a high focus on test automation as an exclusive test strategy, we're enabling that boxed-in expectation perpetuated by a vicious cycle of undervaluing and ultimately disempowering our manual testers. That value is being shifted into new job titles when these are roles our manual testers can and should do. In fact, manual testers are already doing those things. But as leaders, we have to partner with our toolbox to create the space for them to do it consistently, at scale, and with excellence. As QA leaders, we have to own that shift, make sure that we understand and communicate the value of our manual testers alongside these new roles and advocate for quality together. Because we know the truth, you can't have truly impactful testing without the human. You cannot have truly impactful testing without the human. And it's on us, both leaders and individual contributors, to champion that truth. Manual testers bring the heart of the business to technical conversations. Manual testers bring your customer's voice inside the wall of the organization. Manual testers bring quality to the forefront of the conversation and help drive not only automation delivery, but the overall quality of what is being automated. Developers speak the language of the machine. Manual testers speak the language of your customer. They are the bridge. So again, you cannot have truly impactful testing without the human. Test automation is designed by humans, but we only uncover issues we've told it to watch for, and it's only intended to work against a delivered component. In a recent study, System Science Institute at IBM, I think I got that right, reported that it costs 6 times more to fix a bug found during implementation phase versus design phase. Furthermore, according to IBM, the cost to fix bugs found during the testing phase could be 15 times more than the cost to fix them during the design phase. 15 times more. So if we're waiting on test automation to uncover the bulk of the issues, we're spending more money to do it. We've got to get out of this box because it's costing your company money. And listen, if you're getting a bonus, it's costing you money too. It's time to let the humans do the work. How do we do that? How do we put ourselves back in the conversation? How do we bring our seat back to the table? That table where developers and others are at, most of them, very eager to get the support that we can provide. Remember, I mentioned earlier in my career, I had that misguided view of QA as the scapegoat, the team where the blame fell. Okay, I know, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sadly, we do still see that happen in less mature organizations. That also means there's opportunity here to socialize the value of manual testing specifically, to share how test automation is not a silver bullet, but instead part of our toolbox. We need to come together at that table to redefine it, and not just as manual testers, but together as a team with product owners, developers, customer support, automation engineers, designers, SDETs, everyone. We need to resurrect, reclaim, and redefine manual testing because it is not dead, but it does have to start with you. You've got to shake off those preconceived and negative views. No, really, get your Taylor Swift on, shake it off. Let it go. Reset with your own expectations of what manual testing can and should be. Know your worth. Own your strengths. Acknowledge your value. Then bring all that goodness to the table. Once you acknowledge your value and own your strengths, we get to put in the work on the 3 R's to resurrect, reclaim, and redefine manual testing. Because, that's right, it's not dead. In resurrecting, we get back to the basics, like requirements testing, actually testing, not only reading and then writing acceptance criteria or test cases. Look for those inconsistencies or inaccuracies across the stories being developed. Evaluate the impact of the new functionality on the existing application by thinking through the workflow of the implementation. What questions do you have? Does it all make sense? Did you find that in your mental mapping of the flow, it got garbled in some way? Share that feedback. Talk to the team. Your feedback may very well have uncovered a user experience issue that you are now saving the customer from. Not only that, you've saved your customer support team. They don't have to field that call. You've saved your marketing team. They don't have to overwrite documentation to explain a garbled user flow. You've saved your development team. The implementation requirements will likely be even more clearly defined and straightforward. Owning this part of the conversation as a manual tester brings value and saves money. Remember, it costs 15 times more to fix these types of issues in the test phase versus the design phase. We need to resurrect these foundational test practices. The ones that have been pushed to the wayside as we become more and more agile. They can still fit into our efficient and speedy agile test strategy. Things like condition testing or static analysis, persona testing, workflow testing, use case testing, just to name a few. In resurrecting those types of test practices and more, you're increasing your knowledge, your toolbox. You're gaining exposure by diving deeper into the application, into your craft, and also showcasing your strengths. All of this ultimately empowers you with more to bring to the table in the conversation. And that's when we pounce and reclaim our seat at the table and our voice in the conversation. Be nosy. Yes. Ask questions, even the ones you think are silly. Don't be afraid to crash the party. Get in there because you bring your own treats to the party. And I don't mean cupcakes. I'm talking about your value, your worth, your strengths, that knowledge you gained as you honed your craft, domain knowledge you've developed through exposure, customer perspective, heart. Invite yourself to the conversation. Show up to the meeting, literally and figuratively. Hear me. I've seen so many times where manual testers are in the space, but not in the conversation. They're checked out, disengaged, likely because they feel disempowered. But to reclaim, you need to first commit to fully showing up. One of my favorite books is Leading Quality by Cummings, John, and Pierre. They talk about the impact of poor quality on the 3 C's, customers, company, and career, stating that poor quality was estimated to have cost companies over $1.7 trillion in 2017. How can we not reclaim our seat at the table and our voice in the conversation when there is so much at stake? Again, that means showing up, stepping outside of the low expectation, and shining a light on your true value. Engage in the conversation, provide feedback, share insight, test all the things. Now, I know 2020 was rough and 2021 is looking a little sketchy. And there have been a lot of changes to how we've worked and major impacts just on our industry. And I will not be the one to argue that remote work has its fair share of challenges. And so because of that, the idea of reclaiming can understandably feel pretty hard right now. But the good news, the full reliance on digital meeting spaces has actually made the table a whole lot larger. Let's take advantage of this unique opportunity to create a shift in our space, to change the narrative and raise the expectation. This pandemic has been a complete disruptor in the industry. Let's make the most of it. Teams are building new processes to keep engaged. Get QA in there. Take advantage of the conversation being open to intentionally embed the engagement of quality sooner and reclaim our voice in the conversations. In agile offices, we had open spaces, which created the opportunity to hear different conversations and jump in. We don't have those right now. Maybe never again. Leaders are concerned about the breakdown in communication. This is a perfect opportunity for test teams, manual testers, humans to shine, to really own the collaboration and engagement for the purpose of improving quality, ensuring that teams are all on the same page with documentation like workflow diagrams, my favorite, personas, implementation plans, and so much more. At Calendly, our team has really stepped up their game when it comes to documenting, and as a result, more information is shared with us. The teams want to make sure that we understand what's under development because they know that we'll document it. It's a win-win. Lean into this disruption as an opportunity to reclaim. You've got to walk into these conversations like, we're bringing testing back. Yep, that's legit. Gonna be my testing theme song forever. And now it's stuck in your head too. You're welcome. As manual testers, this is your chance to really shine and show them all the amazing skills that you have that some organizations think they can automate out. But you have to do the work. You have to show up and show off your skills. Communication, collaboration, engagement, facilitation, questionization. Okay, I know that's not a word. Stop judging me. But questioning, that's one of our superpowers. Question all the things. Showing up and showing off will reclaim your seat at the table because you can't deny excellence. Now, I'm sure some of you are saying there is absolutely no time for this. No time to resurrect or reclaim. That's where we want to begin to redefine manual testing. We want to redefine how manual testers interact with their test toolbox to give them more space, time, and freedom to operate as a quality advocate or coach. The big one, leveraging test automation as a tool and not a standalone test strategy. Manual testing and test automation are not mutually exclusive. It's supposed to be a partnership between the two where manual testers feed into test automation to improve its value by driving things like the quality and priority of tests written. In turn, test automation then opens up opportunities for manual testers to provide even more user-centric value throughout the whole process. Our role as testers can help to uncover and even challenge assumptions. We then take feedback from that discovery and turn it into high-value test automation that frees us up to do more discovery. Manual testing is about humans engaging the application. TapQA recently coined a phrase that I absolutely love: humanual testing. It puts the value on us as humans in the testing process because it's we as humans, not machines, that ultimately are using the application. Doesn't it make sense that we as humans are therefore the ones assessing it? Now, please don't misunderstand me. Test automation is a powerful tool, but it is still a tool in our toolbox. Again, it is not a complete test strategy, nor a strong test strategy without humans partnering alongside it to bring the heart to the test experience. Excuse me, you can't, and dare I clutch my southern pearls, say shouldn't automate everything. But if you choose to, you still need to partner in with manual testers to develop automation that is valuable and fully leveraged. When I joined Calendly, I had it all together. Continuous delivery, integration, automated test environments. Oh my, so amazing. We still are, whatever. But I asked what their test automation was covering, and they pointed me to their pipeline dashboard, proudly showcasing everything in green, mostly. But okay, so I was like, well, what is it? Well, it's all of our tests running, the developer said. I was like, okay, cool. What's it testing? He's like, well, you'd have to go look at the tests in the code. Okay, I can do that, but are there any reports? Sure, you can see it has all run successfully on this dashboard. Here's a screenshot. And the developer's getting a little annoyed with me at this point. It's like, okay, well, but I politely persisted. How do you know the value of each test? How do you prioritize? How do you adjust based on risk? How do you, oh, well, as he interjected, yep, there it was, chink in the armor. It's always there. Every organization has it in some form or another. Without a plan to build automation, it runs the risk of eventually losing value. You wind up not leveraging it to do things like reduce your test cycles, remove risk, create more high value engagement from your test team, open up more opportunities for user-centric testing. Instead, you create confidence through over-testing, which ultimately leads to a bloated test automation suite that you then need to figure out how to reduce because it's taking too long to run or it's too cumbersome to maintain. And I'm sure some of you listening may be saying this is all big team implementation, and it's just me and another tester here. They don't listen to us. They just want us to check the box. We don't have advocacy. But you can resurrect, reclaim, and yes, even redefine manual testing. You have to make a choice. It's going to start with you. You have to make a choice to operate at that level of excellence. Show up to conversations, engage and collaborate, showcase your powerhouse of knowledge, relentlessly advocate for the customer. When you exhibit that level of excellence, it changes the narrative, increases the expectation, and you shift from a vicious cycle to a beautiful cycle. That higher expectation bolsters and empowers manual testers, driving more engagement from the test team, thus empowering the testers to exhibit an even higher level of excellence. In fact, I saw this beautiful cycle, I'm tripping over my words, manifest at Calendly. When I joined initially, the team was oversourced across the squads, making it difficult for them to engage beyond just clearing the test column. And while a significant amount of test automation was in place, it wasn't leveraged to its full potential to provide the test team with more time to focus on other areas of testing. Our efforts weren't even included in the story estimation. Now, it wasn't for lack of wanting, the team just didn't realize what they were missing out on. So as a leader, I focused on that advocacy and socialization to start. We needed the team to know and see our value beyond that single step in the test process. One of the more strategic changes was actually making adjustments in our org and team assignments so that people were better aligned according to their strengths. So while we created space for them to engage more, they are also more passionate about what they're doing. Now the team is expected to show up, and it's because they increase their level of excellence. They win internal awards and get major shout outs from the developers on a regular basis. People go to them for information on the product because they've shown that they have the information. They showed up to those conversations, but they had to step into those, own the narrative, and show up. In their striving for excellence, they were dismissing unintentional, low expectations, and began showcasing the absolute badasses that they are. Sometimes you gotta tell people how awesome you are. Don't just sit around waiting for them to ask you. For example, I like to talk to other executive leaders and founders about their views on quality. And I was recently speaking with the CTO of a small startup. After brief introductions, he started to apologize, saying he wasn't sure if our conversation would be much value for me. We don't have QA, our developers do it. Human brains are expensive and manual testing is not as efficient. Yeah, okay, in the back of my mind, I'm rolling my eyes. He didn't see these things. I was not rude. I'm not rude. Stop judging me. But as he continued, I found the chink in the armor. He said, they are great at testing the individual components they build, but they're not good at testing across the application. Integration of two small pieces, things fall through the cracks. I want to automate all the things, but there seems to be roadblocks. My response, really? That's surprising. Our conversation shifted, and I started to challenge him on the value of quality, value of testers. By the end of our conversation, he said, you really challenged my views and assumptions on QA and quality. I realized I'm actually doing the quality function. Thank you. He thanked me for challenging him. I told you I was nice, but it's because I socialized the value of testing and testers. I talked about all the ways testers can help. I didn't accept his expectation. Instead, I questioned it. Cummings, John, and Pierre wrote, you will always need specialized testers who can use human imagination, knowledge, and experience to do investigative forms of testing. That's why manual testing is such a powerful test strategy. Use it alongside test automation. Let it empower you to explore all the nooks and crannies. Leverage tools to create space to do more of it. Spend time getting inside of the customer's mind. Do things the wrong way, but we have to champion it, socialize its value, change our mindset, and break out of the narrow-minded expectations driven by a low perceived value. Let's shine a light on the value of humans testing. We need to understand the foundations of our discipline to empower us to engage outside of the QA review column. All right, it's about time to say toodles, but before I go, 3 questions. Which of the 3 R's do you need to spend the most time on? What would it look like if you resurrected, reclaimed, and redefined manual testing in your org? What guiding mantras do you have that can help you with the 3 R's? If you're leaving this talk with more questions than answers, good. It's one of our superpowers. We question things. It's also where change starts. Let's continue the conversation and let's work together to resurrect, reclaim, and redefine manual testing, because manual testing is not dead, just the definition. Thank you for having me today. I hope you enjoyed this talk.
A lot of points I definitely agree on, and that was very inspirational. Thank you, Erika. And the next speaker, the second speaker at this block with us is Alexandre Bauduin. I hope I did pronounce it correctly.
Yes, correct.
He's a test manager at Kudelski Security, and our next topic is when and why to use test automation. Glad to see you, Alexandre, and the stage is yours.
Okay, thanks very much.
Would you be sharing the presentation?
Yes, I will be sharing a presentation, so I'll share screen. Share screen. There we go.
Yep, and we're good to go.
Here I go. So welcome to this presentation when and why use automation, and you will see it's going to tie up with the previous subject from Erika, which was great, by the way. I'm going to talk about automation, but of course I'm going to talk also about manual testing. If you want to join me, there is my Twitter handle, and you can find me on the website everywhere. I'm doing several conferences per year, so I'm easy to find. I will start with a small disclaimer. This is a presentation which represents only my point of view and my experience. My previous employer might disagree with what I'm saying, but that's life. We're here to learn and to share our experience. So I'm going to talk about my last experience in aviation and military field. I moved to Kudelski Security, which is a specialist now in cybersecurity, IoT, and all the cyber threats around the web. But for this talk, I'm going to talk about my experience in aviation and military. So I was a test pilot for flight simulators because I'm an ex-airline. And I'm also a software developer and a hardware developer. So that was a great opportunity for me to be a part of that team testing flight simulators. I'm also a test and certification engineer, meaning that when you build a simulator, you have to bring the device up to a certification level in order to be able to be used by the airlines. And test engineer also for military and defense system. And you see, I put the word test in green, and I'm going to explain you during this talk why. So flight simulators, are we talking about the game, the old game that everybody knows, has been used, in 95 or something? No, we're talking about flight simulator used for training pilots. And this is my office where I work. This is where I spend most of my day doing some testing. How we create a flight simulator for training pilots? Well, it's very complicated system, and this is where test automation is going to help you, as well as manual testing. A flight simulator is something which is made with several millions line of code, several millions part of equipment, several kilometers of wires. And of course, inside the simulator, we don't go in a simulator in order to learn to fly, because we know how to fly already. We go in a simulator to train for failure, like something goes wrong with the airplane. And that's why we have a catalog where we have a little bit more than 500 failures, going from an engine failure, an engine separation, an hydraulic pump failing, etc., etc. And to give you an idea about how complex it is to create a good flight simulator, just the test requirements which are given by the Federal Aviation are in a book which is 640 pages long. That gives you an idea about how many tests we have to develop for a simulator. So how we build those simulators? Well, we use aircraft parts that we either manufacture ourselves, because we know how to reverse engineer some of the panels, or we buy the parts from Boeing. Most of the time, I'm a Boeing guy. I have been working on 777 for many years. This is why my nickname is 777. So you put those panels, then you take a cockpit from an airplane. So either we build the cockpit, or we go to the scrapyard, we take an old cockpit, we cut it, and then we put in front a visual system, and in the back a seat where the instructor is going to sit and guide us during the training. And then you put the whole thing onto a moving platform in order to recreate the environment. So the pilots in there, they got exact same feeling as they would be into the airplane. So they can feel the acceleration, the momentum of the airplane going left, right, up and down. And they got this nice visual in front of them, which is about 220 degrees by 70 degrees. And they can hear everything like in the airplane, and they can sometimes even smell smoke, because we got in some countries a smoke generator to recreate a fire condition inside the simulator. So before jumping into the subject, there is something that we need to understand. Are we testing or are we checking? And I'll take a very simple example, which is the calculator. So when you perform an operation with a new calculator you press 2 plus 2 equal, well, you expect, of course, to be 4, provided the calculator is in base 10. Is it a test or is it a check? And same question applies for 2 plus 2. Is it a test or is it a check? And what happens if you do 2 plus plus equal? Is it a test or is it a check? So if you understand the difference in between testing and checking, you'll be in a good shape, because that's the very basic understanding of what you're doing. On the right side of the screen, what you can see is a cockpit display with a HUD. This is a military airplane I'm flying on simulators, F-18, and you see there is a lot of information. It's easy to check that some information are present. Like, for example, we can check that the speed is 292 knots. We can check the altitude, which is 9,830 meters. but how we're going to test that all the symbols are accurate in that given situation. What you see on the screen is a mode where I'm engaging a plane using the gun of the airplane. And you see there is a lot of symbols. But in order to make sure that those symbols are displayed properly, I have to perform a test, and this is why we're doing a test flight. So you see inside the green box, there is a plane which has been captured by the radar. It's telling me where the airplane is. And in the small circle, you got several information showing me the position of the airplane, where the airplane is flying, and how I can shoot the airplane. So there is a difference here. It's easy to check information, but you need to make sure that what you see in that present situation is correct, is done through a test. So to continue on this difference in between testing and checking, testing can exist without checking. You can perform a test without checking something. A test can exist without a check. Checking can be performed by human or machine. That's a difference. A machine can perform a check, but if you want to perform a test, that's a different story. And for testing, it requires some toolings in general, and that would be manual testing or automated testing. And this is where it's a little bit, we're abusing the word testing because it must be much more seen as manual testing and automated checking. That's a big difference. In my world, testing is very complicated and it could be extremely complex. And why? It's because all the law of physics are interconnected into a flight simulator. And I take the example, the air conditioning inside the airplane. In order to have air conditioning, we're using air from the engine. But if I take air from the engine, then I reduce the thrust of the engine. If I reduce the thrust of the engine, then I reduce the lift. And if I reduce the lift, then my airplane is climbing less. So just to give you an idea about how complex it is, those are the forces which are just involved during the takeoff roll. I don't want you to understand all the curves, but it gives you an idea about all those interactions that we need to verify when we perform just a simple takeoff. And to illustrate how all those laws and systems are interconnected, I just show you an example here of the air conditioning system of an airplane, typical airplane. You see on the right side that we're taking the air from the engine. It goes into the pneumatic system, and then from there, we can go into the air conditioning system. In the simulation, all the diagram you see with all the valves, all the check valve, all the ducts and everything is simulated as the real airplane. So this is where it's getting extremely complicated, because if I want to test and check the air conditioning system, I will have to check all the valves, all the airflow in all those pipes in order to make sure that it's exactly as the airplane. And inside the simulator, like in your car, you got those small hose that you can open in order to have some air. Inside the simulator, it's exactly the same thing. If I open the hose, the small vent, in order to have some air on my face, it's coming from a simulated air conditioning system, and it has to be representative of what it does inside the real airplane. So this is where checking can be very easy, because you can check that valve is open or closed, but testing the whole system in a dynamic environment is extremely complicated. So I said before that we're abusing the word check and testing, and I'll give you an example. This is one of the test procedure that was inside the 777 before I took the lead on that plane. We just repositioned the airplane to the takeoff position. Then we check that the landing gear, some indication about the landing gear are correct. Then we try to raise the landing gear, etc., etc. So you see there is a lot of things saying that check, check, check. But when we look at mid procedure, where we have to increase the speed of the airplane while we are in the air, we check that the landing gear vibration increase with speed. It's not really a check. Why? It's because you don't have a fixed value. It's just your appreciation as a tester, which can say, well, it is correct. So in that case, we should not write check. We should write test that the landing gear vibration is increased with speed. And the same goes with the sound, etc., etc. So inside the cockpit, in order to perform the test, I have access to the landing gear system, which is on the right. I can raise the landing gear by moving this small translucid handle, and then I got also some pages inside the plane, which are built by Boeing. I can have some indication about the landing gear. So I can say, well, yes, it's up or down, the landing gear are closed, the temperature of the brakes are 200 degrees, the pressure, as you see on all the pressure tires are there. I can check those. But if I want to test, for example, a tire explosion and see how the pressure decrease, then it is a test. Why? It's because I don't have any data to back it up. So I want to make sure that you understood the difference between a test and a check. So if I increase the speed to 250 knots, and I would like to verify that I have an increase in vibration of the landing gear and the sound increase, is it a test or check? If you have already answered it is a test, you're correct. Now, if you're curious, and it ties up with what Erika was saying before, if you're curious and you want to know what the product is capable of doing, ask yourself, what's going to happen if I increase the speed to 300 knots, which is roughly 500 kilometers per hour? As you can see, the landing gear is a complex system where you got different systems on it. You got the brakes, you got the nose wheel steering system, you got the lights, but you got also the landing gear door. If you think about the real life, what do you think is going to happen to the landing gear door? Are they going to stay open? Are they going to close? Are they going to vibrate? That's something you don't know. So what's going to happen is, if you're a good tester, you can say, well, yes, I checked at 250 knots what's going to happen, but I'm going to push the system and see what's going to happen at 300 knots. And then you will have to use your experience to say what I see is correct or not. In our world, into the aviation, the testing is there to reveal some hidden issues. Why? Is because we don't want to give a false impression to the pilots. Everything that it is done inside the simulator, the whole behavior of a simulator has to be exactly as real life. We don't want to give the impression that the pilot can take off on an icy runway and then suddenly brake and stop before the end of runway because they think they can do it. They have to realize that past a certain point, if they brake on the runway because it's icy, they're going to exit the runway, like in this case, this 737, which skid off the runway and landed onto a road. So testing is really a process where you're going to use your experience, where you're going to use your past experience, and then also where you're going to create more knowledge by trying out things on a system. And you're going to say, well, I know that the system today is capable of doing this, but if I push the boundary a little bit more, what's going to happen? And there are two ways of doing it. You can do it automated, because typically you can put into a system, say in your calculator, you can put a very large number and say, well, I don't know how the calculator was designed, but if I put a small number, I know 2 + 2 = 4. But if I put 2 billions plus 5 billions, what's going to happen? If the system was not designed for this, then it's going to give you either an overflow or the system will crash. And this is where the tester is very important in his attitude, because he can define more what the system is capable. It's not written in a book, or it's pretty hard sometimes to know what is the boundary. That's what you're doing when you're doing manual testing. You explore. And testing requires what I think one of the best values, superpower, like Erika said before. One of the superpower of a tester, if you have a what if attitude, then you're a winner, and you're going to use that questioning, all the questions you have, all those, like Erika said also, it might be stupid question, but all those questions, they have some value when you talk about the product. So here, what we had to test into the simulator is that we should be able to measure the distance the airplane is going to take when we do a rejected takeoff. We start the takeoff, and then we say, no, we don't want to take off for whatever reason, and then we have to stop. But we do that on a icy runway. And in order to simulate ice, we just have to lower the temperature into the simulation. We put also water on the runway, and then we simulate that the water is frozen, in order to give some ice, and then we measure the time the airplane is going to stop. Now I'll give you a trick also, because in physics the temperature changes with the altitude, and as you can see here, this runway is not flat. So what's going to happen is that for a computer, when you are very at the top here of a runway, that's your reference point, you are exactly at 0. If you go down, the pressure is increasing, so the temperature is also increasing. And if you go on top of the hill, then the pressure is decreasing and the temperature is decreasing. It means, if I look just from a computer perspective, that this part of the runway is going to be icy, the dip it's not, and the top is going to be icy. As an airline pilot, I never ever saw that before in my life. I never saw, even yourself, if you walk into a street which is like 30 meters, in difference in elevation, have you seen the bottom of the street frozen and the top not frozen, or vice versa? No. And this is where, as a tester, you can make a difference in between a computer and a human, because you have a brain and you have some experience that a computer doesn't have. So this is where, again, the mindset of a tester is very important. Inside the simulator, we have also to test dynamic things and subjective things, like tire blown. So imagine you are in your car, you're on the highway, and then you're driving 120 kilometers per hour, and then suddenly you have a tire exploding. What's going to happen? It's pretty hard to measure. You know that the car may be turning to the left, maybe turning to the right, maybe dip a little bit. Inside the simulator, they say, well, the effects are representative. That was very vague, a vague statement, especially when you have a tire which at the end looks like this. Again, you will have to use your experience to say, well, I suspect that this is going to happen, and then you have to validate your hypothesis inside the simulator. So again, for some people, they say, well, you have to write the test procedure as light as possible in order to have some, to perform the test. And the problem is that insufficient guidance gives you random results, because a person does not execute the procedure as the same way another person can do it. And this is where I automated the test. And in order to recreate all the time exactly the same expected result, I came up with that procedure instead. And as you can see, I had to automate all that in order to make sure that when the tire is going to be blown at this speed, I'm requesting, if nothing has changed inside my software, I should have exactly the same result. In order to achieve this, I had to think about all the initial conditions in order to be able to do that. And this is where automation helped me out, is because I can automate all those steps in order to be at the initial condition, execute the test automatically, and then evaluate myself for result and say, yes, it is correct or it is not. So this is where it is important for automation, is when you have dynamics into a system. Automation helps you in that. And to give you an example here, in order to validate the simulator is behaving properly, what we do, we have all those information coming from Boeing initially. They recorded a test flight. They record all the parameters. They give us those parameters in terms of forms, curves, and then we have to put them into the simulator and check the results. And what you can see on the left is one dotted line is what the simulator is giving, and the other straight line is what the system, the real system, is giving. And then as a tester, you have to question, why is it different? And this is where you are far more superior to the machine, because you can give an explanation, and if you dig enough into the system, you will be able to explain why there is a difference inside the system. So in short, automation is when it's done by machine, it's much more precise, especially in terms of timing and setup. If you have a huge setup, it's easy to forget something, and then you will have a result which is incorrect. And if you have to measure something, let's say the system is loading a web page within 3 seconds, 3.1 versus 3.2, it's pretty hard for a human to detect, but for a machine, it's a piece of cake. You have to remember that automation is part of a testing activity. It's something into your toolbox. There is manual testing and there is automation. And this is where you should not go for full manual testing or full automation. It's something that you need to think of and to adjust inside the project. And checking requires really nothing. Why? Is because usually you got an oracle. 2 + 2, well, we know, equals 4. What's going to happen when you have a blown tire? That's something different. So to summarize, what and when to automate? Well, when you have dynamic data and huge complex system with a lot of initial conditions. And sometimes when people say, well, you have to write one test for one feature, it doesn't bring any value. It's just checking something which is already coded somewhere. And again, if I take the example of 2 + 2, it's super easy to do. It just say, well, I got the test, but what is the value of that test? Could be questionable. And remember something, a system of systems behaves differently compared to a single system. So I would like to conclude with this about automation. And I take the example of the context testing, and I would like you to focus on point number 7. Only good judgment and skill exercise along the project is where you are able to do the right things at the right time. And what I'm saying this is, you may start doing some tests at very early stage of a product, and then you will have to adapt a testing strategy, let's say 5 years down the road, because what you discovered initially is already covered, and you might need to discover new problems by doing exploratory testing. So don't stick to one technology or one methodology. There are tons of methodology. And just to give you an idea, this is all the tools I've been using in my life for whatever. And I've been using Silk Test, Selenium, name it. You should not be say, well, you know, it's web, so I'm just using, let's say, Selenium. No, you will have to be curious and perform tests using different tools and explore. So I know it's very short, but I hope it gave you an idea about what is the difference in between testing and checking. And remember, automation is just one piece in your toolbox. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. That was quite impressive, Alexandra. Thank you, and looking forward to see you in around half an hour on the Q&A session.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Thanks. And meanwhile, I would like to remind you that at the end, we'll have the Q&A session after this next topic. And please ask your questions and mention the speaker's name if that should be the question should be addressed to a particular person. And we're moving on to our final presenting for manual versus automation block. And it is Joseph Smalls-Mantey.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Joseph. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yep. Joseph is metrics and test tools engineer at Pinterest, and he would tell us about how to build automation mindset from the ground up. I'm pretty sure that's an interesting subject, so I'm sharing the stage with you.
All right, thank you. It's nice to be talking to everybody. It's what, 6:30 or 6:20 a.m. on the West Coast of the United States, but I'm glad to be here. I will be talking about how automation from the ground up. And really this talk will take us through kind of how to not skip any steps when setting up an automation environment in a company, because you can't skip steps. And if you take all the steps kind of in a sequential order, you'll be set up for success. So, first, we're going to do an introduction, then I'll give a short talk about the importance of testing. Of course, everybody here understands that, but as that's kind of foundational to what we'll be talking about today, I wanted to go over that. And then we'll talk about what I see as the foundations to an automating testing environment. So leadership, framework and tools, tests, reporting and developer usage finally. So as an introduction, I'm from DC, Washington, DC. Currently reside in San Francisco, working at Pinterest. In my free time, I like to cook a lot. Really into basketball, NBA, F1, and sim racing. Favorite shows are Bob's Burgers, What Happens in the Shadows, Westworld, and I like the same movies everybody else likes, except maybe Rogue One. Professionally, kind of working backwards here, I've been at Pinterest for 5 years. My primary role there is building and maintaining iOS testing infrastructure. So we've built it in Xamarin, then we moved to Ogre 2, we wrote it in Swift, and then we wrote it in Objective-C. So I've been through the process a couple of times. I also write new metrics. I work for a public company. We have to report our numbers publicly. And so I write some of those metrics that we report, and I also write the tests that maintain those metrics. And I'll get into this a little later, but you can get in big trouble for reporting incorrect metrics, and so I help make sure that we're not doing that. Before I worked at Pinterest, I went to the Flatiron School Bootcamp in New York City. Before that, I was an M&A consultant for 3 years at EY. And before that, I did undergrad business at Wharton. So next we're going to talk about the importance of testing. So automated testing enables companies to grow. It's kind of essential or becomes essential at a certain point because of these 4 benefits that it offers: quality, confidence, speed, and legality. So the number one thing is quality. You don't want your end user catching broken features, and testing allows you to catch features before they go out. That might be broken. The second is confidence. So as a code base grows, it's really important that a developer knows that checking a line of code here won't break a line of code there, which we see happen a lot at Pinterest. And it's, sometimes in ways that you really wouldn't even imagine, or maybe you have a couple of experiments running, but it's important to test kind of like the amalgamation of all the changes that are going in throughout a release. And the third thing being speed. So with automated tests, you can run a very large amount of tests over and over again. I can say personally at Pinterest, we went from a 3-week release cycle simply because we had to do manual testing over the app. And if someone had to like fix something that they had put in because we found a problem, we'd have to start that entire process over again, which took, days to complete. But now, every time someone commits something, tests are run, you get results within 30 minutes. And that really speeds up the development process. And we're also now like on a 1 week release as opposed to a 3 week release cycle. And then the last thing here is legality. So at least in the United States, company executive can't get away with saying, well, I didn't know anything about this. Enron was kind of the end of that. So leaders can be held personally responsible. Like if our metrics are like really wrong and there's an investigation, like my CEO can be taken to prison, I'd probably be fine. And so for that reason, leadership really wants to make sure that the metrics that they're putting out are correct to the best of their knowledge. And that's another reason why testing is very important. So a testing culture must be built layer by layer. These are all the kind of things that I was talking about before in our agenda, but it kind of starts at the ground floor with leadership. You have to have leadership buy-in in order to build a good testing culture, and I'll talk more about that, obviously. And then on top of that, good frameworks and tools. On top of those frameworks and tools, good tests. On top of those tests, good reporting. And when you have all those things, you will get to developer usage pretty much automatically, because developers will happily use tests if they're useful and they're easy to use. And so that's our kind of goal when we're building up automation for the first time at a company, or just trying to get the company to embrace it a little bit more. So let's talk about leadership buy-in. So when you're setting up test infrastructure, there's a lot of work involved, especially up front. And so you really want to make sure that even before you get kicked off, you have strong leadership buy-in. And the way to get that is by making sure that they understand the importance of testing. But because testing can be time-consuming, because it can be expensive for the tooling, and it can be expensive from a staffing standpoint, it's very, very important that leadership is bought into testing and they're invested for the long run, because what you don't want is, starting to build out testing and, you kind of get tired of it, or leadership doesn't see it as important and you're wasting all this time and money. You really have to be committed from the go. And I think that comes from leadership kind of acknowledging the reasons why testing is important. And because kind of like the initial phase of building up testing is so kind of like taxing, because you're writing tests, you're building out, you're choosing a framework, you're implementing it, you're implementing your reporting. It's good to think about how you want to staff things. So I think that leadership should get creative. You can use either a team of dedicated contractors to build it out for you. You can use in-house developers, or you can use a hybrid of in-house and contractors on hybrid teams. And Pinterest has probably done all three of those things at different times of our testing lifecycle. I kind of was hired when we just had contractors working on our tests, and I was the first in-house developer. And to start, I was the only person doing testing, automated testing at Pinterest. It took about 6 months for my manager to find out that, of course, that's not sustainable. And so now we have a team of about 6 dedicated senior engineers who primarily focus on testing. And that's kind of what we require. And we also have a team of product quality specialists who are contractors and help teams manage their tests. So that's money and time. Make sure that leadership knows that's going to cost money. They understand why it's important that they spend that money anyway, and they're committed for the long haul. And you want to consider, just to get you over that hump of building and into that phase of maintenance, you might want to consider staffing up with contractors. And then the second thing is enforcement, kind of like easily said, but management, especially when things are getting going, should push developers to use the testing. So the next thing is framework and tools. So you have to pick the right framework and tools for your one It's very, very important, and it'll really, that's kind of one of the biggest levers on how easy tests are to use, like how good your frameworks and your toolings are. So some kind of like tips when picking a framework. You want to pick it in a language that you already that's already being used. So when we first started, we wrote tests in Xamarin, and they were in C# while people were using Objective-C. And we saw a slow test uptake because of that. And so we had to switch our language. A slow uptake of tests by the developers because of that. And so we had to switch to using a framework with Objective-C, which took a lot of time. And you want to pick a framework that's well maintained. So again, not a bad mouthing Microsoft and Xamarin here, but when we had started, they were using C# and a couple things would also happen when we were trying to upgrade to a new version of Xcode, for example, on iOS, because they were like a little bit slow with those updates. So two things: you really want to make sure that your OEM is going to respond to those updates, because you don't want your entire testing environment kind of slow down and everybody's looking at you while you're looking at Microsoft, which is some huge companies that might not respond. So we use Earl Grey, and they're a little bit better about being ready for like app updates and everything like that. And then you also just want to pick a framework that's going to be around in the future. So there are a lot of kind of like open source frameworks and third parties out there, but you want to pick something that is going to be there for 5, maybe 10 years, just because switching costs are so high. The second thing is that tools need to be fast and reliable in order for them to be useful. So when I talk about tools, I'm talking about kind of like the machines that you're building on and kind of your pipelines. And there are a lot of choices to be made there. You can either go with a custom setup that you're making with Mac Minis or Hackintoshes on AWS, or you could do a third-party setup. So you could use like a Firebase, for example, who will kind of take care of the entire test running process for you, soup to nuts. It's also important to think about how much capacity you need, when you're talking about, do I need AWS? Can I run this on a Mac Mini farm? And you also want to think about device coverage. So Firebase, of course, has all these devices available for you. So if you really need that, you might want to go with them. If you're having to provision and set up your own devices locally, that might have, if you want to run on real devices, that might have some issues. Maybe you don't even want to run on real devices. Maybe you're comfortable running on SIMs. And also you want to think about how reporting will be handled. We'll talk about that a little bit down the road, but with some third parties, you get really good reporting kind of built in. So that's something to think about when you're, deciding which frameworks or tools you want to go with. So the third thing here is tests. And it's important to have kind of like a set of rules when you're setting out to write tests, so they don't kind of like get out of hand. So here are some that I stick to when writing tests. So it's first, when you're building out your test suite, it's good to use page object model or some other design pattern. You need to have your test code centrally organized. You don't want to be defining elements in line, simply because that makes maintenance kind of like a nightmare. So the app is changing all the time under you, and you need to update your test to represent that. If an element changes, you have to change it 100 places. It's really just bad design, and it's going to take a lot of time. The second thing is test one flow at a time. So if you are testing your logout flow, just test your logout flow. Don't do your logout flow and you're going out to web flow at the same time. Just because when a test fails, you want to know exactly what's wrong, and so you can action it, kind of immediately. The third thing is writing test feasibility. This is very, very important. So tests should be deterministic, in that they should do the same thing every single time as much as you can, and that's how you kind of like get to stability. And then you can also kind of like leverage retries. Not something that you really want to lean into, but your kind of North Star is stability. And so you want to watch out when you're doing retries for tests that do have to retry, but having retries built into your system allows you not to get in the way of developers. For everything doesn't need to be tested. So a little example, when our ads team was building out their tests, they originally built something like 3,500 tests. And it was like way too much. At any one time, they probably had like 400 tests failing, which sounds like awful, but they had also 3,100 tests, succeeding. Nowadays, they run a much smaller suite of about 400 tests. And so basically the amount of tests that they had to worry about fixing, and they're still getting great signal. So every single slice of everything doesn't need to be tested, which is what that team was doing. Every pin format on every surface, like you can, you kind of use the fact that code is written a certain way to kind of like group your testing and not test every single individual feature, which is what we did. Now those tests are much more easy to maintain, which is like most of the work when you have a test suite, and you're actually getting actionable results, because if a test fails, then it's probably actually failing. And the fifth thing is that there should be one source of truth for expected behavior. So you don't want to be in the case or a situation where you have tests that are defined different ways in multiple different places. You want to have one definition that kind of also serves for the expected behavior for that feature. And that can be checked against. And if that expected behavior changes, it can be changed in one place. And that just really helps things. But if you're going to remember one thing from, I guess, the slide, it would be that testability is most important. So like tests are absolutely useless if when they fail, your developers don't know if that's like providing a signal that they can use. Like you don't want to teach your organization to ignore tests, which by having instability within your suite. So the next thing we're going to talk about here is reporting. Reporting can really make or break the effectiveness of tests. Like you have leadership buy-in, you have the right tools and frameworks, you've written great tests, but if the reporting is off, you will find that that doesn't really mean anything to anybody, because all that's not getting to the developer. So when a test fails, the developer needs to know three things. They need to know when, how, and why. So they need to know if it was their commit that caused the failure, because that's their number one kind of focus. But then they need to know like how that test failure happened. So we provide videos, we provide test logs, we provide app logs, kind of like at a click. So if a developer puts up a diff and we run tests on that diff and the tests fail, they will get some notification of that, and they can go in and like self-investigate and like either fix the test, or they can silence the test, and then we have an SLA, a service level agreement, to have that test fixed and stabilized in a certain amount of time. Which is what I was talking about, which is like the why. So was the failure a true failure? Like, is there actually a feature that's operating wrong, or did the test clunk out in some way? And is that a false negative? If it was a false negative, of course, the test needs fixing. If it's a true failure, then we need to fix that. And that's like a really important thing for developers to be able to do quickly in order for a test to be deemed as useful. The reporting just has to be typed. This is an example of, or a small example of how our custom reporting tool looks. So we have a custom reporting tool called Metro. If you were to step into a test page, I cut some of the things off for privacy, but you get the test name up here. You get a link to a video of the test, and the logs up here as well. And then you also have information on the last 50 runs of the test. You can click any of these runs and go to that run and see the artifacts for that run. But also here you have a flakiness rate, you have a failure rate. So flakiness is, did it run and then we retried it and then it passed? Because if that happened, then it's flaky. then the behavior isn't really broken. And then our failure rate is, even if we've retried it and it keeps failing, and then we call that a failure. And it's good to have those two metrics separately. And then the next thing is the average duration. So you want to make sure that your tests are kind of like creeping up in duration, either because of retries or some other reason that you might not be in tune to. Simply because test speed is one of those components in making tests easy to use. So if you build it, they will come. This is that's an old reference now from Angels in the Outfield, but it's true. If you build, if you take all these steps that we've kind of talked about today, and you build a solid testing system, developers will want to use it. And that's kind of what I would call having a testing culture. It's when developers find the test useful and they want to use it. And I'd say that we have that at Pinterest. And you kind of know when you've reached there because developers will monitor tests on their own. They'll write tests for their new code without being asked. They'll maintain old test cases. And they'll also take initiative to expand the testing code base in a way as like me as a custodian of the test. I was like, I didn't even know that you would want that or you'd find that useful. But, when tests are useful, like developers will take them and run for them because it makes it easier, run with them because it makes it easier for them to do their job. So to wrap up, again, developers will happily use tests if they're useful and easy to use. And so that's really the goal when building a testing culture. One, you have to have the leadership there to support and fund good frameworks and tools. And then when you get to the test writing stage, you really want to make sure that you're writing stable tests that will be useful. And then you want to make sure that the reporting is solid. And if you do all of that, developers will naturally want to use tests. And I would call that a successful testing culture. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Joseph, for such an incredible information shared. And yeah, I think we have 5 more minutes until the Q&A session starts. So we can take a short break until our previous speaker, Alexander, will join us for the Q&A session.
Excellent. Good, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. So Alexandra, Joseph, we'll be going through the Q&A session now, and I have prepared a few questions for us to discuss in regards to where manual and automation testing connect. And the first thing will be the first question. So we talked about building the automation mindset from the ground up. Can you give any advice to manual testers when test automation is introduced in their environment? So take, say, a company or a project where the manual testers work and test automation is introduced, and some people may have perception, like manual testers may have perception that it's aimed to get rid of them.
Sure. So I can talk about the experience at Pinterest. So, of course, like I've talked about, we have a lot of automated tests, but we still use manual testers. One, because there are always going to be product flows that simply don't lend themselves to automation. And for that reason, you're going to have to stick with manual testing at some level. But also, from a career standpoint, if that's really something that's would make a manual tester nervous, like automated testing isn't something that's super difficult to pick up. So I joined Pinterest as an apprentice. I was kind of like tasked with building out automation. I did not know the language I was coding in. I'd never really written a test, but I was able to pick it up because I had general coding knowledge. So I definitely think that it is a field that is enterable, but I would also just say, backing up from that, like companies are always going to need some level of manual testing, simply because not everything can be automated.
Alexandra, anything you would like to add?
No, I think I agree, Joseph. It's manual testing and automation, it goes together. You cannot go full manual testing, or you cannot go full automation testing, because you're going to miss something at one stage. For testers wishing to go into automation, pick one tool and think about what you would like to automate, because it's a pain. So take one of the tests you have, look at the way you're doing it, and then trying to find a tool. And you have to try different tools. There are plenty of tools available. Try to download the trial version. There are open source tools, some of them requiring some testing skills, but you're going to learn pretty quick how to code, because it's not very complicated. And as you go along with the system, you'll become also a better software developer, and learn how to code classes and things like that. Don't be scared about it. Just jump on it, pick one tool and try it.
Thank you. And well, just to follow up to this question, so we talked about that the manual testing can exist alongside the automation one, but speaking of the manual testing skill set, as to even if it may not be moving towards the automation practice, do you think all testers should know how to code? Or it's enough to be just, say, UI tester in the modern world?
I would say that personally, I think that it's good. It's not necessary, but it's good to learn. It's always good to have as many options as possible, and I think it allows you to be positioned for like career growth. I think to know how to code, because you just never know when a need is going to arise at a company, and if you can step in and fill that need, it's a good thing to have, like career-wise, just to be ready for an opportunity. And I also think that it would help even like your codeless testing to know how to code, because you would understand kind of like the underpinnings a little bit better. But there are people who are successful without testers, without knowing how to code. So, but I do think that it's a benefit.
On my side, I think it's a good idea to know how to code, because then you learn. If you've been a developer like myself before, you know the pitfalls. And if you take the classic example in C language, when you talk about an array and then you iterate for I equals 0 to size of the array, you know that sometimes we're missing the first or the last item. If you know how the system is built with which language, then you can find the corner case where it may crash. And it's the same thing if you're using a short integer or a long integer. If you're a developer and if you have some knowledge in coding, then you know that, oh, what's going to happen if I choose exactly that value, why it's going to crash. And is it going to crash first? And then if it crashes, then you know already why it crashed. It's because it was a long or short. So it's a good idea. And like we said to the previous question, if you start developing automation tests, you will start coding also, and then you will learn also from your own failure.
Thank you. The next question would be revolving around as to, Alexander, your topic, what, when, and why to automate. So like the more generalistics, what are the criteria, just to reiterate, how to select tests to be automated, and how to actually go in deeper into that to prioritize them for selection?
Yeah, it's pretty hard because there is no clear cut about what to automate and what not to automate. Automation has to be seen as a tool, and if you are and the tool respond to a need. So if you're under time pressure and, for example, you got very long test procedure, very complicated test procedure, then it's a good candidate to automate. Why? It's because that 4 hours, for example, where you perform just a test could be automated, and then you can do something else. So it's extremely hard to answer that question and say you should automate this or that. It's really your experience and what you need to do that's going to guide you and say, well, I want to automate that test, or I don't want to automate that test. And don't forget, when you automate tests, basically there is some code running behind and you have to maintain it. So if you don't have the skills to maintain and the power to maintain all your test automation, it doesn't help either. So I cannot understand clearly to the question. It's just try it out and see what is best for you. That's the only answer or good answer I can give.
Okay. Anything to add, Joseph?
No, I think that was pretty much it. Yeah, it's what you can maintain is really important because stability is paramount. Like if you're not going to be getting actionable results from tests, then they're not useful at all. And so there's like no point in them. So if you can't maintain them and keep them stable, I think that would be your upper bound. But below that, yeah, whatever you find important. So if you find it important that this flow works every single time, then yes, you should test it. If it's a metric that absolutely can't fail, yes, you should test it. But beyond that, you really want to get kind of like selective, and you don't want to really break it down to every smallest like manageable or testable like component. But you want to test flows, and you want to make sure that you're not having more tests than you can realistically maintain.
To that point, Joseph, I will add that if you have a test manager who's asking you automate everything, then something is wrong, and then you must challenge the person.
Yes.
Because most of the time that's what you hear. You must automate everything, and automate everything can be extremely, extremely costly on the long run.
Yes. I talked about this example in my presentation, but when our ads team started doing testing, we hired 4 contractors. We wrote 3,000 tests, and they were just unmaintainable because it was just too much, especially when the contractors left. And so they ended up, cutting their suite by a factor of 5, in the end, just in order for it to be useful. And so you don't want to, and that's a lot. There's a lot of money and time spent in there. That's if you do the math, that's a lot of money in terms of like paying people to do that. So you really want to be judicious about the amount of tests that you're standing up.
Yeah, and actually a follow-up to that as well. So imagine you want to introduce automation testing in your company. So that would be more form of your experience. How do you measure success of automation practice before it's introduced? So if you have to present it to leadership team and on an ongoing basis as it's working.
So that's something that we struggled with. So at one point we wanted to track, like in Jira, the found bugs that you have, but at a certain point you have to kind of get beyond that. So like if you were getting in a car and you put your seatbelt on every time, you're not going to keep a logbook of every time a seatbelt saved your life as kind of like a worthiness for you to put it on. Like you're putting it on because it's keeping you safe, and you know that it's keeping you safe. And that's kind of like the long and short of it. But of course, there are kind of ways to kind of bubble up things that you've caught. Like when you do kind of like catch bugs, like we can kind of like count like how many bugs are getting fixed, like as a result of testing. But also when testing gets to a certain level, it kind of becomes self-evident because every developer knows like, oh, I have pushed something that a test suite ran over and they caught some weird stuff that I'm really, really glad didn't make it out to production. And it really doesn't take long before you get testing up, before it becomes self-evident. But you really kind of have to trust that, like, at a certain legal level, like if you're a public company, like you have to be kind of like testing your metrics or you might go to jail. And then if you're maybe not at that level, it's just that like, testing will help you with speed, and it will help developer speed and developer confidence because they know they're not breaking things when they're contributing. And then you also don't have to spend the time to really unwind a bunch of commits, because if you're not testing on every commit, you don't know when the breakage happened. And so like fixing things can get really, really costly. And so it's more kind of like the negative evidence of those things not happening anymore that kind of helped shore things up at my company at least. But really it's about being principle based with testing, and you're gonna have to do that in order to get that initial investment into your kind of like testing environment.
Alexander, anything you would like to add here?
Well, it's usually when we talk about automation, we're talking about cost. That's the first thing. And then you say, well, I need to buy that tool. Oh, how much is that tool? It's $3,000. Oh, that's very expensive. And the best is to build a business case where you say, well, I'm going to save that much time, I'm going to invest that much time, and on the other end, this is what I'm giving to you. I'm giving you a little bit more speed, and I'm giving you that seatbelt that you put every time you jump into the car. So, and then people have to decide if they want to invest in automation. And my recommendation is usually don't wait for the management to give you an approval for tool. Just download the trial version and make a short demo about it, and see if the developer introducing a bug, especially for that test, and demonstrate to the management that you can find a problem with a tool.
Absolutely. One more thing that I would add is that when things go wrong, we have postmortems to kind of get to the bottom of it, and that's a place where you can use to push for testing. Because when you get to the section of the postmortem, which is like, how could this have been prevented, or how are we going to prevent it from happening next time? A lot of the time, the answer is testing. And so that's one way that if you don't have testing up, you can kind of like advocate for it. It's like, all right, so we've had 3 of these incidents this quarter. All of them could have been prevented by testing, and they cost us X amount of money or X amount of time. Like I said, you're building a business case for yourself.
Thank you. Alexander, a question for you, a bit more like a philosophical question. So you were speaking about testing versus checking.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, test automation is a check, as we already know the expected results?
I would say yes. When you know exact value of a result, it's a check, because you got an oracle saying, well, that's what it should be. So this is where it is. I don't want to be picky about those worlds, because there are people like Michael Bolton and James Barr also very picky about the terminology we use. But it would be a good practice in the world to say, well, when you do automation, you don't do automation testing, you do automation checking. Like the calculator example that I took. Testing is much more an activity where you use different tools, and testing can be exploratory testing, for example, where you don't know what the behavior of a system is in that particular case, and this is really testing because you putting the system into a situation where you don't know what's going to happen, and then you observe a result and then say yes, it makes sense, or it doesn't make sense. And this is where the difference is in between testing and checking.
Yep, thank you. And a couple of words for our audience in terms of what books or courses would you recommend for the beginner automation? So we talked about how to start the journey, just take it and do it. But what would you recommend as the first step of the information to study?
Luckily, I have my bookshelf here. I'm not even going to pretend like I read these and used these as a Bible, but these are two books that when I was joining, I kind of skimmed through because I had no testing experience. So this one is something my first manager gave me, which is How Google Tests Software. And it just goes through kind of like how they're thinking on testing as a company, as written by people who used to work there. And then another one is Lessons in Software Testing. But I really wouldn't, it's good to kind of like know or get a feeling for what other people are doing. But more than this, I would say I would find a meetup where you can talk to kind of like your industry peers and really get a sense of like, these books were written, probably 10 years ago at this point. So they're obsolete. Like really get a sense of where the industry is now and what they're using. Because it'll open up kind of like possibilities that you really didn't even know about. Like people will be using in technologies in interesting ways that maybe not be, top of mind to you, or you can't like find on Stack Overflow for some reason, it's really good to go out and talk to people in the community, kind of like this, but also kind of like locally to grow with testing.
Yep. Alexander, would you want to recommend something as well?
Well, Joseph made a good point. I think meetups are a very good place. The web, of course, and conferences are a very good way also of learning different experience. And it's there. Everything is there. I take an example where I had to automate some testing on set-top boxes for TV, and I hijacked really a testing framework and connected that testing framework with something else like Photoshop in order to make picture comparison on the TV box. Is the quality good? Then I display something on the TV. I have a capture system to grab the frame, and then I use Photoshop to make comparison between the original picture and the picture seen on the TV. It's not something you're going to see inside the testing tool that you're going to buy, which is Silk Test or Frog Logic or whatever. But it is a way of saying, I know this, I know that, how I can connect all those things together, to make what I need. So books are very good, especially the one about the lessons learned. But you're going to speed up really your training if you go to conferences and you share with other people. That's the best recommendation.
Yep, thank you. And a bit of a different way. So we have a question from the channel. It is written for Erika, but I think we can share our opinions as well. So the person is experienced in the team, but he would like the better way to spread the same level of knowledge among the teammates. How would you approach that? What tips you would give?
So we do lunch and learn. So like when you want to teach something, and I guess this is more of a pre-COVID thing, but when you wanted to teach something new to people on your team, like you could teach it to them over lunch. Like, so it's not like a meeting that's taking them a lot of time, or maybe you want to take like actual meeting time, but making a presentation and having ample time for questions and having it be kind of like in a relaxed environment is a good way to teach like new things. And so with a lot of technology, you kind of have to like learn how to use it first. You kind of like, struggle through the docs And then the second time you come back to it, it's going to be a lot easier. And so having somebody like walk through it with you or for you, so that the next time they pick up a test, it kind of like that framework is in their mind and it's easier for them to start working with it, is a good way to get people's feet wet with testing. So at Pinterest, like for all of our developers who end up doing pretty complex things with iOS testing, I have like a 1 hour video going over our test suite, and that's good enough to get most people up and running, especially when they have outside, coding experience.
Thank you, Alexander.
Same thing, Len. You do that over lunch when you bring your own lunch and then you present something to the other team. And there is another way also of doing that is speaking at conferences. Because if you speak at conferences and you are able to make a presentation about the tool you're using and the process you're using, if you're able to expose that to other people like a large audience, then you're a good communicator. And we all know that communicating skills are very important for testers. So it's a way also speaking at conference to develop that skills and to be able, if you meet someone after the conference, to say, "Oh, I understood perfectly what you're doing and why you're doing it," then you won, because it's someone outside already understand it. So someone from inside is going to be even more easier for that person to understand it. So I recommend go to conferences to learn, to share, and also to practice your communication skills.
Thank you. And I have the last question for you. Could be a bit controversial. I know it's in the modern world, could be a bit controversial as to how QA and development roles sometimes are divided. So can developers do test automation?
So personal experience, absolutely. I think that it's that they should do test automation. So because when you're adding a new feature, you need to be able to test it and be confident in that feature. Not a lot of people in practice do test-driven automation, but it can absolutely be a very useful tool when implementing new metrics in an app, but also useful when you're doing UI. And so at Pinterest, like we started off having kind of like our team of 6 people owning basically all the tests. But over time, we've handed back the responsibility to the product teams, and now they have kind of like their own responsibility for their tests. So we still are going to oversee the framework when they need to add something, and they may not know how to do it because it's complex. We can step in and help them. But for the most part, like teams own their own tests, and they write them and they maintain them, and it's on them, and it's part of the development process. So I don't think it's it's not a can, but it's like a definite they should, in order to be writing good code at a company.
Thank you. Alexander, would you share your opinion?
In my case, in case of automation for flight simulators, automation was very helpful for developers because you have to think the airplane is a bunch of systems working together. Okay, it's an engine, it's a landing gear, it's an hydraulic system, and for example, the guy working on the braking system, he doesn't know how to land the airplane. He doesn't know how to take off. He doesn't know how to taxi. And this is what I've done. I automated some of the procedure, and then I push back those procedures to the team. So now the landing gear guy has a whole suite of tests that I designed for him, and then he is able to maintain those tests in order to enrich with more feature. It's a way of, here we go, I gave you already something, then you can learn from the testing framework I gave to you, and then you can enrich on that. And of course, it doesn't, they still have to do their unit testing and testing their new classes. Of course, that's a given. But by doing this, if you're a tester, you're able to transfer some of your tests to the development team. What you're making, you shifting the testing to the left side, which is good because it's earlier testing, and also it makes the tester more comfortable with an environment where his part is already integrated. So it's not its own piece of software, but it sees a little bit more, and then he has a better understanding of the ecosystem of the whole solution.
Yep, thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll be moving to a wrap up of our session. So dear Joseph, dear Alexander, thank you so much for joining us today and being with us today and sharing your opinions and your sessions. And hope to see you soon, and goodbye.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to make a small announcement for our attendees. We're having a giveaway for our events among those who will post on Twitter or other social media and tag our official account geekle.us @geekleofficial. Write what you like the most at the event, and after the event, we'll choose 5 lucky winners, and they'll get 2 free tickets for our next QA Summit or other event of your choice. So I do hope you enjoyed our manual versus automation blog. For sure, there were a lot of things to think on, and please let me introduce to my colleague Larissa Rosichansky, who will be your moderator for the next few hours. I regret to say goodbye, but I need to. Take care. Thank you.
Hey guys, how are you? I think I was talking on mute the entire time.
Yeah, you were muted. Yeah. I was trying to tell you about
Guys, I was welcoming everyone, but I really hope everyone was reading my lips because I made an entire welcoming speech. Anyway, welcome you guys. How are you?
We're good.
So I was just telling the guys we are going to start this career path and development in test panel discussion. So I'm going to invite you all to give a brief story about yourself. So Dimitri, tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, just to make sure, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Oh, great. Yes. Yeah, I actually started my career in medicine. I was a medical student for a while, but then it so happened that I decided to study bioinformatics, which is like in between biology and computer science. Then during the school, I've never liked programming. It seemed too complex. So then I ultimately found a job in tech, actually, because it was much easier than bioinformatics. And as soon as I programmed something for myself, I fell in love with it, and I've just been doing it ever since. And I found myself to be focusing on automating tests first, and then ultimately I transitioned now to be a developer advocate on the open source team at Facebook. It's kind of a TLDR of my story.
Great. What about you, Oliver?
Okay, I have a strange career as well, actually, because I'm originally designed to be a chemical engineer. So I'm designed to build, these big chemical plants and these kind of things. And I became my career as such as a lecturer in university, and that for some reason I decided to leave the university, and because I was passionate about computing and computers in general. I tried to move my career to computer. These kind of things, and I joined a company I'm still in today, some 25 years ago now, and I grew in testing first as a consultant, helping small projects, programming, automating tests, and then designing manual tests, and then I took bigger projects, and now I'm leading the French subsidiary, and I also in parallel became the president of the ISTQB and under the French subsidiary or the French local chapter of the ISTQB. So quite a special parcours, I would say.
Well, based in the backgrounds from you all, we can see that everything leads to quality by the end of the career. So medicine and chemistry engineer, and same for myself because I started as a studying mechanical engineering, and here I am. So anyway, what about you, Martin?
Yeah, well, I think I've worked with product development since early 90s. Then I eventually got into the testing part, and I've tried most areas there. I have run a few companies as CEO on testing, and tried many different roles and worked at different kinds of companies, like big, small, mostly in the Gothenburg area in Sweden. I started blogging 2007 and published a few articles and papers. I started a meetup locally that presenting stuff, talking about testing and such. But right now I'm working at Nordic Med Test, where we try to make healthcare in Sweden better through software, with better software. Short story.
Well, and based on this, like you all have like different careers and different starts. So what do you guys think about like the career path and the development in testing, like in the area itself? What is your opinion about the theme of this panel for you guys?
Shall I start?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. basically, I think that first of all, people who like testing and who want to start a career in testing are in a good place because, yeah, more and more our society is relying on computers. Computers are everywhere, in cars, in fridges, everywhere. In everyday life, we have pieces of software, and these pieces of software will need to be tested. So testing is definitely a work that will be running for long, and definitely this is a future career path for loads of people. This being said, I think that this career has evolved from different sides. We go more and more. There are some kind of cycles basically, and the traditional cycles are more automating and then more manual and then more automating and then more manual. So we have this kind of recurring cycle, and today we're definitely in the big automation trend, especially with the agility that came. What I would like to see in the future is definitely a career moving into more human beings and human skills, because software is now designed for everyone. I mean, your grandma, the people passing by in the street, these guys are no ITers. 20 years ago, we were making IT programs for ITers by ITers. Today, we are doing software for everyone. And everyone is not an ITer, and they don't care about IT. They don't care about how it works. They just want to use it. So basically, I do believe that things like non-functional testing, usability, performance, these kind of things are becoming more and more essential. And the skills that comes along are also becoming more and more essential, like communication skills and all these kind of things, especially in the agile environment.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And one of the things that I always say that even though we are talking about machines, these machines, they are still working for humans. So we need to guarantee at least that we are giving the quality that we want for everyone to use. I always say that what makes you give up an application? There is like a large amount of things that makes you give up, like a software or something that you are using. And most of the times it's not completely related to bugs and defects, but a lot of things regarding an experience, regarding performance, accessibility. So we need to make a more, how can I say, a more usable applications for the future, because especially for this generation right now, they were born in the technological area, but everyone that wasn't, they still have difficulty. So we need to make sure that the technology itself attends everyone. And I think that this is the best part about like working with quality, because we can see the public that we want to approach, you know, and we can work to guarantee that everyone have the opportunity to understand and use the software like this new generation can. So I totally agree, especially in this part of accessibility and everything. But what about you guys, Martin and Dmitry? What do you guys think about the development in testing?
Well, if we go back like 20 years or so, we had like different camps in testing. I mean, the tester road was not that popular, so we had many people who were demoted to testers, and then we had the other camp who wanted to be the best testers in the world and wanted to do a really great job and studied testing and trying to make like a career out of it. And it was quite strange to when these two camps met and talked, like yeah, quite many conflicts. Today, I don't see that. We have the testing is a profession, and we have so many testers on different levels. I've been teaching testing for like 15 years or so. So in Sweden we have something called vocational studies, like a more practical approach compared to the university. And so they study usually around 2 years to become testers. If we compare that to the university, where you study a course, read a book, do just small parts around testing, and that's a big difference compared to the full focus, trying to become a full-fledged tester in a few years. So I see a big difference now compared to like 20 years ago. So
yeah, thank you, Martin. I definitely can relate to the things that I've seen, that there was definitely not just necessarily the camps within testing, but also the camp between developers and testers, where I was lucky enough to travel for conferences throughout the world. So I've seen how the testing is like in Europe, in Asia, in North America. And so I've seen that, especially in some countries, there would be almost like hostility between the two. But fortunately now I see that it's kind of smoothened up. It's much easier for testers to talk to developers and developers to testers. But just to step back to the original question, I think that testing has always been, and again, still is, quite a great introduction for people to the IT. It was for myself as well. I've entered the software through testing, really. I don't, not to say that testing is easier than development, by no means. There's great work that's done in testing on architecture level, on just automating and manual testing as well. But in general, I've seen it's a lot more diverse, especially in parts of Europe. I was just astounded by some conferences, by the number of women that will be attending the event compared to regular dev events. Also, people, I don't see ageism as much. Like I see people in whatever age starting out with a software automation. So I think the testing field is a great field of the IT, right? Again, it gets people introduced to tech, and then maybe if they ever want to, because they might stay in testing, they might transition to development too.
And Dimitri, taking this answer from you, what do you think that is the main difference today that makes one change the development to go to to work as a QA or as a tester, or vice versa? Why do you think that, for you, for example, why you decided to stop working as a tester and start to work as a developer?
That's a good question. It depends. I think it's all personal. It's all the matter of need to know the rules to break them. And so as you become a developer, as you become a tester, first of all, you defeat this fear and imposter syndrome to the most part of ever being in tech, because you think you're not smart enough. I've always had issues with math, and I still do. And you think that because I don't know math, I'm not an expert in calculus, I can't ever be a developer. But then you see what the real developers do, and you realize that I've never done any calculus to this day. And that way you kind of, again, I had a fear that was stopping me from going to dev. I defeated that, and then I was able to transition. But I know many people who remain in testing for their entire life because they enjoy it. They enjoy the fact of breaking things. They enjoy the fact, it's like, people enjoy puzzles, right? They like those board games. They like to find the hidden thing in the potentially it's like perfect for someone program, and people enjoy that and they stay in that field forever. I myself like the problem solving part, and problem in particular creation, and so I've transitioned to dev because of that. Basically, it allows you to choose where to go from there. That's the gist of it.
Yeah, because at least for me, I fell in love in the QA area mostly because I enjoy the quality part over the test, of course, because tests, at least for me, tests is a part of a quality process. But I fell in love with the entire process as quality in general. So working both with businesses and the development team to try to find everything you can for the software to have a better quality, to think in scenarios that will provide a better user experience, and a scenario that the user will pass through. And because usually it's very common, at least for me, working to hear say that the developers don't think in all scenarios. They usually go to the successful scenario and some exceptions. So this is very common. So it's really good to have someone that is thinking also as the user, to think in future scenarios that we may have, and the future, not like how to break the system or something like this, but how to how can I say, to improve the experience for the user. We are thinking this before releasing the software or something like this. So this was my first, why I first like fell in love, because it's really good for you to think in the user perspective. But I also agree that test automation and test is a really good way for you to start in IT. Because everyone has this impression that to be a developer, you need to understand calculus and you need to be the master of math and things like that. Thank God it isn't, because I wouldn't be working with IT if it was. But I totally agree that it's a good start point. But what do you guys think, Martin and Oliver?
Okay, so I muted myself. That's better. Otherwise, you won't hear me. I think that there are many positions that you can take and many stances that you can take as a tester in testing in a testing or QA area. Actually, if you like the math or the programming, you can go more for the technical kind of testing that is now more and more widespread in the agile environment, for instance, and automation definitely, because test automation is nothing but programming in a different way, actually, because we have these meta languages, and this looks like programming, and because we have exactly the same sort of routines and approaches. Now, I fully understand your positioning, because I had about the same, which is getting nearer to the business side, which is understanding how the user work and make the bridge, or build the bridge between definitely two sides of IT or companies that don't talk with each other in a nice way, which is on one side the business, and what we call today the product owner is doing more or less that role, or business analysts are doing more or less that role. And on the other side, the development team who just like to program some sort of way and deliver something. And they don't speak the same language. And somebody has to be the in-between and translate and make sure that everyone understands each other when they say something. And this was a role that I took for many years, and there's still loads of stuff to be done in this area, definitely. So we have very various roles everywhere in the QA, and basically we have people coming from business analysis today who joined the team and are now doing testing as well. So we have many possibilities, whether you like technical side or business side or a little bit of both. We have a career for you, basically.
Agreed.
I can continue on that. So I've worked as a developer as well, and I enjoy testing the most, because I can still code if I like that. I can create tools. I can. There's so much I can do as using my programming skills, if that is what I like. Still, I know a lot of great testers who have no coding skills, because there are so much things to explore, trying to find things that no one has thought about, trying to identify risks that are in the unknown, so to speak. And we work both down into the tech, like deep, then we go up and we try to involve the users, try to understand what they do. We talk to management, trying to explain the risks. So we are able to work on all levels, trying to utilize all skills that we have. So as a tester, you can utilize things that you are good at and try to make them better. And the test domain is so vast. There's so many areas. We have the management parts. We have like all things in testing, like test design, heuristics, techniques, how we take notes, how we document things, how we report, and how we communicate. And then we have the tech area, like coding skills, programming, scripting, toolsmithing, automation. We have we work with test data, designing test data for powerful test. We work with trying to understand the environments, so DevOps kind of thing, create powerful test environments. And then we have also trying to understand what the actual business is about, like the domain we're working, and trying to understand what is valuable and critical, and like the understanding the business model or what threatens the business. So I working as a tester in this environment is it's not many understand what we do, but I think it's really great area to be in.
Yeah, and there is something very very common that people, at least I have heard, and probably other QA as well, that for you to be a QA, not necessarily you need to know how to code, because there is a lot of positions that they are manual testing and manual tester only, so you don't have to work as automation. But there is a good question that is that, do you guys think that it's necessary for you to have a tech background to be a QA, to have this technical background? Because we have here two examples of two different areas that have it before going to QA. But do you think that for you to become a QA, you need to have at least a minimum of a tech background?
Not really. I don't believe this is, well, it all depends what you call a tech background. But for instance, I'm running a consultancy companies, and I have several consultants in my company that do not really have a computing degree or these kind of so-called tech backgrounds, but they are absolutely excellent in designing requirements, in understanding the business side, in working in different areas, and this is, yeah, the magic of QA, because well, as Martin and Dmitry just said, and you as well, this is so wide an area that we can just choose our disease, and this is all fine. On the other side, you have people that have a very technical background, and these guys can go into automation, programming, playing with AI, these kind of things, or just people who have a different view on IT, like security testers, for instance, or people that are more specialized in performance testing. But on the other side, you have people that are more of a how to say that, psychology degree, like ergonomics or these kind of things, and then they go for usability and these kind of things, understand how our brain works and how we interact with the world, these kind of things. So I don't really believe that this is it helps definitely if you are technical, but that's not absolutely necessary in all cases, definitely not.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I work with people who were English teachers, who were anthropologists, and I've seen very technical people as well. I mentioned myself, I started with medicine and in somewhat technical degree, but in reality, I found that what you study and what you do at work is very different, really. I ended up doing the computer science degree on the side, part-time, after work. But in reality, it's all about working with people. If you're, your soft skills that you hone, not just at school, but in your regular life, you bring those to the table at work, it will really kickstart your career regardless of your technical expertise. You can learn those skills. You can learn them at a job, because everyone does things slightly different. So really, it's about the person, and the skills will come. If you're ready to learn, if you're open to things, you'll be fine.
You're right. I think the next generation is agreeing with you.
Definitely. I totally agree. I think that, the tech skills, there is a huge amount of courses and things that you can do to get the technical skills. But soft skills, if you have the soft skills to start, you have teamwork, you have at least a minimum of communication skills, interpersonal relationships, and things like this. It's easier for you to get in the market, not just in IT, but I think in general, And of course, if you are willing to help, this makes so much easier for you to become in any part of IT.
I can build on what they said as well. I think it's important if you work in DevOps teams where you are supposed to be really close to developers, building out their things with like working close to the code, then you might have a hard time if you don't know programming. On the other hand, if you have a tester who thinks differently from the rest of you or from the rest of the team, then that person will find things that no one else have thought of. And if you have a similar background and similar way of thinking, then that doesn't help. So when I talked about the vocational studies, a lot of the students had so many different backgrounds, like someone who have worked in economics the whole life, tried to change career, and they now focused on to testing. Another one, like a doctor in chemical biology or something like that, and became great tester. But she utilized a lot of scientific methods, and she can use a lot of from her studies. But I think there's an overemphasis on programming and working on say that all testers need to be able to code. It's I think it's so wrong.
Yeah. And getting this question as well, like right now in our market, we have many different tech tools for automation. And what would be like a good start point for someone that wants to start the automation, but we have so many different technologies right now, and what would be a good advice for someone that wants to start learning automation?
I can try to answer that. There are so many courses online that you can end up, there's analysis paralysis, they say, but now there's also learning paralysis, because you think that you never finish with learning. It's JavaScript, for example, and web has, I think, that to the extreme. But with testing as well, you can find lots of YouTube videos, you can find lots of conference recordings. But I think that Test Automation University from Apply Tools is a great starting point. You can find courses for whatever technology that work actually requires or asks for. It might be JUnit for Java unit testing, it might be Selenium, it might be, whatever you can think of would be there. Again, it's a great resource. It's completely free. You don't have to pay for it. I don't work for Apply Tools by any means. I just, I talk to them quite a bit, but in general, I think I usually send people that way. I feel like online there are so many resources, especially in days of COVID. The in-person events are kind of winding down, but obviously there's also some courses your company can purchase with the individual consultants, and those are quite handy too, because you can get some in-person and some, kind of pair programming, maybe a pair testing, you can call it. So I think there are more than enough resources these days to get started.
Yeah. Agree. And besides just the technological aspect of that and learning how to program, automate the tests. Well, first of all, you need to think about what you're going to do, basically, because we can't automate everything. That's just a myth, and it's totally ineffective and inefficient. So you need to understand what you're going to automate and why, and you need to organize this in such a way and code this in such a way that it is maintainable. Because if it's not maintainable, there's absolutely no need to automate this, because then you just throw the whole automation away at every sprint or every run. That might be okay for some kind of codes, but in general, it doesn't work for testing, and especially if you're aiming at regression testing and these kind of things. So this is also something that you need to learn and understand. And first, you need to think in terms of, okay, what sort of test do I have, and what in that bunch of tests, which one am I going to automate and why? And this is definitely how to organize this automation testing.
Yeah, I can build on that as well. I think if you start to focus on automation, you probably need to understand more about testing. So what to automate, just as Oliver said. So there are lots of material discussing testing versus checking. But then you also need to understand more about test design and what kind of test you want to do, and how would you know that you have found a good result. I would say also that there are lots of great persons who have come far in automation. Like a lot of work from Alan Richardson is good, alias Evil Tester. He's done a lot of material that is public, and he has courses as well. And then Richard Bradshaw in Ministry of Testing, he has also created a lot of good things. And there are many more. So and that goes into, there are so many blogs out there, articles, papers. There's so much material. I think Victoria was going to post a few of I created a set of links to things. So I think it will be published somewhere.
Yeah.
And we have a whole bunch of certification schemes available as well. Now I'm talking about the ISTQB because I'm the president of the ISTQB, basically. So we have this syllabi and certification, definitely. We don't deliver courses, but we have accredited training providers to do so. So there are plenty of resources, and I think that the sources that have been quoted here are definitely good ones.
Yeah, and I can definitely add that, as been said before, experience. It's lots of things come from the experience. You rush, whether you're a new developer or you're a new tester, you rush into, for developer to code a brand new thing, for tester to write a brand new test. But as you start working with experience, you realize when it's sufficient to just manual test. You don't want to go for 100% coverage either. So those things, again, come from work as you try to do more and more things. And when I say work, I don't just say, work at a company, might be some personal project as well. So just get it, get started first. Don't worry about it, and you'll learn. Practice makes perfect. You have to practice. That's the only way, not just to learn. So.
Yeah, this would be also a final advice that I would give you. Like, if you don't know nothing about the quality area, do not go directly to the automation. Try to learn a little bit more about quality, about patterns. The syllabus from ESTQB, it's amazing. So you can read and try to understand more about the quality itself. But also, Oliver, I think I also have a good question for you that came early for us. Is ESTQB good start for a game tester to change industries in software testing?
Well, I think so. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a part of that, definitely. But let me explain a little bit the approach there. The first step, we call it foundation, and foundation is just learning the language, basically. So the first step that we want to promote is to have testers all around the world understand and speak the same language and call the same things with the same name, which was something that we are suffering. For instance, you find the term bug or defect or failure, and you have this that was used, in various way, and we try to align and set up some vocabulary, and then we have different sorts of career paths within the schemes. That is the advanced level, and then you have variations, so you can go more on the test management, on the other side more as test analyst or technical test analyst, and then we have the expert's perspective. And then we developed a whole bunch of specialists kind of modules that are dedicated to certain areas in testing, like, for instance, automotive or phones, the mobile testing or performance testing or security. So we have different areas that we just dive into with the specialists that we have within the organization, so as to start to build some career paths within the staff. So I think this is a good starting point. I'm totally convinced about that, because I have spent a lot of time with them, though they don't pay my bill in the end of the day. So that's why I'm running a company in parallel. But yeah, that's one start. But this is not the only one. I must be very, very honest and transparent here. I'm not selling anything. There are other good sources of information, and I think that Mitri and Martin just gave other sources of information, like the Ministry of Testing and so on and so forth. So there are loads of resources that you can use. The ISTQB is one of them.
Amazing. I totally agree. At least for me, it was a good start point when I started to learn about the area, and there was a lot of like syllabus for me to read, which was really great because it gave me enough idea of. It gave me an idea of how to proceed after this. So I agree that it is not the only, but it's a good start point if you want to. Well, and we have a.
Can I also build on that? Yeah, I'm not. I don't think ISTQB is. It's not my cup of tea. I've studied the material, but I don't agree with it so much. But there are an alternative that is called black box software testing, BBST. It's I think it originally came from Kemkaner, and it's a 4-week training. It also has foundation. It's similar to ISTQB. Quite a lot of training there as well. But I guess it's different styles of testing. ISTQB has tried to solve some things, and BBST tried to solve another problem. So it's different kinds of training where they teach different stuff. I can also recommend Rapid Software Testing by James Bach and Michael Bolton. I think really great courses. It's changed my way of thinking about testing when I took them. So, and there's lots of other courses, as Oliver said.
Yeah. Well, and we have one last question here: that how to be a better QA specialist? Like, what is a good thing for you to do if you want to become a better QA specialist?
I think it's similar to what I've said before. Just be open, talk to people. Don't be aggressive. I am with my background, like I'm originally from Russia. They have a different ways to communicate when it comes to code reviews or testing sometimes. But I've learned that if you approach the problem, from a softer side, and I like some people corrected me. We're not breaking software, so don't call it that way, because you create that. Someone creates and you destroy. There is already kind of a battle going on. Don't have that. Communication. I think working on communication and the skills will come, because developer will sit next to you and walk you through the code, show you how to do a couple of things. At my first job, I think developers actually sat down with manual testers and show them how to do some automation. Again, build those relationships, those network, and your work will improve, your career will improve, and you get more experience. Yeah.
Okay, I can recommend start to do blogging about testing, and critique other things like other people's theories and what they think, and experiment with it and write about it. Read blogs and articles, as we said before, and there are lots of books. I can recommend especially books and book bundles from Gerald Weinberg on LeanPub. There's lots of good materials and very cheap. And then as apply to conferences, talk at conferences. Join the test lab at conferences. Usually at conferences there's a test lab, and that's one way of showing in practice what you can do with testing. I've supplied some material on that as well. Join or start a local meetup on testing. If there's nothing locally, start one and start talking about testing. I think Ministry of Testing has sites all over the world. So there's test bashes that are mostly everywhere. So join them and participate. And then I think there's quite many Slack channels for testers. I know that MOT, Ministry of Testing, has one. In Sweden, we have something called Test Sverige. So quite many testers in Sweden who who help each other. We help everyone with changing jobs or finding new ones or anything. So yeah, some quick tips.
Yeah, definitely talk with each other. Don't stay isolated, because we all share the same sort of problems, whatever they are. And basically, I think that going to conferences and participating to events and reading books is definitely something that is of high added value to the ones who begin. And well, basically, if you want to be a better QAer every day, well, just do your best every day, and nobody can beat that. That's my advice. Try to improve and do your best every day, and that's about it.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I also take advices from other QA as well. Networking is everything today. So do networking and try to learn. Well, we are all run out of time, but I think there is time for a great question that we had here on YouTube. That is that code certification leverage when it comes to salary or work experience speaker louder. So the certification helps you to get a better salary or something like this?
Well, I think we will not all agree around here, but yes, I do believe that it helps, and definitely it helps as sharing the same language. That is already something, and now what we see is that more and more in the industry, people are asking for people to get certified, because true or not, they believe that this is some kind of recognition or proof that people at least master a couple of things. This is definitely not the only way to master a couple of things, and I certainly agree that being certified doesn't make you the king of the world, but at least that's like a degree at school. If you don't hold your degree as an engineer, well, you cannot work as an engineer. That's as simple as that. And this is more and more the trends that I see. Whether it's good or not, well, I do believe it's good, but okay, that's my belief.
Yeah.
I have a slightly different approach. I know that I'm isolated in the sense that I'm based in North America, currently in the US, and in Canada as well. Degree, for the more often than not, it's not necessarily a requirement. It's a sign that you can commit to something. You can show that you can focus on things. That's why, for the most part, if you look at the job description, they say it's either a degree or work experience for a number of years. For some big companies, obviously, for the very first job, they would be looking for the degree for the most part, at least from what I've seen in some job postings. I've never joined like Facebook or Google when I was a new grad, but that's what some people do. Work experience to me is like a best way to learn things, but of course I can't speak for the entire world. In some parts of the world, I've seen that the degree and certification is must-have. So again, I can't be just biased towards the US and North America. So it really depends. It really depends, I think.
Mm.
Yeah. In Sweden, I think it's less important now. There are some companies who ask for it, and some who question if you have a certification. They wonder what you actually know. But if you look at the ISTQB, if you have studied a lot of ISTQB, then it shows that you're somehow committed to learning things, so that's a good thing. But if you have like ISTQB foundation level and that's it, I think it doesn't show that you might be on the right track, but it doesn't show that you're like the master tester, as Oliver said as well. So I think
I fully agree. That's the start. I fully agree with that. Yeah. It's not because you're holding the foundation certificate that you are the test expert in the world. That's absolutely true.
Mm.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Here in Brazil, it's the same as North America. So it's not a must-have. It's actually a plus. If you do, it's a plus on your CV, and that's it. But if you are a good tester, don't worry, you pass in the test interview as well. So they won't ask you for your degree, or at least here in Brazil, they won't ask you for all of your certifications and agree. But I agree with you all. It's a good to have. If you can have, go for it. And guys, that's it. We were 5 minutes 5 minutes out of time. And thank you so much for this talk. If you guys have any other questions, let your LinkedIn or your contact so they can reach you guys. And thank you so much for this talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Goodbye.
So guys, if you want to learn more on all hands things, please take a look in our workshops that is going to happen in our website. And that's it. Thanks for the talk and see you.